Which ones are you again? You want to do it now, right? Before presentation? Sorry. H2? Thank you. We'll do those immediately after the approval of the minutes and this after public comment. Mr. Clerk, are you ready to begin?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Recording
morning.
Stopped.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the
Recording in
Tuesday, July
progress.
1st, 2025 Commission meeting. Before we get started, as I always try to mention and re-emphasize, first, it's great to see so many people here with us today, both inside and outside. Please remember that you can speak here in the Commission during the item or during the moments that we allow almost an hour for public comment. You can speak in person or you can speak via Zoom. You can write us an email. You can even call in. There's multiple opportunities for people to be heard, provide guidance and insight in regards to their city beautiful. I ask everybody to please turn your cell phones off, and let's get today's commission meeting started. For the invocation, I'd like to ask Reverend Melanie Marsh from Riviera Presbyterian Church. First and foremost, welcome back. I want to thank you for allowing us the honor to have you here today. I had the privilege of being with your congregation probably about 2 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And it was an amazing experience. We celebrated 80 years of providing faith-based services in our community. And your congregation was amazing. Let me tell you, not only was it inclusive, but it was a beautiful, beautiful service. Everybody was so welcoming, and it was an uplifting experience. And a lot of it has to do with you. So I want to thank you for being here with us. I know you're extremely busy. And before we get started, can you just give us 30 seconds of what your congregation does? Because I don't think people really realize as they drive by Sunset, the many things that you're involved in. And I was taken aback by how much stuff that how many services you offer the community.
Yes, so Riviera Presbyterian Church, our community there on Sunset Drive, first and foremost, we offer we've had a 45-year ministry of offering childcare for working parents. It's a preschool that's open from 7 in the morning till 6 o'clock at night for parents who have full-time jobs and need places to entrust their children to the care of the people who work there. And then we also offer inclusion services for LGBTQ plus individuals in our community, both in the church and through the Yes Institute, who's one of our long-term 30-year partners. We are active in advocating for the hungry and homeless in our community, as well as those who are from all over the world coming into our community as migrants and visitors and things like that as well. So we do what we can to be good, hospitable neighbors and show the hospitality of Christ to all who are a part of our community, whether strangers or friends.
So whether you're Jewish or Catholic like myself, right. I have to admit, being an elected official for 12 years is the first time that I really was able to enjoy a full service at your organization. And let me tell you, I recommend that everybody go out there and enjoy a service.
You would all be most welcome.
It is really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's an honor to be here today. Please join with me in the invocation. God of all creation, we gather in your presence today and give you honor and praise, for you are the source of all that is good and the provider of every blessing. We pray that you would guide and direct our community leaders convened here and called to serve your people in this place. Help them to walk in your wisdom. In their work, in their decision-making, may your compassion be at the center of their hearts. In their every task, May your care for the vulnerable be in the forefront of their minds. Empower them to lead with courage and grace, generosity and humility, that all who are governed by them may thrive. Watch over and protect them, all who they lead, and all who you have entrusted into their care, today and always. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Reverend, we'd like to extend our best wishes to you, your congregation, and worshipers on behalf of the city. We look forward to making this a common occurrence. So we welcome you. We welcome you again, okay? Thank you so much for being here with us. To lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I ask our city clerk to lead us. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now we have our Merrick Minute. Good morning. Always a bright spot in the commission.
Thank you. As we celebrate our centennial, the Merrick House brings to the commission Merrick Minute, little tidbits that add up to a remarkable story. I'm Joanne Marr, Merrick House docent and past chair of the Board of Governors. As summer continues, we bring you more news of George's travels. In late 1920, George and his wife Eunice took a trip to Cuba via Key West. This was the closest he would ever come to viewing the type of architecture he envisioned for Coral Gables. He absorbed Cuba's rustic colonial buildings with their interior patios, painted tiles, and ancient barrel tile roofs. He walked through town gates to the central plazas with their picturesque wells and heard the ringing of bells in the myriad bell towers. During the late summer of 1930, as George waited for Coral Gables, Inc. to complete its refinancing plan, Brother Richard, 17 years his junior, convinced George to join him on a cross-country auto trek to California. During their 2 months on the road, they planned something brand new, an upscale but affordable fishing camp called Caribbee Colony on 20 acres of Lower Matacumbe Key. This was land he had purchased for Eunice's parents a decade earlier. Upon its opening in January 1931, the Miami Daily News proclaimed, "Florida is awake again. The psychology of success again walks her sunlit beach." What happened to Caribbee Colony? Well, find out when you come for more of the story, weekends at 1, 2, and 3 o'clock at the Merrick House, 907 Coral Way, and tours are free for city employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for always being here with us. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the first item, A1 on the agenda, Commissioner Fernandez is not here with us today. He's under the weather. We wish him well. Hopefully he has a speedy recovery. Thank you. Moving on to item A1.
Would you like the proclamation read first, or would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Matt Anderson, Assistant Director, Mobility and Sustainability here in the city.
Solange Lopez, Marketing Manager with the Economic Development Department.
And we also have Diego and Nicole from my team. And we're here for a proclamation. We're celebrating our 5-year anniversary for Keep Coral Gables Beautiful, something that we're really extremely proud of. You'll see a lot of the things highlighted in the proclamation that we've been able to accomplish over the last 5 years. But I want to really take this opportunity to thank you all for your continued leadership and support of our programs. I want to take a minute to thank the manager, because when the manager was here previously, Solange came to him with the idea and he immediately supported it and said, run with it. And we've been able to really build this program out over the last 5 years. Also thank our fellow city departments, community recreation, IT, budget, because we've been able to secure over 10 grants and over $80,000 that we've been able to bring into the city and run a lot of our programs that are highlighted here at no cost to the city, which is incredibly important. And I think the thing we're most proud of is we've done over 250 events in the last 5 years and engaged over 34,000 participants in our community. And we have a lot of community members that have been actively engaged and show up to all of our events, whether it's a cleanup, whether it's a beautification event, or whether it's starting or coming to us with ideas on our programs. And I also wanted to highlight too, as an update for you all, we started that Nextrex plastic film recycling program. I'm proud to report we hit 1,000 pounds, and we just received the bench on Friday, made of recycled plastic bags, and we'll be working with community recreation to put that out into the community. So I wanted to just give those updates, and you'll hear a lot more in the proclamation about what we've been able to accomplish the last 5 years. And again, I just want to thank you all for your support and your leadership, and really the community as well for always coming out and supporting all the work that we're doing.
I just want to, like Matt said, thank the city manager for letting me and Matt run with this program. We came a little over 6 years ago. It took a year to go through the process of becoming affiliate members of Keep America Beautiful. In the 5 years that we've been affiliates, I've been able to serve on the Keep Florida Beautiful Board of Directors for 4 of those years. We've really become one of the staple affiliates in the state in a very short time. We have other affiliates throughout Florida reach out to us about our programming, our events, and how we do some of the things that we do on a constant basis. We even have some other states reaching out sometimes to talk about how we do our litter index and a lot of other things. So we're really proud of what we've been able to accomplish in such a short time. And we are also going to be hosting the state conference later this year in November. And everybody's very excited. We're expecting the largest conference turnout for that, and we'll be hosting it here at the Hyatt. We'll send more information about that to the commission as we get closer, in case any of you would like to attend.
And I also want to thank the team, because Solange and I are here talking about it, but these two, Diego and Nicole, are the ones that are doing the day-to-day work and helping, whether it's going out and emptying the battery recycling bins, whether it's going out and collecting the plastic film from the city facilities and taking it to either Publix or Sprouts.
Building the bench yesterday.
They built the bench yesterday. So these two right here deserve a lot of the credit, because they're the ones that are doing the day-to-day work and doing that. So
if I may just very quickly, and Madam Vice Mayor, I know you're going to read the proclamation. Again, everybody here does an amazing job, wonderful job. We've led all cities in Miami-Dade County on every single front, from solar benches to solar to battery recycling to what we're doing in regards to our commercial and our residential recycling, hazardous material. But I want to give Solange a lot of credit. Okay, she is amazing. Okay, she's the one that has really pushed an agenda. She's brought it to the commission. She's brought it to the manager. The manager never tells her no. Hardworking. She's amazing. She's grown up in this city. She's pushed hard. All of you have. I remember your faces for many, many years. And we've taken a lot of risk when it comes to the environment. Like taking the plastic bags all the way to the Supreme Court, losing, but we really sent a strong message.
Yeah.
Right? Again, that's not attributed to the commission. Well, we may have sponsored a lot of things, for example, but it's attributed to the hard work of the employees, the 4 of you, and everybody else that makes it happen through the leadership of the manager. So we don't say it enough. Thank you. Keep leading. The cleanups in the downtown. Really trying to find ways to be as efficient as possible. Having the largest 100% electric car fleet of any city in the state of Florida. Our charging networks that the Vice Mayor and I have worked on for such a long time. Revamping the way that we design. Really having the strongest lead ordinances of any city in Miami-Dade County. And we can go on and on and on and on. But at the end of the day, it all comes to fruition with your hard work, guys. So I just want to say thank you, for that. No, you truly deserve the credit. And you know that the commission backs you 110%.
Absolutely. And while the Vice Mayor is reading the proclamation, we do have some gifts for you guys that we're bringing up, reusable bottle and reusable straws that you all can use that we just ordered. So we have gifts as the Vice Mayor is reading the proclamation.
Yes, and these are the latest giveaways that we were able to secure through the grant that we receive as affiliates on an annual basis from the state. Keep Florida Beautiful is the I forget the term, but it is the litter organization for the state of Florida. So through that process, we're able to secure the grant annually and really use that for not only most of our giveaways, but several of our supplies.
Oh, this one's nice. It's got the straw in it now.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it's an improvement.
We upgraded.
Made from post-recycled material.
And bamboo, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And bamboo. No, this is impressive. So,
It's all good. It's all good. It's awesome. Madam Vice Mayor, you want to lead the way with the?
I will, but before I do, I just wanted to mention that this program not only is for the adults, but it's for the children.
Absolutely.
You have children participating, they begin to understand why, the whys. I had the opportunity to have my grandchildren in, and we're at the beach, and I even explained to my daughter, this is why,
Yes.
you know, I'm so anti-plastic.
Yeah.
You know, this is why we go to these bottles, because the less we use, the less we put out there. Even those little lids, Commissioner Laura, they come off those bottles, become a huge problem in the environment, you know, because they clog drains, you know, things can eat them, the plastic bags, et cetera, et cetera. So the less we use, the better off we are. And I've lost track of how many bags full of plastic
Yeah.
I've taken, and it's a fantastic location at the youth center. So again, it's educating the youth, and you have
Absolutely.
it at the adult activity center, so it helps educate, you know, the grandparents who can then educate the youth. It's the next generation that we can appeal to. So without further ado, and taking up more time of this precious time of this commission, I will read the proclamation. Whereas Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program was founded in 2020 with a mission to promote environmental sustainability and educate the community to take action every day to reduce litter and from our open spaces and waterways, improve recycling efforts, and keep our city beautiful. Whereas on this milestone 5-year anniversary, Keep Coral Gables Beautiful is proud to highlight the many programs that have been established, such as year-round battery recycling, biannual recycling drive-through, Nextrex plastic bag and film recycling, and the cigarette litter prevention and recycling programs to reduce our waste and protect our environment. I didn't know about that one.
Yes.
It's that film in there, acetate. Takes 100 years to break down. Whereas since Keep Coral Gables Beautiful inception, the program has received 10 awards from state and national organizations such as Keep Florida Beautiful Clean Communities Award, helping further the city's position as a national leader in sustainability. Whereas since Keep Coral Gables Beautiful's inception, 10 grants have been awarded, amounting to a total of $83,000, allowing Keep Coral Gables Beautiful to facilitate numerous programs and events at no cost to the city, and have led to programs such as reverse vending machine pilot project, helping to recycle over 18,000 bottles and cans in 1 year and their lids. Whereas the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful program have organized over 253 events with the help of over 33,800 dedicated participants and volunteers, implementing water quality initiatives for Biscayne Bay. And the city has hosted 23 recycling drive-through events, diverting over 646,000 pounds of electronic, household hazardous waste, paper, and clothing from entering the landfills or environment. Whereas through Keep Coral Gables Beautiful year-round battery recycling program, over 3,890 pounds of batteries have been properly recycled, and the city was awarded a free recycled bench for successfully recycling over 1,000 pounds of plastic in 1 year through the Nextrex program. Now, therefore, Ivan Slago, as mayor of the city of Coral Gables, along with members of the city commission, do hereby proclaim July 22nd, 2025, as Keep Coral Gables Beautiful Day in Coral Gables. Just a reminder, for campaign signs, Nextrex takes those as
Yes.
well.
By the way, that program, just I want to also give credit in regards to Nextrex, that was brought to us by a resident.
Yes, it was.
And she brought it to us, and it's been an amazing success. I put it on the agenda, and now look who we are. But again, it all starts with a resident, the employees, and it's another great program that, again, just adds an added value here in the city of Coral Gables. But thank you for bringing it to fruition. And again, let's keep building. Let's keep building. Let's take a photo.
Yes.
A2, presentation or proclamation declaring July 2025 as Parks and Rec Month in Coral Gables. Director, how are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Fred Cusero, Community Recreation Director. Thank you for allowing us to come before the Commission. July is Parks and Recreation Month. Parks and Recreation Month was historically started to bring attention to the Parks and Recreation field. As you know, it's within an organization. It's a little different because it's not necessarily a profit enterprise. We offer a lot of things that are free of charge, and even our fees for things that people pay in many cases are pretty reasonable. There might be an exception. I don't want an email that, that what they pay is a little different, but I think it's important. It started that Parks and Recreation Month was in July, because throughout the country, July, it's a summer month. People are out, they're active. What's great about our community, if you're familiar with our community, is every month really can be Parks and Recreation Month. We have great facilities, we have great staff. We're always busy. Our golf courses are busy, our tennis centers, all of our facilities, the youth center. We have parks, and thanks to the leadership of the Commission and the City Manager's Office, we continue to get more and more parks. We're getting really excited. We're going to open 3 more really shortly, so you'll see announcements that are coming. There's 3 that are just about ready to be online. And we also have some more. We keep buying properties due to your leadership, and we're excited to keep developing. And some of the things that we do in Parks and Recreation, kind of unsung things that are very important to the community, and you all know based on the emails, we have 150 dog waste stations throughout the city that our department oversees. That's doesn't maybe necessarily you think it's Parks and Recreation, but it is, and it's very important to the community. We hear from them all the time because we always got to put more out. And so we're really happy that we're able to do that. We have a great team. Unfortunately, most of our team is out working today. We had a lot of summer camps going on. We're pretty busy. We have a few of them that are here. Thank you for proclaiming this Parks and Recreation Month. We're excited about it. And we'd like Parks and Recreation Month to be every month. And you guys are welcome to have fun with us and have it every month too. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Through the mayor. So, Fred, great to see you this morning. And I want to commend you and your team on all the amazing work that you do. The Parks and Recreation is such a major contributor to why the city is beautiful, known as the city beautiful, but also the city of fun. And it's what binds us and keeps us together as residents. And the community appreciates you and what your team does every single day. So I agree with you that we should probably proclaim it Parks and Recreation Month every single month, but you get July for yourself. So with no further ado, whereas Parks and Recreation programs are an integral part of elevating a community's quality of life, ensuring the health of all, and contribute to the economic and environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, is critical to childhood development, provide therapeutic recreational services, and improves the physical and mental health of all. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community by improving water quality, protecting groundwater, preventing flooding, improving the quality of the air we breathe, providing vegetative buffers to development, producing natural habitats for wildlife, and increases resiliency in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and the City of Coral Gables recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, I, Vince Lago, as Mayor of the City of Coral Gables, and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2025 as Park and Recreation Month in the City of Coral Gables.
Thank you. Also, real quick, we do have an event this week on Friday, July 4th, our 4th of July event, kind of a big event. And this year we're doing something special. We're going to have not only our traditional fireworks, but we're also going to have a drone show. So I welcome everyone to come out to the Biltmore and enjoy.
Fred, would you let everybody know who's tuning in how they can still, if they're available, purchase tickets for the event, if there are tickets to purchase, or how they can find out more information?
Yeah, if there's admission into the golf course is free of charge. Everyone can come. There's you can park here at City Hall. We have trolleys that will take you back and forth. And also, if you're interested in VIP tickets, we can contact our Economic Development Department. I don't know if Solange was here. She can tell us if there's any tickets left. I don't know if we're sold out. We're probably getting close. So everybody's excited about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another point I wanted to make, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioners. I was going to bring that up. We've gotten several emails and messages on social media on that point. I drove by this weekend on Bird at Dorothy Thompson Park, and I don't know if it's open yet, but I saw
We're in a soft opening, yes.
But I saw a family using the playground,
Yeah.
and I mean, it was amazing to see it activated. There was so many young kids. There was a family of young kids, probably 3 or 4 little kids playing, and it was great to see that.
Yeah.
To see that engagement on a weekend.
Yeah, we're going to have a more grand opening there soon. We just have a few little items to fix,
good.
and then we're going to go. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned
The
out.
Blue Road open space looks great.
Yep.
That looks really, really good.
The road's a little bit behind, but we're there. We're almost
looks
there.
good. It looks really, really
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, Madam Vice
So I
Mayor.
have a question through the mayor.
Oh.
So I took my grandkids by and the gate was locked. When's it going to be unlocked?
Which one?
The Dorothy,
Oh, it's unlocked right now.
unlocked right now?
Yeah,
So I
it's,
should've called you.
we're in a soft opening. We've opened it. We're waiting for the inspection for record keeping, and then we're doing a couple of items, and then we're going to do the grand opening. So they can go. It should be open.
Unfortunately, they've already left, but
Okay,
I should
sorry.
have called you.
Yeah, you should have. You should have.
Okay.
But yeah,
All right, let's take a photo.
all right. We can have our country club director, Dane's here. Our assistant director, Carlos, is here. Our marketing manager is here, Fabio. Our special events manager, Susan. And our Venetian pool supervisor. You guys can go up there.
Item A3, congratulations to Captain Jeanette, recipient of the City of Coral Gables Firefighter of the Month Award for the month of June 2025. Chief, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. I'm honored to present our Firefighter of the Month. Captain Janetti has taken on what is very important to this city, and that is its historical past and preserving that past. And as we begin our centennial celebration, he was charged with and took upon the challenge to document the 100-year history of this fire department, find all of our historical documents, and work with the museum staff to present the exhibition that is currently going on, which is the Centennial of Service. So this is a passion of his. He's a very passionate firefighter, and he's very passionate about our history and everything that we've accomplished in the last 100 years. So for taking on this project and becoming our unofficial department historian, and for working with the museum to present us and our past and our present and our accomplishments, he's our Firefighter of the Month. So congratulations to him.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be recognized this month. It was a very rewarding experience working alongside the great team at the museum to bring our 100-year story to life. Uni Villalonga, the curator, and the team worked very hard, tirelessly, to make sure it was done on time. And thank you for the unwavering support of my chief, as always, to make sure we get all these artifacts on loan or even donated to the museum so they can use them. I invite everybody here to please pass by and see the great work they've accomplished there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's take a photo. Item A4, congratulations to Julian Pozo, Police Department recipient and Employee of the Month Award for May 2025.
Morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Jose Rodriguez. All right. Hello. Today I have the honor of presenting a couple employees for the Employees of the Month winners for the second quarter of the year. Obviously, Julian is our winner for May. He brought the whole posse's here. Julian's been with the city since 2002. He's currently a crime analyst with the police department, and Julian was actually just selected for promotion to a CIC intelligence analyst, a role he'll take in a couple weeks. So it's been a good couple of weeks for Julian. So turn over to Julian. Congratulations.
There you go.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I love that smile. I love that smile. That smile's amazing.
I don't know.
That smile's amazing.
Good morning, guys. Good
Like
morning.
so sincere, you know? I love it.
I appreciate
Congratulations.
everything so much. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, the Chief, and Assistant Chief. I know you're there, sir. You're always there. You're always there. You're always watching.
Right behind you.
I gotta be on my P's and Q's, right? But no, I really love working for the city. I really enjoy my colleagues, everybody, the citizens. I love what I do. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't love it. So I really thank you.
Chief.
All right, so let me give you the reason why all the detectives are here.
I mean, I don't think
You
anybody
have
left- I
heard
don't think there's
me.
anybody left in the city right now. You know? Police
No,
department's
we
here.
have.
There's one guy that's just waiting on his promotion, so he's going to hold down the fort until next week. And they all know who that is. Commissioners, you know, in a world where technology changes every second, and to find young people that can navigate through that technology, open sources. The reason why these detectives are here is because this man and the team that we have put together between our cameras, our drones, our social media, really are the linchpins to solving cases. The detectives still have to do the work, the interviews and things like that, but it's like being a principle of constantly keeping them away from picking on the kid that can do it all. And that is a testament to his abilities. As Jose said, he's been recently promoted to a position of authority over the rest of the CIC crime analyst people. This is new for the police department over the last few years, but it is the direction, and we've solved a lot of cases because of this man's work and his intelligence and what he brings to us. So we are extremely proud of both of our winners, but Julian is well deserved. So I just wanted to say on behalf of the department, Julian, thank you for everything. You make us very proud.
Thank you.
And no, you're working the 4th of July too.
Chief, you want to do an A5 also?
Yes, I'll let Jose.
All right.
right, for June, we have Millie Johnson. Millie is also a veteran of 17 years within the police department. She works in the police records unit. So I'm going to call up Millie and her supervisor so she can also be recognized.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am truly thankful and humbled by this recognition. I share this award with my records family. I am grateful and so blessed to work among such a dynamic and outstanding team, such as my records family. I've worked for the city for 17 years. The whole 17 years I've worked in the records department, and I could not see myself working anywhere else. I love what I do. I take pride in what I do. My team takes pride in what they do, and we are honored to produce the work that we produce from the records department for the City Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chief.
As we've always talked about in the police department, we are a family. Millie not only kind of keeps all the officers in line and things that they do, but she also does that at home because her husband is one of our detectives as well. So we understand why he does such a great job. You know, keeping track of everything that a police department in a city does and making sure that's memorialized in the old days of paper and now electronically, and keeping up with that information and changing, which was huge for us with the approval of this commission. We changed our CAD and RMS systems. A momentous task that was done within a year. And it couldn't have been done with a lot of unsung heroes, Millie being one of them. So I think supervisors appreciate Millie. I know management appreciates Millie and Jessica, her supervisor, because we can ask for this data and get it together. I know our public records regulars appreciate Millie and the rest of the crew downstairs when they're generating those public records. But we cannot stress enough how perfect our record system works because of people like Millie. Congratulations on behalf of us from the entire department, Millie. You're well deserved.
We'll take a quick photo for each one of them, but I just want to mention, you know, when we recognize police and firefighters and general employees, especially when the police, it's always the police officers. And again, I think this is important what we're doing here today for the last 2 months, because it shows that it's a team effort, that it takes many different pieces of a puzzle to bring everything together. And there's a lot of unsung heroes, like I mentioned before, when we were talking about the environment with Solange and Matt and the entire team. You know, your hard work is what allows us to keep this city the safest city in Miami-Dade County. Again, the police officers are the face, the chief is the face, the manager is the face of the city outside of the commission. But at the end of the day, things don't get accomplished without your hard work, both of your hard work. So I want to congratulate you, and I want to thank the officers for not making it just about themselves, for making it about the people who are able to really get into the nitty-gritty and address these issues, especially when you're dealing with families that, like you said before, that have unsolved cases or things that for months, if not years, haven't been resolved. You know, it's your hard work, your diligence, your follow-through, working hand in hand with the police officers to make sure that this happens. So I just want you to know from the commission, from myself, from my office, I can't thank you enough for your commitment to the city. It means a lot. And being here 17 years, and your promotion, how many years you've been here, Mr. Pozo? 3.5. 3.5. So you're a little bit on the different ends of the careers, you know, which are both incredibly important. You know, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you on behalf of the entire city for your hard work. And this is something different that I've seen in the last 12 years since I've been here, because we're always honoring the police officers. You know, an amazing catch, you know, something that has been unsolved for such a long time. But to be able to have 2 back-to-back employees who are behind the hard work of the police officers, your job is just as important as the people wearing the badge. So I want to say thank you for that. Thank you. Almost fell off. Moving on to item A6. Congratulations to Thomas Prieto, Public Works, the recipient of the Employee of the Month Award for April 2025. Madam Vice Mayor, will you take the lead 1 second?
Hello again. I'd like to present Tomas Prieto from the Public Works Department. He's our Employee of the Month for April. Tomas works in the
We
general...
have to wait for all the police to leave.
Start over.
Yeah, let's just wait. You know, they're a noisy bunch. And you know, these Employee of the Month things come around only like once in a career, so it deserves some dignified time. All right, now that the children have quieted down.
For the month of April, I present you Tomas Prieto. Tomas is a 9-year veteran from the Public Works Department. He works as a foreman within the General Services Department, so he's the fixer of all the facilities, all the things that break. He's in charge of making sure it gets fixed. So I'd like to call up his supervisor, Ralph, and Hermes Diaz, so they can help present him. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. It's a pleasure to be here today to recognize Tomas Prieto as Employee of the Month, representing Public Works Facilities Division. We honor a person whose unwavering commitment and dedication have made a significant difference in the city. Tomas Prieto has shown us the hard work, commitment, and passion can make a real difference. This Employee of the Month award is a small token of our appreciation for his remarkable service. Tomas Prieto is a foreman in our division, but he is also a mentor, a leader, a family man, and a grandfather of 2 beautiful girls. And he takes all his roles very seriously. I see every day how he leads by example and will never ask any of his teammates to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. Tomas has many impressive qualities, but for me personally, he is compassionate, honest, and unselfish. Tomas always thinks about others and positive outcomes and never himself. But Tomas, today we honor you. Congratulations.
When I found out that Tomas was going to be the Employee Month, I couldn't be happier. Tomas is a tireless worker. He's a gentleman. He's dependable, and as many around the city will know, if you have a problem that needs to get fixed, Tomas is the one to call. So I am very proud for you, and actually for us, because you are a reflection of Public Works, and I'm so happy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's kind of nerve-wracking, but I'm going to do my best.
You got this.
My name is Tomas Prieto. I've been a City of Coral Gables employee for the past 9.5 years as a carpenter. For your past 3.5 years, I'm your Public Works General Service Foreman. Being selected the Employee of the Month was a big surprise. When I returned from vacation, my supervisors and my workers told me the news. This is an honor and a privilege to be nominated Employee of the Month. I don't know who to thank for this nomination. All I can say is thank you. Special thanks to all my co-workers and, of course, my supervisors, Eric Lopez and Ralph Rodriguez. It is an honor to be recognized like this. I will continue to do my part to keeping Coral Gables City beautiful. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that because of you and your team and all working together, we get the praise and the glory when people thank us for all the wonderful way that we take care of our facilities in this city and the quick response times that you all have. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. And thanks to all of them, of course. Thank you.
So we're ready for the photo. Mayor, you're back just in time.
Thank you very much. Take a photo. Come on.
Yes.
last but not least, congratulations to the City of Coral Gables for obtaining the Intelligent Community Certification. Sir, good to see you. Matt Belkis, always a pleasure. The dynamic trifecta here.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. So our city received this prestigious certification from the Intelligent Community Forum, a global organization headquartered in New York City and also Canada and Australia. For over 20 years, the ICF has had an awards and certification program. They were founded by heads of industry in telecommunications. So initially it was about broadband adoption, about digital inclusion and innovation, but they have expanded. Now they also look at citizen engagement, at sustainability and economic development and tech skills and workforce development. So over 3 years, our city has been benchmarked every year. The Innovation and Technology Department has partnered with Economic Development and Sustainability to go through that process. Thorough interviews, audits, reviews. So we have received 5 awards in their global summits in Taiwan, in Barcelona, in Madrid, in Ontario, and also in New York City. So 5 awards, and the end of the process is that we were fully certified as an intelligent community. Only the second city in the United States that have received this certification. So we were evaluated in 6 dimensions. Connectivity and broadband, we got 92 over 100. In tech, knowledge, and workforce, we got 81 over 100. In innovation, we got 98 over 100. In digital inclusion, we had full 100 over 100. In sustainability, we received 99 over 100. And in community engagement, 100 over 100. So we were very, very well assessed. And I'm going to pass it to my colleagues also for the words.
I just want to thank Raimundo, obviously, because this is an effort that he spearheaded. He gave us a lot of work to do, imagine audits. I mean, but honestly, it's paid off, and this is something that we can use in order to bring more businesses into the city.
Yeah, and I'll just say all credit goes to Raimundo and his amazing team back there. It's an honor to be a part of this and really shows how all of our different responsibilities really do correlate with one another, like sustainability supporting IT and vice versa, and economic development. So it's all about collaboration, and it's an honor to be a part of this and be certified.
I will have the opportunity later at item H3 to present an update on our broadband project. So I would like to give kudos to our IT team that has worked so hard over the years to build the infrastructure, and now is a big part of what we have been recognized today. So also kudos to my team there.
If I may, Mr. Manager, if we could, can we get a photo of the entire team that was involved in this? And then what I would like to do, if the commission is willing and approves, is I would like to send out an email to the community talking about, achieving this award, being only the second city in the country to be able to do this. And I'd like to highlight the staff that got this accomplished, because this is a big, big accomplishment. And I think that people really need to understand the amount of work that goes into getting an achievement of this magnitude. And if you would be interested in doing that, maybe when Martha is back,
Of course, Mayor.
We can work on as a team to really highlight this and showcase this accomplishment. Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to echo what the mayor just said, and I am overwhelmed with gratitude and pride of what you've accomplished, all 3 of you and your teams, because as the mayor just said, second city in the United States. So we're known for 100 years as being the city beautiful, but now we can also say we're the city smart.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very, very proud of you and your teams. This, as you said, is something that's worthy of recognition, amplification, and let our residents know what an amazing job and what amazing accomplishments this is.
And I'm going to tell you one thing, too, why it's important. So Belkis and I had a meeting this morning, along with the ACM, who I think is behind Raimundo. I'm not sure if she's sitting there or not. She was just there, Carolina Bester. We had a meeting early this morning before the commission meeting to talk about the opportunities, what we're working on in regards to permitting, and what we're rolling out in the next 6 months to really change how, not only how we do business, but we're going to be the envy of every community, both in the residential and in the business side. But this is an example of a tool that we can use to attract businesses. And why do I bring that up? I don't want to give the names out, but right now we are courting 2 massive, significant companies that in the next week and a half will be deciding. We've written them letters on behalf of the mayor's office. We've met with them. We've had conversations with them to make sure that we can showcase what the city does, just like we did with Ryder, just like we did with Apple, and just like we did with FIFA. But these two companies are in the same vein, the same magnitude of companies that are now going to be leaving another important city to join the city of Coral Gables. Why? Why are they coming here? Because of the work that you guys are doing. The work that we're doing with technology, sustainability, the trolley system, public safety. We now have police in the downtown. That wasn't something that happened 5 years ago. You know, our incredible transportation system, the cleanliness of our downtown. All the things that we're doing come together, they converge together to deliver a platform and a location where we're the envy of every community in South Florida, potentially the state of Florida, not the country. So this is something that I want to showcase. I want to showcase on our website. I want to showcase it to the residents so they understand what we're doing, because this is a testament to the hard work of the city employees, the leadership of the city employees, through the manager's office, and things that we've been doing here which set us apart from every other municipality.
Through the mayor.
Mr. Manager.
May I say something, Mayor? It's amazing the size of the city and the fact that we're the second city in the United States to have this kind of honor. We're a small city, but we work with a very large city sophistication. And so we provide really the best of both worlds. We provide a small city with all that benefit, but we also provide a city with a smart city like this, with something way beyond what a normal city like this would provide as the second city in the country compared to some of the other much larger cities. So I think we have a lot to offer. I agree with you, Mayor, 100%. We would like to have our communications department really put this out.
It's a huge win. Madam Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just, I think it also highlights the, intellect of the individuals working for our city, the quality of the people that we've been able to attract, and it always takes a good leader. And Raimundo, thank you very much for being such a wonderful leader for the entire department and our city as well, because you touch every department in the city, from fire to police, and every other department in there cannot function without what you do to make it all work. Thank you.
Raimundo, are we missing anybody from that was part of your department that should be here? Is there anybody?
When the entire department was involved in the infrastructure, I have here network manager Gisela Rodriguez, senior network analyst Paulson Jean, senior network analyst Efrain Fleites, senior systems analyst Alex Gamundi. They were integral part of this project, but also the entire team. Our senior project manager, Lemay Ramos, responsible for managing the portfolio of projects that we have presented.
The reason why I asked that is because I want to take a picture with the entire team. So if we can, I'd like to put this on the agenda, Mr. Manager, just for a photo op, and bring all the employees of your department here. And I think it's important to wait a month to send this out, because look what we had with the police. We had two individuals that are in very obscure departments. The police are the ones that always get the credit, that received, recognition. And I think it's important that we recognize the employees who are, again, working hard every single day to make these achievements possible. So, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Manager, on the next commission meeting, I'd like for Raimundo's team to be here, the entire department. We can take it first item, and just take a quick group photo, so that then we can send out an email, really advertising, this amazing success.
One final comment, with your permission, and the heads and the founders of the Intelligent Community Forum and heads of industry and the satellite industry, they want to hold one of the next global events that they do of the ICF in Coral Gables.
It's amazing.
They want to highlight our organization. The last one was in Madrid, in Barcelona, in Taiwan, in Ontario, and New York City. Then one of the next one, because the next one is in Vietnam, and they have other places. But they want to come here. I would like to ask for the permission to help to organize that event and bring that.
That's me as the manager, but I don't see why not. I mean, look what's happening in South Florida next year, okay? You have the 2026 World Cup. You have the G20 that's coming here, okay? Again, this is just another feather in our cap of what's happening here in South Florida and how this community, Miami-Dade County, is leading. And it's about time that we receive real recognition for the efforts of yourselves and all the employees here. So at the next commission meeting, I'd like to have your entire team, make sure that everybody can be here, please. Obviously if somebody's sick, I understand, but try to make sure everybody's here, because the whole intent of waiting a month is to get, from the person who played an hour role into it to the person who came up with the idea of appliance, everybody should be recognized, okay? So we won't take a picture today, we'll take a picture next month, okay? Thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Clerk, B1 is regular city commission meeting, May 20, 2025. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker this morning is Mr. Tom Wells.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Tom Wells. I live at 1310 Coral Way and reside in the city for the last 32 years. I'm disappointed with Mayor Lago, Vice Mayor Anderson, and Commissioner Lara not following the rule of law and not allowing our residents to vote on charter amendments as to changing our April voting date. This is illegal action that wastes the city's time and money. This voting package is reducing the term of 2 commissioners who sometimes vote against this pact, and also reducing the mayor's own term by 5 months so he can serve almost 10 years as mayor, circumventing the 8-year charter term limit. If this voting pact cared about residents and the rule of law, they would let us vote on this charter amendment and make our city different from the city of Miami. At the May 20 commission meeting, I gave you a legal memo as the rule of law. The commissioner's term can only be shortened by resident vote based on Florida Supreme Court cases from 1931 and 1970. To be fiscally responsible as the fiduciary of our money, you should either request an attorney general opinion or let the residents vote on this issue. You ignored my advice. On June 11th, the Florida Attorney General issued AGO 2025-01, providing the municipal charter in Miami-Dade County can only be changed by resident vote due to the Miami-Dade Home Rule Amendment. You ignored that advice. On June 25th, the Attorney General issued a letter to the city of Miami because it is also trying to change its election date via ordinance, warning Miami of an impending litigation due to its illegal action. You ignored that advice. Governor DeSantis stated there is no authority for the city of Miami to change its election date via ordinance. By ignoring the governor's advice, you expose our funding requests to his veto power. The Miami-Dade Charter states that our charter can only be amended exclusively by voters. It's been part of the Florida Constitution since 1885. A Constitution charter cannot be changed by statutes or ordinances, only by voters. This is a rule of law per a 1999 3rd DCA case from Judge Cope, another Coral Gables resident. AG opinions before 2025-01 do not involve Miami-Dade City, do not address the Home Rule Amendment. Please stop this illegal power grab that wastes time and money and let residents vote on charter amendments as required by Florida law. In conclusion, if you persist with this action, it will go to litigation. We will lose in litigation after lots of expenses, and you look for a scapegoat. And if you blame the city attorney, it's not her fault. But if we replace her, I would prefer that we replace her with an independent search committee. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, 2 things of correction or clarification, more like it. Do you consider this an illegal act?
Mayor, first of all, we're still in the public
I
comment
understand,
period.
but I just want to be very clear. It's fresh, so I want to be very clear.
So the commission already acted, Mayor. The ordinance was already adopted, and it was, approved as to form and legal sufficiency.
Okay. And we're not the first city to do this, correct?
No, we are not.
In Miami-Dade County, correct?
There is another city in Miami-Dade County that are.
And there was never an issue with the governor then, correct?
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
sir.
And I'd also like to clarify one item. If I'm losing 5 months, how am I extending my term to 10 years?
I don't know, sir. That
I
was
don't know
something
either.
that-
Moving on.
Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. We always brag about the fact that our city is different than everyone else's. We do not have scandals. At the last commission meeting, Commissioner Castro proposed that something be added to the HR manual about personal relationship between employees. Another commissioner then asked the city attorney and city manager if they knew of anything happening that would justify the proposal. Both of you answered no. I couldn't believe that neither of you was aware of what has been discussed around the city, in City Hall, in the media, and in other social gatherings. We brag about being transparent, but the fact is that our city is known for covering up. I put together some information that I request to be put in the minutes. They are only examples of some of the incidents that have happened in the city and have been the talk of the town. I called the report, and you all will be getting one, CG Confidential. And this is the disclaimer. These facts may sound familiar. They have been widely circulated and reported by the press and social media. If they remind you of someone you know, that's probably just a coincidence. Or is it? What about a Parks and Recreation van being used to transport city guests to Alley Cat, a local strip club? What about a finance employee depositing city checks into her own personal account? What about a city manager having an affair with the city mayor's secretary? A city mayor hiring his BFF so they could go to lunch together? A city director and a city manager using city vendors and employees to do work at their personal properties at city expense? A city employee stealing $100,000 from the city by paying ghost employees and other schemes? A city manager and other employees using city credit cards for personal purchases? A city employee using a P card to buy personal items, including pots and pans with the city director's approval? A city mayor having an affair with a subordinate? A city employee complaining about sexual harassment and, to make the issue go away, getting transferred or provided a job into a neighboring city? I'm giving the city clerk a copy of this information and request to be added to the minutes. I'm also providing a copy for every one of you.
Robert Ruano.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruano.
My minutes are not in there. Please give it to them.
I will.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's hard to follow that. Mr. Robert Ruano, 1544 Mercia Avenue. I'm here today to talk to you about a topic that pains me to talk about more and more. But before I do, well, I was going to have something in writing, and then my laptop didn't work this morning, so that's what you got. So, but I would like the clerk. Okay, can you show a little video, quick? I'd like to show you something. This is from Saturday. This is the corner of my house on Red and Mercia. See the little curb there? The car went over the curb, went about 100 feet, a little over 100 feet. Totally took out 2 palm trees, like they're completely snapped, a pole, and stopped because the wooden pole there that was by my neighbor's house. Thankfully, can you pause it right there? There you go. Thankfully, the house next to it, or on the other side, Isabel, who has 2 little girls, were not walking on there going to the canal, or the neighbor on this side who has a 5-year-old girl and a new baby. And I bring this to you because you're about to do something terrible on the other side. Commissioner Lara, you didn't get a chance to see this, but could you bring up the other slide, please? And the other slide. And Mr. Iglesias, I don't think you were here either. This is that one. This is option 3 modified. Okay. Hold on. Okay, this is option 3 modified. In October, this commission voted on the sidewalks on Alhambra to not go forward with the sidewalks against the road like the mayor has been pushing, and like it has on Santa Mauro across the street from his house. And they did this, and I sat with Commissioner Castro. Thank you for going a little bit higher, a little bit closer. And I sat with Commissioner Castro and Public Works Director, and I think an Assistant City Manager, and came up with a modified option 3 that would protect most of the trees. As you can see, most of the trees are still there as you go through, and it sometimes goes out into the street to protect trees. And the commission was supposed to see this in March and vote on it. They decided not to. What happened was, Mayor came back, as you saw last time, and kind of steamrolled it. You can turn that off and changed it back. You can turn that off for a second, please. And so I will implore you, you are about to make a serious mistake by putting a sidewalk, a curbed sidewalk. And I will just finish. And by the way, I kind of did your job for you. I sent to 1,500 feet within the project site, I sent to my neighbors.
Mr. Rubano, would you be kind enough? You've already gone over 20 seconds.
No, actually, we weren't, because we were in the middle of all this stuff, remember? Okay,
please.
We got all this. I sent it for you. You're already getting emails, letters. This is not over, Mayor.
Thank you, my friend.
And it's not a done deal. I'll give this to the clerk.
Thank you.
Samuel Lawson.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Bear with me, I have a few scrambled notes here. I didn't have as much time to prepare as I'd like to, but I'll try to get to the point that I think is probably on a lot of people's minds. But before I do, I would like to congratulate...
Sir, sorry, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Samuel Lawson, 450 Camilo Avenue, Coral Gables. I haven't been here in quite a while, maybe 18 months or so, so I'd like to first congratulate the mayor, the vice mayor, and Commissioner Lara on your incredible victories. I think the people were quite vocal in the margins by which they elected you. And then second, I would like to address the mayor and the city manager. You two specifically were put through incredible public humiliation at the hands of a rogue commission. You didn't deserve it. You're men of great honor and integrity. You've both fought for this city, given up much of your personal self in a variety of ways, and you did not deserve to be treated like that. And the entire city of Coral Gables understood that, and they showed up to vote, knowing, Mr. Iglesias, that one of the platform policies, let's say, that these commissioners were running on was their support of you. So the city resoundingly supported you coming back. And so Mayor Lago and City Manager Iglesias, I want to personally thank you for not giving up when you were being humiliated or attempted to be humiliated, because your character never allowed yourself to be humiliated. So you didn't deserve that. And I'm grateful for you fighting and staying here to be endorsed and voted in by the public. So what I'm here today to talk about is an article that was published in the last week, I think it was, by a local author. Don't know who he is or she is. They're an anonymous person. They run a periodical called Aesop's Gables. And there were some incredible allegations made that seem to have had quite a bit of evidence that would pretty simply and straightforwardly make those allegations pretty self-evident. But I just want to run through a few things so that we have tabled here what my request is going to be before the commission. So there was an accusation and I don't need to beat around the bush because it was directed at Mr. Ariel Fernandez, of number one, deceptive conduct, that a sitting commissioner operated under fake identities and used a fictitious organization to covertly collect residents' political opinions.
Mr. Lawson, if you could, please bring it in for landing. You only have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I would just urge you to let me speak a little bit longer because I haven't been here in quite a long time.
If I don't give it to anybody else, I gotta be fair to everybody else.
Okay. There have been serious allegations. I urge all of you who are here in this room to read Aesop's Gables' most recent article. The allegations suggest that a sitting commissioner defrauded basically the entire city of Coral Gables by, in a felonious act, collecting public information and using it in an incredulous way. So what I'm asking for today is that Mr. Fernandez, who has called in sick today to not face, I'm sure, what's going to be other people confronting this issue, to step down. And second, I would like to ask that the commission take a vote, if Mr. Fernandez does not step down, to look into and to remove this commissioner. I know that 3 of the 4 of you have continuously voted in support of things in terms of the city, and now the city needs for you to defend them.
Thank you very much.
So that puts eyes on you, Commissioner Castro, to see where you would likely vote on something like this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And by the way, in terms of Mr. Wells' comment, I would like to add, and I'm sorry to be out of order, okay? But
I'm asking you to please sit down.
the city is very much in favor of moving the elections. So even though you may be operating by the letter of the law, you're certainly not operating by the spirit of
Thank
what's
you very
happening.
much. Mr. Clerk?
Sorry for the out of
Next
order.
speaker.
For the record, it was a minute 50 over. You should be fair, Mr. Mayor.
He tried.
Gonzalo Sanabria.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Good morning.
Gonzalo Sanabria, 944 San Pedro Avenue, in beautiful Gables by the Sea. And it's such a refreshing sight as I look here at the people on the dais to see Peter Iglesias reinstated to his post. Every time I was here in the past and I saw an unqualified city manager that was costing us a horrendous $1,000 a day because of an ambush hire spearheaded by Commissioner Ariel Fernandez. And that was a gross misjudgment of what this city needs. So it revealed itself in what Mr. Fernandez really is. He is all for himself. Now I'll read some further details that MailChimp and People Count USA could be tied to some operations held by a sitting commissioner. And I'll tell you what, colleagues of the commissioner, you should really put in the effort to investigate this to make sure that that's not the case. If it is the case, you need to come through with it, and it's upon you to make sure that this is a clean situation and not a verified situation. If it's a verified situation, it needs to be investigated. I urge you, all of you left here on the dais and commissioners, to vote on a resolution today to investigate these allegations, preposterous allegations made in the ASAP article, because if it has teeth, it's a discredit to the commission. It's a discredit to the city. This is not a banana republic. This is a city of Coral Gables. We are a preeminent city, not just in the state, but in the nation. And we cannot be besmirched by the activities of one individual who is all for himself. Please pass a resolution to further look into these allegations, which may have some merit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vivian Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Hi, Vivian Gonzalez. I'm not a Coral Gables resident. I live at 6601 Southwest 160th Court, Apartment 108, Miami, Florida 33173. I'm here on behalf of Greater Miami Youth Symphony. I'm the executive director, and Greater Miami Youth Symphony was founded in Coral Gables, and sorry, I'm short, 1958. I just wanted to thank you all for the continuous support of the Coral Gables Cultural Grant and the development this year of the Youth Arts category, which helps funds organizations like Greater Miami Symphony that have full season youth community youth music education in Coral Gables, which includes our weekly large ensemble and beginning classes at University of Miami, Frost School of Music, as well as our performances there from late August all the way through early May. We bring approximately 400 students from across Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach to Coral Gables every week during that time. So thank you for your support. And quickly, thank you to Catherine Cathers and the cultural arts staff and the esteemed panel that did such a great job going through all the applications. So I just wanted to say thank you, because in a time when funding is really difficult for our youth arts programs, it really encourages us to continue to have programming in your city. I was a student of Greater Miami Youth Symphony in the 1980s, and it was the first time I came to Coral Gables. I grew up in North Miami Beach, and I had never seen a place so beautiful ever. The trees, the houses, the University of Miami campus, and it's really our goal to give that to all of our students who come to our program, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead and go to Zoom next. First speaker on Zoom is Manny Portuondo.
Yes, sir, Mr. Portuondo.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Manny Portuondo. I live at 820 Geronimo Drive in Coral Gables, and I'm speaking on behalf of 723 petition supporters that have said no to low bridges on the Coral Gables waterway. I understand that you guys will be talking about this later today. Unfortunately, I won't be available later today, so I wanted to take the opportunity to speak to you, hopefully, one last time. As we've mentioned before, we think the underline is a great addition to our city. However, we don't believe Miami-Dade County nor the underline has fully considered the impact that their bridge will have on the navigability, safety, and future sea level rise of the Coral Gables waterway. We are homeowners on the waterway, users of the waterway. We care deeply about the waterway. My understanding is that the proposed bridge has had some redesign that makes it 3 feet higher now than the US 1 bridge, which is progress, but it's not enough. During the past couple of months, we decided to engage an architect to take a look at the bridge design, and the architect designed a new bridge that raises the underlying bridge by an additional 3 feet without changing either the slope of the bridge or the bridge itself. It's really just an engineering design change that takes into account a very well-known engineering technique called upturn beams, which wraps the beams going up versus going down. And by doing so, we gain 3 feet of clearance, which is very important if you want to navigate the waterway. I think Commissioners, you guys have this bridge design. It was sent to you this week. I know I've spoken to many of you, and I really urge you to advocate for this higher bridge design. You know, these bridges are 20-year plus structures. Let's build it right the first time so we don't have to move them again in the future. And in addition to that, I urge you to request from Miami-Dade some language, legal language in any agreement that the city were to agree to with Miami-Dade that would require Miami-Dade to bring up the height of the bridge to any future height that would be higher than the U.S. 1 bridge or Ponce Bridge at the time that that were to be changed. Thank you, and I appreciate the time today.
Mr. Portuondo, thank you very much.
Okay, next speaker, Mr. Mayor. I only have a first name. I don't show a last name. It's Alicia. If she could please unmute and state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Alicia Fernandez. I live at 6000 Granada Boulevard, Coral Gables, Florida. I've been a resident in Coral Gables for 60 years, living presently at this address for 40 years. And I have two issues I wanted to speak about. I was trying to be there today, but it was impossible for me to go. One is about Ariel and the ASAP article that came out. And I see he's not there, so I really cannot speak directly to him, but I'm sure he's watching on Zoom or whatever, and he will hear this comment. So I'm speaking first to Ariel, then to Melissa. Ariel, you campaigned on transparency. Meanwhile, in the background, you're guilty of breaking Florida statutes and being a proven liar. This is called corruption. This is what you brought to the city of Coral Gables. We, the residents, do not trust you, plain and simple. This is not the first time I have called for your resignation, the first time being in April at the commission meeting when you wanted to fire City Manager Iglesias for your own personal reasons. Today, for the second time, I'm asking you resign now or run the risk of being removed, which you should be removed if you don't resign, because you brought on the corruption. Now I'm speaking to Melissa, Commissioner Melissa. Richard Lara won by a very healthy percentage in the April 8th election. His platform included moving elections to November, as well as repealing the salary increases you gave yourselves without resident input. Commissioner Lara won because people agreed with his platform. The will of the people was to rescind the salary increase. This was passed by this commission in the May special meeting. Remaining was moving the elections to November, which also passed by this commission in May. Why you found it necessary to align yourself with what's happening at the city of Miami shows that you've got an agenda. It is embarrassing. The May meeting held voting on these two items, and the decision was made by majority, and it reversed what the commission had passed without resident input in 2023. I'm sorry, I did not greet the mayor, vice mayor, commissioners, and glad to see City Manager Peter Iglesias back in Coral Gables. Congratulations, Mr. Iglesias.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then we will close the public comment. Moving on to the consent agenda.
Before the vote adopting the consent agenda is taken, is there anyone who wishes additional discussion or review of any item on the consent agenda? If not, may I have a motion, please?
I'll move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Moving on to item E1. Oh, excuse me, I apologize. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. Manager. Item H1 and H2. Let's see if we can hear those first.
H1 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFP 2025-004 School Zone Speed Detection System to Genoptic Smart Mobility Solutions LLC, the highest ranked responsible proposer, pursuant to Florida Statutes Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code, entitled Contract Award.
Good morning, Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. We're moving this recommendation forward for the purchase of this item for the police department. Do you have any questions for us?
I just have one quick question. Well, two, Chief, everything, you're happy with this contract? You see no issues? You're fine with it? Again, at the end of the day,
Yes, sir. Well,
your expertise.
I personally had a presentation from all the people before they even applied for the RFP went out. And I removed myself from it. The process was largely done through procurement, and this was the awarded contract. It was a very close competition, but I'm very comfortable with this provider and help keeping our streets safe. I believe this will be the best negotiated deal for the city of Coral Gables.
One last question. You're fine. This is a local company or is this out of state?
It's out of state. All of them were out of state. None of
All
them
of them
have.
out of state?
Yes.
Okay, and do they have any experience here locally? I want to make sure.
They do have experience in Florida as far as some of their companies and the contracts that they do have for this particular service. So yes.
And you know what question I'm going to ask you? I know
Do they have any litigation?
I know you've already looked at it. I want to ask for the record.
Yes, we run all of our litigation through the city attorney's office, and there's nothing that would prohibit them from moving forward in the process. So
Again, the reason why I ask that question always not because I doubt the procurement process, because at the end of the day, I think it's critically important to make sure that we always have that on the record. Always on the record, because we want to uphold the highest standard, the highest bar, and that's what the city of Coral Gables is known for. Do my colleagues have any other questions? Anything else they'd like to add? Vice Mayor?
I just want to ask, when is it planned to have them operational?
Well, once this is approved, we are actually going to start moving forward. After today, I haven't really entered into any talks with them about it, but I'm trying to get it done in the middle of the next school semester. We will focus immediately on Coral Gables High School. And again, I want to be very clear. What this does is it frees up some of our motorcycle units to go out, and deal with some of those other ancillary issues that we're going to have to deal with. We're still going to have units there. This is a speed camera situation. It is not for stopping, blocking the box, things like that. So we're still going to have to enforce that. And as this commission knows, in the off season, in the summer, we're working with Gables High to worry about pedestrian crossings, abuelos and abuelas queuing up too soon, and then dealing with the Italian Village area to make sure that things that the cameras can't help us with, we're going to have to be there. Again, this company is someone that's been in the business a long time, and they have been at our first conversation before it went into the RFP and we went into the cone of silence. I explained to them at the rate we were going to have to go as quickly as we can. I don't know if we'll get done in August with all the zones, but I do believe my target date is the middle of this upcoming school fall semester to be around all of the public schools here.
So I know this is not part of this issue, but while you're out there doing the enforcement, if we could get some feedback from the officers as to additional recommendations, do we need a no right-hand turn between certain hours or no left-hand turn between certain hours, things of that nature that our illustrious traffic engineers can address? Please bring those suggestions back.
Yes, we have been addressing the ones from the summer on the no left turns. We're going to be working with the school, with Coral Gables High School, to worry about the queuing and try and get that on campus. I know they switched the interior, but we'll be working with the school board, police, as well as the principal. They've been very open-minded about it, and then worrying about the students not obeying the walk, don't walk signs, which becomes another problem issue for us. Actually, our biggest citation issued around Gables High has been parents dropping off in the middle of the road. And several years ago, we had those signs installed. We're still going to have to work on that, and Major Boblitz and the Specialized Enforcement Division is addressing that as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Do not? Okay, close the public comment. I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to item H2.
H2 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to approve a contract modification to increase the spending authority on the NASPO Value Point Master Contract Agreement number 00318, Public Safety Communication Products, Services, and Solutions, in the estimated amount of $4,065,113.19 pursuant to Section 2-764B of the city's procurement code entitled Change Orders and Contract Modifications.
Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This was a contract that we accessed some time ago on behalf of the police department for them to buy equipment. So this is a modification to increase the spending authority on the contract so that they can make purchases for radios. So
Perfect. Anything else, Chief? Go to the order.
Yes, I mean, the $4 million is a total contract over 7 years. And looking at the radio matrix with finance as well as budget and the fire department, the police department is responsible for all radio communications throughout the city. The current radios that we're using, and we're talking just the portables, is something that we will be repurposing through all the other departments throughout the city. So we will keep those, and that radio shop will continue to do this. These numbers keep it within the matrix going forward. In negotiating with the company to put it forward, this is pretty much the state-of-the-art radio. So really, some of the safety features that it has are really insurmountable for officer safety issues, but also awareness for deployments. We've also factored in the fact that this brand of radio is used by the fire department since we went along with it. There is no major infrastructure changes to our radio system core, as we call it, and this will also be reimbursed somewhat by the University of Miami as we responsible for them. Their radios were purchased through this, so we will be reimbursed from the university for their costs into the radio matrix, and I believe it's just something that makes us a safer, easier way, and it does integrate with all of our other technologies, our CAD system, our RMS. This is really kind of state-of-the-art, looking forward down for the next 7 years, and the warranties all in are included for the 7 years life of the contract.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, I have a raised hand on Zoom. I'm not sure that this is the item that I want to speak on, however. Gentleman's name is Roland Rodriguez. I'll ask him to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Are you here to speak about item H1 or H2?
No, I am not. I'm here to speak on just public comment, and I apologize. I was having technical issues trying to get on.
Can you do me a favor? Can you wait 2 minutes when we finish this, and I'll make sure we hear you?
Sure, will do.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
So we have no public comment in regards to item H2?
No, sir.
Close the public comment. Can I have a motion a second before we have a?
Second.
All right. Any public comment, any discussion? Not public comment, excuse me. Any discussion amongst the commission?
Just a quick comment. I know there was an existing amount that we were spending, and there was a delta. City manager, I'd ask you to just fill in that piece of information.
Yes, Vice Mayor, if I may, if I'm through the mayor. This is part of our communications matrix, and this is a radio that has much more capacity than our current Harris radios. Our current Harris radios will be passed down to Public Works and so forth, and also is the same radio that the fire department is using with great success.
Okay. Well, thank you for bringing this to us.
All right. So we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before we move to item E1, Mr. Clerk, would you like to hear the individual who's waiting, but for some reason was not able to get through?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Roland Rodriguez will appear on Zoom. If you could please state his name and address for the record.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Roland Rodriguez. My address is 3310 Alhambra Circle. And speaking in behalf of our neighborhood and in reference to Mr. Robert Ruano's comments in reference to the sidewalks. First of all, he mentions he met with Commissioners Castro and Fernandez and provided other alternatives. I'd like to mention that neither one of these individuals is a professional engineer. And I think it has been very, very clear through the city staff and standards applicable that these are safe decisions and safe options that were provided to the public. He also showed a video. Unfortunately, there was an accident. But in the video, there actually was no curb. So the vehicle rode through the grass and thankfully no one was hurt. Again, this is a viable option. This has been vetted through the Public Works. As an engineer myself, I can tell you that it is a safe option. And we come to you as a neighbor, a homeowner, and it has gone up several times, and it's just continues to be delayed, which continues to be an actual safety issue and continuing to delay this item. Again, we find ourselves speaking on an item that has been voted upon several times, it has been vetted, has been proven to be shown safe, and Mr. Rana just continues to limit on the movement forward of this item based on a personal agenda that is actually not in the best interest of the neighborhood, but a personal agenda to himself. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, perfect. I apologize about that. Item E1.
Item E1 is an appeal to the Coral Gables City Commission from the decision of the Board of Architects Special Master Hearing held on Wednesday, June 4, 2025, which affirmed the decision of the Board of Architects denying the proposed garage door installation for the property located at 6901 Triunfo Street, legally described as Lot 16 and north half of Lot 15, Block 221, Coral Gables, Rivera, Section 13, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 28 at page 3013 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Mayor, if I may just give some background information. Yes. So this is a quasi-judicial item. Mayor and Commissioners, pursuant to Section 14-208.6 of the City Zoning Code, this appeal is based on the record of the hearing before the Board of Architects Special Master and shall not be a de novo hearing. What that means is that no new or additional testimony shall be taken. This is an appeal based only on the record. And as a reminder, your role in considering this appeal is 1, whether due process was afforded, 2, whether the essential requirements of law were met, and 3, whether the special master's decision was based on competent substantial evidence. The Commission's role is to determine whether the zoning code was followed and whether competent substantial evidence supported the decision of the special master. After the Commission's review, the City Commission has 4 options as provided in the zoning code. The Commission can affirm the decision of the special master. The Commission can affirm with conditions. The Commission can override the decision of the special master, or the Commission can remand for further proceedings to the special master. The Mayor, as Chair of the City Commission, with me as parliamentarian, has issued a procedural order that was provided in advance to the Commission and the parties. Pursuant to that procedural order, the appellant will be allowed 15 minutes for presentation, which shall be limited to the record before the special master. Next, the Assistant City Attorney, as counsel for the special master, and the City Architect will be allowed 15 minutes for presentations, also limited to the record below. Next, there will be time for questions by members of the City Commission to staff or the parties, and then public comment will be allowed, but will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Because the review of this appeal is not de novo, public comments shall not be considered testimony in this case. Finally, there will be time for additional questions and discussion by members of the City Commission. As a reminder, it's a quasi-judicial item, so any inadvertent ex parte communication should be disclosed.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you today. My name is Sergey Kotelnikov. My address is 6901 Triunfo Street, Coral Gables. And before I begin, I just want to say this is my first time in front of the Commission, and I really enjoyed the part that it started with, where you commended lots of good organizations and individuals serving the city, and I really appreciate you doing that. It was very uplifting and humbling. Now to the purpose of of me being here today. I'm going to start with the most important thing. The reason I'm here, and the reason I'm taking your time, and the reason I'm taking my time for this meeting, is because I purchased this property 10 years ago. Since then, me and my wife have been investing heavily, time, money, resources, in renovating this house, bit by bit, part by part, to make it modern, to make it safe, to also bring a lot of sustainability features to this property. We're talking about filters, sensors, materials, installation. Everything goes into a modern house that has a lot of sustainability features. So imagine that 10-year project, and what you're looking at now is a tail end of the 10-year project, the last part. And that's why I'm here. It's not about a one little project, it's about a 10-year project for me and my wife. So I guess what I would say next is, specifically, what is the project? The project is a garage. Garage is the last area of this house. The house was built in 1950s. The garage area was never renovated. You can imagine what that looks like after 70 years. And requires serious renovation. The project itself is very simple. It's very simple. It's 2 windows and a large, well, not large, but a hurricane-proof glass garage door. It's that simple. The Board of Architects denied my application for the glass garage door. And the reasoning for that, according to the board, was that the glass garage door does not fit the character of the house, simply put. So I want to make sure that the issue in front of you is very, very simple. I am not going to contend at this meeting that the glass garage door fits a 1950s Spanish-style house. Of course, there's some deviation from the original design when you put a modern feature like that. So you do not have to worry about deciding whether or not it fits. The only question in front of you is if there are justifications and other extenuating circumstances that would permit an installment of a glass garage door in my case. And I believe there are strong reasons that there are such circumstances and that the Board of Architects was incorrect in making its decision. I'm going to start with, it's really 2 points that I'm going to bring to your attention, and hopefully you will agree with me. First, we've been here today hearing a lot about sustainability and energy efficiency, and I really appreciate what the city is doing regarding this matter. It's very important. But sustainability doesn't just come at a citywide scale, it also comes at the level of individual residents. The big reason why me and my wife are requesting this glass garage door is because the garage is very, very dark. And the most energy efficient way to bring light into it is not through artificial lighting, but through a glass garage door. The other thing I wanted to make sure is clear to the commissioners is, and I believe a city architect will confirm, there's nothing in the code that prohibits glass garage doors. They've been done before, they've been approved before. It's just a question of whether or not it fits the house. So going back to my point, sustainability is very important to me and my wife, and we would like to install this door as most energy efficient way to accomplish our goal in renovating the garage area. There are 2 houses next to me within 200 yards, and they're in the record in the record of the special meeting, that have solar panels installed on the roof that are clearly visible from the outside. I fully support solar panels. I think we should do more of that on residential properties. But my point to you, commissioners, is that that's just another feature we in the city allow, even though it represents a minor deviation from the character of the house. We do allow it because we understand that solar panels is a good thing for the environment, it's a good thing for our city and for our priorities. Same thing here with the glass garage door. Yes, it is a minor deviation from the appearance of the house, but it is a justified deviation. It's a deviation in good cause to save a lot of electricity and to promote energy efficiency in our city. So if the Board of Architects allows something as simple as solar panels in nearby properties, I think it's inconsistent for them to disallow a glass garage door. In both cases, they're deviating and departing from the aesthetics of the house, but for good reason. And we should encourage that, not reject it. That's point number 1. Point number 2. There's a property nearby at the 6910 Leonardo Street. And as you may know, the area is right next to Sunset School. It's the entire community was built around 1950s, very similar style houses, Spanish style houses. This particular property is built right in the middle of that neighborhood. It's a large, angular, modern design house. It clearly doesn't fit within the community. Now, I don't object to the house itself. Each resident is entitled to their choices. But I think what is indisputable is that the Board of Architects did approve a property right in the middle of other houses that just does not fit the character of the neighborhood at all. It doesn't fit. When I asked Mr. Riesco, the city architect, about this, he said, I'm going to quote from the script, he said, "It's something the board experiments with on a weekly basis. They do allow architects to come with modern language, with different ideas, with transitional elements." So the Board of Architects does experiment. It does allow from time to time modern elements that don't fit within the character of the neighborhood. I don't understand why one resident, when they come to the Board of Architects, receives this authority to experiment and another architect does not. I think in our city, the design review standards should apply to everybody the same. I'm the resident who's been there for 10 years. I deserve the same treatment as that other resident who is there, I don't know for how many years. It's really that simple. Again, I'm not complaining about that resident's choice of architecture. I just want to receive the same treatment. Lastly, I want to mention and preview for you, because I know Mr. Riesco is going to be here in a minute presenting his arguments, and it might as well, I think it will speed up the process if I address them in advance. One of his arguments was, well, look, this is a garage. You really need to, worry about the garage. It's, and you have 2 windows. Why aren't 2 windows enough for you? Do you really need garage that well lit? In my view, that is not a relevant point to consider when a resident comes for an improvement of the property. We all deserve to live in comfortable, safe, well-lit spaces. And to say that, okay, this much light is enough for you and this much is too much, I think it's not a consideration that the board should, in fairness, take into equation when making these determinations. His other argument was, and this is the one concession that the board was willing to give me, is why don't we put one panel at the top of the garage area that goes horizontal that will be made of glass. Everything else would be made of regular material, which I guess the board allowed in the past. My response to that is same as to the arguments regarding the windows. One panel is great, but 3 panels is what really the space needs, because it's really, really dark. And all I'm trying to do is to bring this garage area to the same standard of comfort and illumination as the rest of the house. And so I think, while I appreciate Mr. Riesco's concession and his collaborative spirit in this process, I think that's just not enough. So for those reasons, I request that you approve my proposal or reverse the decision of the board, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Staff? Mr. City Architect, Mr. City Attorney, please join us. Thank you for being here. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Assistant City Attorney Gus Ceballos. Joining me here is Juan Riesco, the City Architect. I'm going to go ahead and let him present the city's case and give you a procedural history of how we got to today.
Good morning, everyone. Juan Riesco, City Architect. This appeal is for the replacement of an existing garage door and the addition of 2 windows in the garage space. The project was applied for on July 12th, 2024. It's located at 6901 Triunfal Street. It's BLDR 2407-5826. The application was reviewed initially by staff and was disapproved. And the comments provided to the applicant were that the proposed garage door with all glass is not appropriate for the neighborhood or the style of the existing residence. Staff also recommended using glass along the top portion of the door to provide the daylighting in the garage space that the applicant is requesting. The applicant did not agree with that disposition. We had discussions, and the applicant requested reconsideration at the board level. The applicant submitted and was reviewed on August 8th by 2 panels of architects, and they actually approved the application with the condition of providing glass only along the top of the door, again, to provide the applicant with his request for natural daylight. The applicant did not agree with that disposition from the board level and requested an appeal. The appeal was applied for August 16th. We had a conflict resolution meeting on August 28th with the applicant, city attorney, and myself to try to discuss solutions for the project. And what I discovered at that conflict resolution meeting was the fact that the application was approved as noted, could not proceed in an appeal process because the project has to be rejected in order to be appealed. So we explained that to the applicant. We gave him the information. He went away for a couple of months, came back on December 10th, 2024, and resubmitted the application, but submitted it for staff review instead of BOA review. So again, the recommendation was made, hey, you need to go back to BOA to get their formal disposition from them, since they're the ones that approved the project previously. And the applicant was looking for a rejection so he could appeal the process. The applicant submitted again in February and the same process, and then they finally submitted correctly for BOA review on April 3rd. The application was disapproved, or actually was rejected by the board at this time in accordance with the applicant's desires, so he could proceed with the appeal process. The process continued now at the appeal level, and we had the special master meeting on April 29th, and the special master rejected the appeal again based on the facts that were presented. And so from our perspective at city level and in summary, we've had reviews by staff, had reviews by myself, city architect, had reviews by the BOA, two different panels actually reviewed the project, and also reviewed by a special master, and the consistency of the dispositions have all been the same. Afford the applicant the ability to have the garage door with the glass along the top portion of the door, so he could meet his criteria for daylight, even though he's got windows that are also offering daylight into the space. And so we're here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the application or the procedure.
If I may.
Yes, sir.
So I believe the city attorney already kind of addressed this issue, but our position and really the posture that the commission is before is very finite, meaning you can't put yourselves in the shoes of the Board of Architects, whether you think it's an appropriate design, whether you think it adds to the value to the property, or whether it's in context with the neighborhood. That's really not before you today. So at the end of the day, reviewing the record, we believe the city that the special master's decision was grounded in competent substantial evidence contained in the official record. Nothing that was described today refutes that. The essential requirements of the law were followed. The special master's hearings followed all the proper procedures. There was afforded due process to all the parties involved, and the correct law was applied throughout the proceedings. And the decision was neither arbitrary nor capricious, but rather a reasoned determination consistent with the evidence and the applicable standards. The appellant mentioned extenuating circumstances, energy efficient, sustainability, solar panels. The city 100% supports all of these initiatives, but everything goes to the Board of Architects as a case-by-case basis. And in some situations, it meets the criteria, some situations it does not, but as you heard from the city architect, at multiple levels, this has been reviewed, and at no point did anybody think this was inappropriate for the house, for the neighborhood, for the context. There was also mention of 6910 Menardo and the previous approvals. Once again, that just goes back to the same point. The board reviews everything on a case-by-case basis. Just because something is approved next door or a block away or a mile away does not in any way create a precedent that the Board of Architects must follow. So for those reasons, we believe that the decision of the Board of Architects should be affirmed. But if you have any questions for staff or myself, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now I'd like to open it up to any questions by the members of the City Commission.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
The homeowner said that there was other glass doors that were approved.
We have approved glass doors on other houses that are more modern or contemporary in style. This is a 1950s ranch, and quite honestly, a full glass door on that particular style of home is not appropriate. And this is, again, consistent with the Board of Architects, myself, staff, special master. That's our contention. It's not that we're not allowing the glass door. It's just that we don't feel that in this particular case, and again, as discussed by the city attorney, the case-by-case basis is what we do. We zero in on his particular home and also his neighborhood to see how the character of that neighborhood affects the house, or vice versa. And it's our determination that this is not in compliance with the existing style.
So my second question, you probably just answered it now, but what was the criteria evaluated for you to say that it wasn't appropriate?
The applicant submitted photographs of the existing house so we could evaluate the design and the style of the home. The applicant submitted the NOAs, product approvals for the actual product that he wished to install. And based on a review of those two items, really, they dictate the decision-making process for us. The glass door is a very modern, high-end looking industrial door with very small frames, a lot of glass area, and that's not complementary to that, again, particular style of home from the 1950s. It's a whole different look. And so we didn't feel it was appropriate. But there are garage doors that have panels that also have glass inserts that we've deemed were applicable in this particular case, but of course, the applicant did not think those were to his liking, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. City Architect. Any other questions or statements?
A
Vice
few
Mayor?
questions. Now, I understand I cannot put myself in the shoes of the Board of Architects or the Special Master, and that other designs were considered. But procedurally, if this was sent back to the Special Master, and I know that during the Special Master process, other designs can be put forward, maybe with a beefier frame or more matte finish, more opaque glass. Procedurally, would this assist the homeowner more? Would it be faster? Would it
I'll
be
let the
cheaper?
city attorney advise on procedural issues.
I don't think it's a procedural question. Could the board remand it to the special master? They could.
They could, but rather than starting over, would it be more efficient and less costly and faster for this homeowner to go back to the special master and try to compromise on the design?
I think that's a question, it sounds like it's a question for the city architect and the property owner to see if there's something that they're willing to.
I guess to respond to your question, our position is steadfast. This door is not something that we feel is consistent with that style.
But that's not my question.
Okay, what is your question?
If the resident is willing to modify the door design, whatever it is, beefier frames, different color frame, more matte glass, et cetera, would it be beneficial for the resident, assuming, of course, he's willing to do that process?
Yeah, and again, in my opinion, I was under the understanding that the special master meeting is the decisive meeting, and the response there is.
So this commission can remand it back to the special master?
Okay.
With certain
So if it did go back
instructions.
to the special master, my recommendation from this point moving forward is that he would have to change the door type.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything available in what I saw in the NOA that is amenable towards something that would look more consistent with the house. It's just a very modern, high-end product that.
No, I understand. Now the
No matter
question
what you
goes
do
to the
to it.
resident, is that something you're willing to do?
I would love to if the Board of Architects would give me that opportunity. I'm open to whatever works as far as, so long as it's a glass garage door, whatever design the board would be comfortable with, I'm up for it.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, I just want to add one point. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, what you said here was the applicant was afforded multiple opportunities to tweak his design, and it wasn't that glass was not allowed on the garage door. It was just that a full garage door made out of glass was not allowed. And I have to be honest with you, I also stand with that. I think it would change the overall look of that home, and I don't think that, in my opinion, it would fit in to the neighborhood. I think that there can still be glass in a garage door that can be provided. I think a design can actually be, put together that is complemented, that still provides the illumination that you want in regards to the glass door, to the room. My house has solar. I know the Vice Mayor has solar. But we also had to abide. By certain criteria. And I'll give you another example. The wall on my backyard, because I live in a corner, I tried to make it out of picket. I went to see Ramon Trias, who was the then zoning director, and he told me, Commissioner, you're not allowed to do that. The code does not allow that because it requires, since you have a swimming pool and you're in a corner, that you have to have a solid concrete wall. The difference was close to $30,000 additional. So I had to abide by the code. If I would have gone by picket, it would have saved me a ton of money. And by the way, I planted a hedge in front of it, so it's not as if you could really see it anyways at the end of the day. What I'm asking you is if we can remand it back and have you work with, maybe it not be completely solid, but maybe we can come to an agreement where 50%, 40% of it can be glass, provide you with the necessary light that you need, that you're interested in achieving, and we can maybe meet in the middle. Because I think that saying the entire glass, you're not going to get my support on that. And I want to be very candid with you on that front. And I don't want to water down the code on that front, because then we'll start slowly slipping away in what makes a city, in my opinion, special. We have standards here that set us apart from every other community.
May I address that comment?
Yes, sir.
So two things. I'm open to further conversations with the board on the design. But from what I understand from the city architect is that he is not. He's saying, look, beyond the top panel, that's it. I don't know if I'm misunderstanding your position.
That's been the disposition from day one, that the top panel is acceptable in glass. It gives daylight to the room that he's requesting, yet it doesn't appear to be a full glass door. There's panels. It would be like maybe a 20% to 80% ratio of solid to glass.
Madam Vice Mayor, you had anything else before I turn over to Commissioner Lara?
I wish I had the option to go to glass when I put in my garage door. It wasn't even available then. So I understand the need for the light in the garage, especially when you have a hurricane and you have no power. The minimal lights, it's the amount of stuff we have stored in a garage. The effort here to send it back to the special master is to give you the opportunity to save time and money. Okay? You're going to have to compromise. And the best thing about compromise is both parties don't necessarily walk out happy, but it saves you time and it saves you money.
Right. I'm open to compromise, yes. It's just that I thought there was nothing further.
So, Mr. City Attorney.
So our only point is, I'll be honest, it seems like he wants to go back to the board because he's going to redesign this. If the new proposal, it will be a new proposal. I would recommend that the City Commission, our opinion would be that the City Commission should affirm the decision and let him reapply to the Board of Architects. He'd get another opportunity to submit a new design, and he'd go back to the Board of Architects. I believe if we're concerned is wasting time and money, I think going back to the Special Master would be that, because I still have not heard anything that meets the criteria for this appeal.
Can I address that?
If I may, just give 1 second. If we affirm and he goes back to the Board of Architecture, is there a cost associated with starting the process over again?
We have the ability to waive that if that's the
I would ask for that. I would ask for that if possible.
We have our process and our procedures in place, but if there's an exception that you want to grant.
But before we discuss, I want, out of respect for Commissioner Lara, he wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, well, thank you both parties for stating your positions. We sit here in this body in an incredibly limited role, right? This is de novo. No, this is not de novo, although sometimes it looks like it becomes de novo in the conversation as it unfolds. And my preference, but I haven't made a decision yet, but my preference would be to short circuit, save time and money by not bypassing remand to the master, because we were there, but we need a basis to go back if we're going to remand to the master. And if we're going to stick to a purely procedural review, limited to the record, the only thing I can think of to perhaps put a hook in here is that the city architect said that the position below was one panel of glass across the top was permissible. 3 panels was what the applicant requested. Is there something that I can be referred to that the architect and the master ultimately relied upon, that one panel is enough, 1 inch more than one panel would be too much, that you put a very bright line on only the top? Because what I'm wondering is whether that could be considered to be arbitrary, to say, I'm okay with 1 panel, but no more. Because what if it was 1 panel and a half? What if it was 2 panels? So with the lack of, and I'm not saying that there isn't, but for me, the record doesn't show clearly why 1 panel was the demarcation line. Therefore, we may be entering into the world of arbitrary, which would be a basis for me to consider taking it back to the master.
Can I respond to that?
Please.
So the way you got to think about it is a garage door is normally 7 to 8 foot tall. It's divided in panels, horizontal panels, because it's a roll-up door, so it has to be sectional. So the concept here is that the first 3 panels are solid and the 4th panel is glass. So 25% of the door is allowing you to have daylight. Now, you also need to understand something beyond what we've been discussing, which hasn't been addressed. A garage is a garage is a garage, okay? It is a place where you store a car, typically. It is not a usable space. It is not a functional space. It is not a space that's typically air-conditioned. Normally, again, according to our code, that is the definition of what a garage is. It's a place where you put a car. So the concept and the discussion about daylighting, I get it. I've been in many garages that are solid. You have to turn on a light to be able to work in there, to do stuff, to move around. This particular permit is allowing the applicant to have 25% glazing on the front garage door, which I think is a west exposure, if I remember correctly. So in late afternoons, the sun is going to be hitting that door and creating a heat gain. And normally, again, 90% of the garages are not air-conditioned in this community. Some new constructions and big houses that have high-end vehicles do air-condition, but normally it's not a typical scenario. The applicant has also requested windows on the north side of the house, which is great daylight because it's even distribution of light. You never get the glaring sun hitting your glass. So from that perspective, the recommendation from our level to him has been, if you're looking for daylight, put them on the north side of the house. That's the most consistent light, and that'll solve your issue with daylighting. And so those things have been discussed. This has been vetted. This has been going on for almost a year now. I've met with the applicant on multiple occasions. We've had discussions, and I've given him our opinion as number one as city architect, and also the opinion of the boards, now the opinion of the special masters, and I think we're all in agreement. And then the last thing I want to say is, again, going back to the point about the garage, you know, you're storing a car, and what do most people do? Most people use their garage to store other things besides the car, and the car sits outside, and the garage becomes a storage facility. So the concept of putting a glass door on a garage is almost counterintuitive from an architectural perspective, unless, again, there's a different scenario going on in that garage. So those are all the justifications and issues that we address when we review things. And that's kind of the position that we have. I don't mind meeting with the applicant again. We've met multiple times. We've spent a lot of the city's resources on this on multiple levels, not just mine. And again, if the will of the commission is for me to meet with him and try to resolve it again and come up with a different door, I'd be happy to introduce different products to him that I feel are more conducive to the style, that maybe have a little bit more glazing. But again, that's not something we want to perpetuate. It's not something that this city wants to move in that direction where we want to have glass doors on our garages, because 9 times out of 10, you're not going to want to see what's in the garage.
So if I may, what I recommend the commission do is they affirm and they request that the applicant meet with the city architect, waive the fee.
Absolutely.
For the gentleman to reapply, so that we can find some common ground to address his concern and maybe find a different application. I think that's the best thing moving forward. Madam Vice Mayor?
I'll move that.
May I make one more comment?
Give me one second. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We don't have a second. Okay. The motion dies. Here, I'll make the second for discussion purposes. Madam Vice Mayor, you're running this item.
So you're seconding the motion?
Yeah, I am.
Mayor? So you can second as chair.
Okay. So I think we have to come to a decision here. We got to come to a decision here because at the end of the day, I think that this is a very slippery slope.
No, it's not. I disagree, Mayor. I'm sorry.
I think it's a very slippery slope, in my opinion. I think that we have to be very thoughtful and be very careful in the process. And I think that this is an option that allows the gentleman to go back to staff, sit down. There's no cost. We're waiving the fees. I think that's a good gesture. And I think that we can find common ground. I think that if we start seeing a proliferation of garage doors 100% glass, you're going to see potentially a lot of things that are not within the code. What is that? You see it sometimes when you drive through the Gables. Person has their garage door open. It's habitable space. You didn't want to say it. I said it. And again, there's a lot of things that are happening again that are done outside the code. So I think we have to be very, very careful when we allow these type of uses, because again, what's next? You start seeing, well, if you allow that, then why don't you allow this? So I think that we have to. I think our standards in the city is what has made the city, again, the benchmark throughout South Florida, not the state of Florida.
Through the mayor,
Commissioner.
City Attorney, should this be decided as a remand to the special master, it remains non-presidential. Am I right? The decision reached ultimately by the special master, should it be different?
Correct. Each case, each Board of Architects application, each project is reviewed on a case-by-case basis in accordance with the design criteria and the standards.
Right, and in talking it through on the motion that we're discussing right now, I don't want to speak or go cross purposes against what we're all doing here, because I think I can sense from the will of the commission is that everybody wants to see if there is a Goldilocks solution to this, right? It doesn't sound to me like the parties, when they were running through the process, were yielding to perhaps a compromise. And we want to save time, money, and effort. And so whether it's a remand to the master or an affirmation and putting it through the process all over again, but with a waiver of the cost to help alleviate, the obstacles associated with such a thing, I'm kind of like on the 50-yard line there, because either one of those two may work for me. But I'm glad that you answered the question, because one of the concerns the mayor raised is like, are we heading down a slippery slope, or are we setting precedent? But my understanding, and to reiterate your answer, is that we do not set precedent by sending this back on a remand to the master any more than if we affirm and the process starts again. Am I right?
Correct.
Through the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if maybe cable TV can go ahead and put on the screen the picture where it shows the glass door. And I was wondering, is there an option that you were shopping for glass doors, for it to be matte, for it to be
Oh, it's not
shiny?
transparent. It's not.
No, but it's shiny, and
Oh.
it looks like a big overgrown glass door.
The problem is, you have to take the image from the website, right? And when you apply it, it doesn't come across correct. It's not supposed to be shiny. It's not going to be shiny. It's matte. It's very non-transparent, and in color will match the color of the house, almost, identically. It's impossible to show that in an image because they don't provide you the kind of the precise image that you actually will see on the street.
So
I'm sorry. So what I would be comfortable with is I will move to remand this back to the special master. I think that we can probably come up with a better solution.
I hope so, yeah.
So, through the mayor.
Yes.
We recently amended the special master procedure, and there's a threshold at which it has to go back to the Board of Architects based upon the assessment of our city architect and how much the
Sorry, Vice
If
Mayor.
it's materially.
yeah, if it's materially different. And one other point I wanted to add in the record is when you put the lights on at night, for any type of garage that has a glass door, and I've seen them, you see the images of what's in there. Opaque or not, you still see the images,
The silhouettes.
the
yeah.
silhouettes of what's in
Absolutely.
there. The bicycles, the tools, everything else. in there.
Even
So
with the opaque glass or the frosted glass.
even with frosted glass, bronze glass,
Yeah.
because I've seen them, but I've seen them usually on the side of a home, not the front of a home. So there's a distinction there with the difference. So going back to the special master procedure, and I'm going to ask the city architect to apprise the other commission members that weren't as involved and weren't on this dais at the time, what would be the criteria that you would use to determine whether or not a new drawing, a new proposal coming before a special master would have to be sent back to the Board of Architects anyway?
The criteria would be that he would go back and select an alternate product that.
I think the question is, the code provides that if the design of a project should change substantially, as determined by the city architect during the conflict resolution or special master hearing process, the Board of Architects shall be required to review the changes to the design. So I think her question is, at what point is it a substantially different design?
Again, that would be up to the applicant to see what he's resubmitting. I can't make that judgment until I see what the proposition is. In my opinion, today, in today's meeting, based on the historical evidence of this project from a year ago, my recommendation holds firm. It's the top panel of the 4-panel door. If you do the bottom panel, then you're at 50%. And I think that's excessive for the composition, and I think it's going to look aesthetically awkward to have half glass and half solid. I don't think that's a viable proportion in terms of aesthetics only. My opinion.
What was your opinion on the appropriate type of door? Because I think we're getting a little confused, and now that we're getting into the weeds.
Okay. So the appropriate door in my position is a solid panel door. Matches this particular ranch-style home.
So the glass on the top is the compromise by the Board of Architects?
That's already the compromise. It's already been given. And that's like I stated a year ago, our first review by staff allowed that position. We said, hey, we understand that you don't want to put a solid door, and it's okay to use the top portion of the door as glazing to give you natural daylight to afford the applicant what he wants. Now, that's not enough. It's not sufficient. It's not a high enough percentage. That criteria we don't delve into because, again, we're basing that position on the distribution and the sizes of the panels and the proportions of the door. There's a proportion issue here that's typically and historically is the top panel across the garage doors are glazed. That's it. Once you go 50%, it looks awkward. Once you do 75%, it looks worse. And once you do a full glaze, it's not appropriate for this style. It may be appropriate for a modern house, highly modern, high-end, white box vocabulary. Absolutely, you can do this all day long. But on this particular style of home, I think contextually, it's going to stand out.
Thank you.
Through the mayor.
If I may, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
I don't think we have a second.
I second.
Oh. Okay.
Then there was another motion.
But you have to hear the motion that's in place already. So would you like to close out the conversation so we can hear the motion?
Yes. So if you do 50%, and I'm trying to like imagine here, if you do 50%, would it not look almost like a window instead? Let's say we only leave that up there.
Yeah, but it's not a window. It's a garage door.
No, I
a garage
understand.
door is a garage door, and a window is a window. And we don't want windows to emulate garage doors. That's not what we do architecturally in general or in this particular city. We're very true to the dynamics of the style of the home and the components that go to that home. And this city is very strong and strict on materials, on types, on manufacturers, and things of that nature. And so we have our protocols and our standards, and we try to reinforce that as much as possible and not deviate from that. We're always looking at new products, okay? We're always vetting things that come online to see what the applicability is, the appropriateness is. And sometimes, like I said earlier in one of the statements that he quoted me, experimenting, the board has the ability to allow things to come into play that may or may not have been approved previously, but now they're in front of us, and we're okay with trying new materials. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's a trial and error. And in some cases that wins, in some cases it becomes something that's derogatory.
And I 100% approve and respect your judgment, right? But I'm trying to reach a healthy medium. I'm trying to see if there's any compromising here. We send it back to the special master. Do you think that there would be?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not the special master. It's hard for me to answer for somebody else.
So
I'm not in that position. If you ask me, I'll give you my opinion.
So if I may,
But
Mr.
I can't answer.
I
for
think
the-
the compromise is where we affirm and we swing it back to the city without any cost to the applicant to find a solution.
Yeah, I think that's
Because
a great idea.
I don't think anybody here is willing to approve a full panel garage door. And I don't want to go against the city architect on 50%. So I think that reaffirming sends a message that we agree. We agree with the Board of Architect. We agree also with the special magistrate that a full panel is not acceptable, at least for this product, for this design. And we're giving the applicant, all the opportunity at no cost to have this heard again and to find a compromise.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll give you my thoughts as I started with the original question. Right, we're not setting de novo, so we're incredibly restrained if we do our jobs in this capacity to what the record is. So I'm trying to also echo the sentiments that we've heard. Everyone on this dais seems to want to find a way, as does the city, to be compliant with what the applicant wants and what our code, which is strict for a reason, mandates. And I applaud the city for reaching a compromise offer by having at least one panel. But I also applaud the applicant today saying that you would be willing to reconsider, more consideration, more discussion, more exploration of opportunities to try and come to a compromise that maybe wasn't the case during the proceedings below. So that being said, and after having heard all the conversation and discussion today, I am more now in the camp of supporting the motion to affirm, with the condition that there will be a speedy review of the new application if provided, with a waiver of the costs typically associated, since it's already been paid. This is sort of like a quasi re-review, but it would be technically an affirmation of the decision below. So that's my view, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So, Mr.
Friendly amendment is accepted.
For sure, always. We good?
I'm good. I'm
All
ready.
right, Mr. Clerk, we have a motion. Oh, excuse me, before I do that, we apologize. We have public comment. Any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Please close the public comment. We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. I look forward to you meeting with the applicant as soon as possible, please.
will expedite
And
the
by the
review.
way, thank you for your staff. Thank you for respecting
They
the
do a great
city, the
job.
standards, and always finding a way to help the residents. Thank you so
you.
much. Yep. Item G1, which is time certain for 11 a.m. I apologize. Oh, sorry about that. No, you can keep it. It's fine. I had it, but I just didn't bring it with me.
G1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving Intervals, a Coral Gables-based art series as part of Miami Art Week, and for an application to Art Basel for an official event, further approving funding up to $110,000 from the Art Fund toward the program and marketing materials, and authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 operating budget to recognize the transfer of funds from the Art and Public Places Reserve and to appropriate such funds to put towards the cost of the project.
Good morning.
Morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Catherine Cathers, Arts and Culture Coordinator for the city. We do have a presentation if it can be brought up. So the Cultural Development Board is making a recommendation for the Commission to approve developing the project Intervals for the city's annual Miami Art Week project and application Art Basel as an official event, although this will continue on beyond that. So the Cultural Development Board, through the Arts Advisory Panel, historically recommends city participation in Miami Art Week, and more specifically in affiliation with Art Basel Miami Beach, who has recognized the city program since 2016. It is also the time of year that we do promotion of the city through its Art and Public Places program and regional and national publications. So Intervals features 5 established artists presenting installations in 5 public places. On May 7th, 2025, the Arts Advisory Panel discussed various options for the city's annual program, and panel member Adler Guerrier, who is also here today to speak on behalf of the boards, presented a proposal to develop a program similar to one that is on Miami Beach titled No Vacancy, and is also a program that is presented throughout the country in different programs, in different cities and municipalities, and to call ours Intervals. So on May 29th, the Cultural Development Board discussed the panel's recommendation and voted unanimously to recommend it in the City Commission. Funding for the project is being requested and recommended for it in related expenses and marketing through the Art Fund, which is funded through private development projects. So this is just some basic concepts to go along with it. The places would be site-responsive installations. They would all be open and publicly accessible, programmed in partnership with hotels and potentially other public spaces, and in partnership with the galleries represented at Art Basel Miami Beach. And this is something that we would have open to professional artists only. So here are a couple of examples of installations that were part of the No Vacancy project on Miami Beach last year, just to give you a little quick peek at the range of artwork that may be presented. And it could certainly be something more conventional, as we'll see towards the end. In this case, the slide on the left is a piece by Julia Zarilla, who presented a multimedia installation of multi-channel videos and photographs that were hung on the walls of the restaurant lobby in the Avalon Hotel. The configuration of the videos resembled Morse code, adding an additional layer to the installation, and encompassed all the walls of the restaurant, including the reception area of the hotel. On the right is a piece by artist Philip Lequet, who presented an interactive installation using specialized tape on the floor of the Royal Palms Hotel lobby. And the design references wayfinding maps and is meant to reconsider an overlooked architectural element of flooring. So you can see it can be something, more installations with objects and paintings, or something that's really thinking outside of the box. So these are some of the potential locations that we would consider: the Plaza, Biltmore, Hotel Colonnade, Hyatt Regency, Aloft, Courtyard by Marriott, and some of the public spaces, perhaps the branch library, City Hall, or the Adult Activity Center. I would like to say that the Plaza, we've already spoken to them, and they are definitely on board and very excited about the possibilities of this. Here's a map that just shows the configuration of the different sites in relationship to each other. As part of the programming, we would also try to schedule a couple of trolley tours. It is walkable, but it's a little bit of a... You're really a great walker. So this is an indoor-outdoor gallery that already exists at the Plaza, and this is a space that they have agreed to let us use. We could also potentially reach out to the Low. And then a list of the potential partner galleries. So these are galleries that were working with Art Basel Miami Beach last year: David Castillo, Central Fine, Piero Archiguri, Frederick Snitzer Gallery, and Spinella Projects. And again, we've reached out at least to David Castillo so far, who is also very supportive of this and has offered his support. And finally, a sample of what our Art Basel VIP event proposal may look like. It's basically just, again, reiterating the project overall, and the Plaza has also agreed to host this annual event. So we have Adler Guerrier here to speak on behalf of the boards and to answer any questions.
Yeah, so the discussions we had on the advisory panel had to do with offering programming that is more local-centric by the participant, either by artists, galleries, and also geographically in Coral Gables versus the rest of Miami. And a program that also lasts more than a week, that outlasts the week of Art Basel. So this was the program. It will hit many fine points. This first year will aim participation with the galleries to help us find artists. Next year we can open it up as an open call. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I will close the public comment. If I may, first off, I love this idea. I think it's an opportunity that will bring many people to the community. It will draw people here, our lovers, not only during our Basel, but it will be hopefully a destination where people then can interact with our incredible public sculptures and our museum, and maybe visit Books and Books, or maybe go catch a movie, or maybe go to the theater, the cinema, make it a cultural experience. And I think that this is going to be a driver that when you look at the benefits for the business community, the restaurants, I think it's going to, you'll see an uptick for sure in parking revenue. And I think it's an opportunity to really showcase that the city, again, is leading in regards to the arts. So I'm in favor. I think this is great. Yes, sir. Of course.
So thank you very much for this great presentation. You know, I've been speaking recently to business owners, small business owners here in Coral Gables, and in particular, restaurant owners who tell me that it's more and more difficult for them to keep profitable because they want to drive more foot traffic. They want more than just a Friday night or a Saturday night. They want to find a magnet, a lightning rod to bring people who typically wouldn't maybe come to Coral Gables to see our city. I went for the very first time, I'm almost embarrassed to say, to Art Basel, last year, and I was blown away, So if we're not a part of that, if we're not in that mix, we're leaving behind tremendous opportunity to showcase our city, to promote the arts, and as the mayor said, to drive economic activity, which we all would benefit from, and agreed, there should be increase in parking revenue. I'd like to see a lot more people getting to know the amazing opportunities to dine and to shop and to play in Coral Gables. So I'm a big supporter, and I think that what you have here is a wonderful opportunity for us.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So through the mayor, I'm also in support, and I'm going to add to the comments already made, that some of the decisions that businesses make on whether to come to Coral Gables is from the input of their employees, and they weigh in heavily based upon the amenities that we have here, and having the art, and having the culture, and having the restaurant mix that we have, and all the other amenities that we have as well, the trolley service, and the amazing employees. I could go on and on and on. Absolutely in support of this. So there's no other. I'll move it.
Yeah,
do we need to move something?
Yeah, if you move it, anybody else?
Second.
Okay, if I just wanted to add one last thing also, just for the record, this is not coming out of taxpayer revenue, correct? This is coming, correct?
It is not.
It is not.
Coming out of our private development fees.
Private development fees. I think it's important because, you have people who are, super passionate about the arts, and then certain people say, why are we spending money on art? We need infrastructure. This money has to be used for art in public places, and this is a great opportunity. So I want to congratulate you all on this effort. Thank you, Adler. Thank you to your team. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. And by the way, just so you understand, you have world-class galleries that are involved. These are galleries that are not only in the city of Miami, these are galleries that are all over the world, from New York art fairs to Paris Art Fair, to Art Basel in Basel, Switzerland, to Sonamaco, to Frieze Art in London. These are galleries that we're blessed to have in our backyard, but again, at the end of the day, are also, have serious international reach, so they'll be able to highlight whatever artist is chosen and really push out with their own social media, with their own emails to say, hey, go visit Coral Gables. Go visit Coral Gables. So you're talking about some serious galleries, amazing galleries.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, at all. Thank you for your hard work. We have don't leave yet. Item G2.
Yes.
G2 is a resolution of the City Commission approving fiscal year 2025 to 2026 cultural grant recipients and setting in place a funding mechanism contingent on the city's approved budget.
Good morning. So one of the responsibilities of the Cultural Development Board is to recommend to the City Commission the annual allocation of cultural grant funding. I would like to thank our members of the Cultural Development Board who had the role of reviewing and scoring each application. Board member Eric Fliss is here today to speak on behalf of the board. Eric, if you want to come up while I go through the presentation. We'll still have the presentation up. I will do that. I'd also like to thank our cultural partners, the Coral Gables Chamber of Commerce and the Arts and Business Council, who provide important professional development opportunities and support to our grantees throughout the year. So last year, the City Commission had adopted amendments to the cultural grant and included a process to encourage greater participation in the program. These amendments include bonus points for the following scenarios. They had points for organizations whose principal address is in Coral Gables, for applicants who include programming of free events, and organizations whose operating budget is $50,000 or less. On March 11th, the City Commission approved updates to the grant guidelines and process and included the addition of the Youth Arts Program category, which you heard from one of our grant applicants earlier today on. Thank you. And that program has dedicated funding of $50,000 to maintain the previous year's funding of $228 for core organizations and cultural programs. On May 29th, the Cultural Development Board reviewed and scored 52 applications for the allocation of Coral Gables Cultural Grant funding. That is 7 more than last year and an 11% increase in recommended organizations. This includes the application required by Coral Gables Museum, which is funded separately. So proposed funding of the 51 applicants and their scores, plus the museum, have been included as Exhibit A in the proposed resolution. The board is recommending funding for these organizations, which represent a diverse range of the arts, including music, theater, film, dance, opera, literary arts, performance, poetry, gardens, and museums. So we have a few slides showing the range of cultural programs happening throughout the city. I just think it's nice for you all to have an opportunity to actually have some visuals of what's going on around the city. And these are all from within the last year. So here we see some art making, music, dance, theater, concerts, a gallery opening, art cinema, book readings, more music, more art, children's programming, a choral concert, and garden tour. These are just a few, all from within the last year. And this is from maybe, I don't know, maybe 10% of the applicants that we had. And finally, a summary demonstrating the impact of the Cultural Grant Program and benefit to Coral Gables residents and visitors. So here you see that the number of events that are possible, that are happening, over 1,300. Of course, all of these are happening in Coral Gables. 43% of these are free events. Again, 52 organizations covering about 20 different venues. The total economic impact that was reported in their applications is over 19 million, and the benefit to government revenue as part of that is almost 1 million. So again, Board Member Eric Kliss is here to speak on behalf of the board and respond to any questions from the commission.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you for your support. I want to thank you again for allocating the $50,000 this year to the Youth Arts Program. The $50,000 made a significant impact to the youth programs that applied this year, a nice increase, and it's nice to see that every applicant was funded this year. So I think staff is doing a tremendous job in guiding the applicants, and we've seen some applications that maybe were not as well polished in years past are coming back. They're looking better, their paperwork is in great shape, and it's easier for the committee to sit down, the board, to make good decisions based on good applications. So again, we are also increasing the number of activities, and I think the temporary closing of Miami-Dade County Auditorium has brought some new arts organizations that were maybe not previously had a presence in Coral Gables. So they're bringing their audience who maybe are not residents of Coral Gables to Coral Gables, parking, dinner, the other economic impact issues we were just talking about. So we're here for your approval to the resolution and hope you can support it.
Great work.
To the mayor, and I would like to make the motion, and we could do some comment afterwards.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's no public comment.
No public
Do we have any
comment?
public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Let's close the public comment. Madam Vice Mayor?
So I will make the motion, and anybody want a second?
Second.
Perfect.
So I'll start off, and I'd just like to reemphasize some of the last figures you put in that people often overlook. And I think the equation is about at least a sevenfold increase in revenue to our city for the dollars invested. And the attraction of people from outside the city not only have you seen it, but I've seen it. I went to a function over at the Sanctuary of the Arts, and I learned that a lot of people were coming down from Fort Lauderdale to see what Coral Gables is doing. They were staying in hotels here locally and having dinner, so the economic impact is becoming greater and greater the more that we have to offer. And then the obvious is the value and educational value and psychological support that the arts do provide people. You can't really measure it, but it's there. So thank you for all you do.
There's no further comment from the commission. We have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. But before we move on, I'm going to take a personal point of privilege. And I'm going to probably embarrass somebody right now, but I think this is the most appropriate time to do it. Okay? I've had the privilege of knowing Adler probably a decade, and I've been an admirer of his art. But not only as a resident, I've also been an admirer of his commitment to the arts. He is an amazing, world-recognized artist who I saw his work personally at the Whitney Biennial when I traveled to New York to see it. He's a homegrown talent. He's represented by one of the most important galleries in the world, not locally, in the world. His work shows at Art Basel. He's had museum shows. And I've had multiple conversations with him in my office, and he humbly always tells me, no, we can't do, we have to I'm part of the board. I serve at the pleasure of the city. My objective is to expand art and culture in our community. Vince, I don't think that, it's appropriate. So I'm going to do it transparently here, not in my office, okay? I think we should consider this gentleman for Art in Public Places opportunity. Will we give him a deadline of 2 months after the summer? Because I told you I was going to do this, so at the end of the day, you left me no choice. Will we give him a 2-month deadline to produce a work? It can be a mural, it can be a sculpture, and you present it to the commission and to the board. And you may not like this, I understand that, but then I'm going through the manager and I'm doing it on the commission floor. You have the credentials. I think you're an amazing artist. I think we would be honored in the city of Coral Gables to have one of your works. So I ask you to please consider this, and I'm willing to make a motion that you come back to us with a work. And if I don't do it this way, you're gonna keep kicking the can down the curb and avoiding me like you've been avoiding me for the last 10 years on this.
Not avoiding.
No, but you know what I mean. You don't want to do it because, again, it just doesn't look right. But at the end of the day, I think that you're an exceptional artist. Everybody in this community respects you, and we want to see your talent shine here in the city, not just in the museums in New York, or in Art Basel in Switzerland, or in Art Basel in Miami Beach Convention Center, or in Frieze, New York, or the Armory, New York. We want to see it here in our community. I think it's right, and it's about due time that you have a commission here in the city.
I'll second that motion.
You have something you'd like to say?
I totally agree.
If she's okay with that and all of you okay with it, I'm okay with it.
That's not what you told me in the office.
Well, it's different. The office, like you said, the office is you and I. This is a few thousand people, so sure.
But listen, I think it's more than appropriate. I'd like to see you bring something back in September, if you think that's fine.
Yeah.
I'd like for you to scout a location. I'd like for you to work with our staff through the manager and his team. And I'd like for you to bring something back, again, that's impactful. Okay. Something that talks about the centennial, something that talks about, our forefathers, something that talks about what makes Coral Gables special. Right. And again, I leave it up to you. Never tell an artist what to do, but I think that it's such a spectacular moment in our history that to have somebody of your capability and of your recognition who gives up, how many years you've been serving on the board now?
He's at 6 years, I believe. So, he's on his, hopefully, reappointment for the last term. And I just, since you brought it up, Mr. Mayor, yes, Adler, of course, is a wonderful artist and has been invaluable being an artist, and his input on the board, on the panel, has just been wonderful. Of course, we're just waiting a couple more years to maybe dip our toes into that, but if it's sooner, I'm fine with that. And just want you all to know, and you've seen him up here numerous times, what a wonderful panel member he's been.
And I'm happy you said that. I don't want to waste an opportunity. When I have an opportunity to do something, and again, it may be, putting the cart before the horse, like you said, because you're waiting a few years. Why wait? You don't know what happens tomorrow. You can have something, and leave a beautiful legacy here in the city. So we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. September Commission, or follow the process that you're so familiar with.
I accept. Thank you very much.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tell everyone on the board, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We'd like to take a 5-minute break to go to the restroom. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 12:10. Thank you.
Recording.
Madam City Attorney, we're going to start with E9. Yes.
Amending Resolution Number 2022-284, which granted site plan conditional use approval for the mixed-use project referred to as 4311 Ponce on the property legally described as lots 36 through 43, Block 5, Industrial Section, Coral Gables, Florida, to replace the requirement that all overhead utilities along the adjacent public rights-of-way be underground with the contribution to the city to construct certain public realm and/or beautification improvements in the vicinity of the project. The applicant is here, Mr. Mayor.
And who will be presenting for staff?
Yes, Mayor? I will take care of it.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the accommodation. I know you have a busy agenda with a lot of important items, so hopefully we can dispose of this quickly. Joe Jimenez with an address at 2020 Salcedo Street on behalf of the applicant. Over the years, as costs have risen, and I will say from experience on different projects dramatically, when the requirement to start undergrounding utilities abutting a development project have come up, I can tell you that what was budgeted and what winds up being the price given to you by the utilities has been substantially increased over time. In this particular case, and while I believe it is an important policy of the city, in this particular case, we ask for this amendment to the resolution approval based on where the utilities are. 4225 Ponce is a large office building across from Nordstrom that backs up to what can only nicely be called an alley, even though it's 39th Avenue. Orange, also from the city of Miami, also runs perpendicular into this property. Now, if it were just the abutting poles that need to go, because the utility companies, as you know, when you drop that line, you don't only drop, depending on the property, you don't only drop abutting your property. You have to drop sometimes 2 and 3 poles down. In this case, and I have graphics for you to show you, we'd have to do loops inside the city of Miami, which, and nothing against another city, but it's also an industrial section of that city. And we felt that the funds could be better used. And having sat here for a little while and seeing the grants and everything else and all the needs that the city has, that the funds could be better used to beautify something that can actually be appreciated by the residents of the city of Coral Gables and not an industrial section in a different municipality. So I'm happy to show you the pictures. I'm happy to let the city manager present and then show you the pictures so we can put them in context at your pleasure.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, this is an area on the west side of the city, on the east side of the city, and it is an area that is 39th Avenue. It's very industrial. The electrical has been underground. Those are concrete poles, very difficult to deal with. And we feel that undergrounding an area that is highly industrial and really outside the city, I think that we're better off using this $50,000 for other areas within the city, crosswalks, et cetera, that can be better utilized than this really heavy industrial area to the east of the building. That to the east of the building is really the end of Coral Gables at that point.
Okay. 1 second. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Ms. Maria Cruz?
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Our city has borders. It's very interesting when we drive on Red Road because we have a border there. And people that live there live in Coral Gables. They pay Coral Gables taxes, and yet it doesn't look like Coral Gables. I can tell you, my parents used to live on the other side, and I can tell you, is not a good feeling when you drive on 57th Avenue. We even have sidewalks that are not the same as our sidewalks because FDOT did it and we haven't been able to change it. But now we're looking on the other side. You know, pretty soon, any property that's on our borders will not be the same as the rest of the city. There's something wrong with that. I think that we have, I've heard everybody here talk about the importance of undergrounding the utilities. It's happening all over the place. We're underground utilities, but now we have a good excuse. It's on the border, it's industrial, but yet if there's a hurricane, they're going to be affected also like the rest of us. So why are the rules different if it's on the border or it's in the center? The city is the city. If it's on the side of Coral Gables, the rules should be the same as everywhere else in Coral Gables, or else pretty soon, that is on the border. I guess the north end, the south end, everything that's on the border, you can do whatever you want because it's on the border. No, it should be the same. The rules are the rules. And if we really believe in undergrounding the utilities, we need to underground the utilities, period, the end.
Mr. Clerk.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Actually, and Ms. Cruz, thank you for reminding me there is something I didn't mention. FPL has already been undergrounded.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about here is the low voltage material. It's AT&T, it's Comcast, it's things of that nature. So the grid has been hardened by this building. So I want to thank Ms. Cruz because that is a very good point.
So if I may, thank you for being so kind. That was not an effort to clarify. That was obviously an effort to take a dig. No. But you're a gentleman. Let's be honest with ourselves. We have a major issue here in the city. It's happening throughout. This is something that I worked on for 10 years with FPNL, and we got it done, and it didn't cost the city $1 when it was going to cost us $270 million. The big issue, next step that we're going to have is the one that you're facing today with the poles that are existing. Is the low voltage, is the AT&T, is the Comcast, which I've been working with the DCM and the manager on that already in an effort. We've met with Comcast. We're trying to find ways to see how they can jump on board. Because once FPNL is off those lines, it's become a maintenance issue. But again, that's the problem. That's the problem when everything has to be politicized. When your project is politicized to take a jab at the commission, and there's unnecessary to do that when they don't even know what they're talking about. They didn't even realize this is not even about FPNL. This is about low voltage. But there's an opportunity to take a jab at the commission. Let's take a jab at the commission. So this is pretty clear, the position that we're in. We have to work, and our staff has our hands tied in regards to the low voltage, not only in this location, but throughout the entire city. And one of the things that I would like to do through the manager is start working with Tallahassee, with our lobbying team, to make this a priority. Because now that we worked for 10 years to get FPNL undergrounded, I think it's going to be around 70% of the city's going to be undergrounded. And I hate to use your time. Your probably has nothing to do with this, but it's a great example.
It does
it's a
with
great
other
example.
properties, so I appreciate it.
When you have somebody come up here that's constantly taking jabs in an effort and then obviously opens up the door, I have to, take advantage of this because it's great when a jab misfires and opens the door for me to talk about something. So we have to address this issue because in one way or another, once FPNL is off all these lines and these poles remain and it's just low voltage on these poles, who's going to maintain these poles? Every single day, if you run a number through here, and I've talked about this with the manager and the DCM, if you notice, I'll make a point of it. Do you have a landline at your house?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a landline in your house?
No.
Neither do I. If you start polling people, you'll notice that less and less people have landlines. So there's less and less ability for AT&T to make money. How do they make money? They make money off internet connection. They make a few different things. So we can either face a problem in 10 years or we can face a problem now through legislation at the state, and this is what we're working on. But I'm happy that obviously this opportunity came up.
No, I can
do another discussion.
I can tell you that in a I've been involved in large projects that span every pole, and those are easy, and the economies of scale are there to do it. But as these smaller projects come up that are actually sometimes in between poles, you've got to go 2 poles in each direction, and the cost is just unbearable, especially in the urban core. So, I mean, you've got to do FPL one way or the other because of OSHA, but these low voltage, and they don't go in the same trench.
Yep.
And so that's what some people keep asking me, why didn't you just do it when you did FPL? It doesn't work that way. And it's just, the price just makes things, it's just not feasible.
Madam Vice Mayor?
So I would like to make a motion because, one, extending and burying lines an exorbitant distance into the city of Miami is not serving the purpose of the original ordinance. So I think we have a valid reason to deviate here and better utilize the funding that you otherwise would have used to bury essentially a Comcast cable and an AT&T line that no one's going to see. It's not going to be like on Red Road in front of someone's house. It's behind the buildings that are on ponds. And we have some needs in the area that can benefit residents, particularly crosswalk enhancements or crosswalk buttons that need to be added throughout our city. And I'm going to mention 3. One may be handled by FDOT if we take it that route and be able to utilize the funding for other city locations instead. But I wanted to highlight there's a need for a crosswalk button, I should say, but there is already a light existing on Lejeune Road at the exit to the garage to the shops of Merrick Park, so that folks can cross there with that, safely and have an opportunity to cross the street. The second is roughly a halfway point between Bird Road and the plaza on Ponce, which is at Kadima. And Kadima also has a trolley stop at that location, so it's a good midway point. And the third that I get a lot of contact and requests for is at the Segovia Library. We have a crosswalk there, but there's no button with flashing lights to alert drivers that are not always paying attention that there's someone there in the crosswalk to stop. So we need those signs with the flashing lights that pedestrians can engage.
Okay.
So that's my motion to try to better utilize these funds.
I'll second that.
So the mayor?
Yes.
This is a very unique condition because it's in an industrial area, it's in an alley. It's in an alley that's actually a street. It requires work in the city of Miami. So this is something that we need to coordinate better city to city. And this is a very unique situation. And if it were inside the city, we would not be promoting it.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Item E2.
E2 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 58 entitled Special Assessments, Article 5, Master Service Assessment, Division 2, Assessments, Section 58-253, Notice of Publication, and to remove the requirement for newspaper publication and incorporate the previously adopted definition of publications, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. As a reminder, this is a small code cleanup to allow for the publication online of certain notices for certain assessment districts, consistent with the past changes you all have approved.
Perfect. Thank you.
There have been no changes since first reading.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment? All right, I'll close the public comment. May I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Item E3.
E3 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending City Code Chapter 2 Administration, Article 5, Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics to create Section 2-308 Prohibition on City Commissioners serving as campaign political consultants to prohibit City Commissioners from serving as campaign/political consultants for candidates for elected office in the city, providing for severability clause, repeater provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Hello again. There have been no changes since first reading. Happy to answer any questions. As noted before, this adds a prohibition for city commissioners serving in roles as paid campaign political consultants.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I will close the public comment.
I'll move it.
Second it.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
As I stated before, I think we're gonna face ourselves to legal challenge in the future. I won't be voting for this.
Madam City Attorney, do you see us be having any exposure legally here to this matter?
Mayor, I previously did explain that yes, there is some exposure. We would have, we would defend any challenge, of course, and that's what I stated on first reading.
When I passed this legislation in the first time that prohibited individuals who run campaigns from also being lobbyists, and if they plan to be a lobbyist, there has to be a 2-year window where they do not practice either as a campaign consultant before they can lobby. Did we ever get any challenge to that legislation?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Just make sure that's for the record. Again, this is just adding on to that legislation, providing more transparency and ensuring ethics in governance and making sure that we do right by the people. Let's remember, in the famous words, residents first. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to E4.
E4 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Boards, Commissions, Committees, Division 6, Waterway Advisory Board to revise the membership of the Waterway Advisory Board and the qualifications of Waterway Advisory Board members, providing for severability, repealer, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. City Attorney, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, good afternoon. I apologize.
Sorry, just caught it. Well, maybe not. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, this is an ordinance sponsored by Vice Mayor Anderson that would amend the composition of the Waterway Advisory Board. Currently, the board is comprised of 9 members, 8 of whom live along select city canals or other waterways. This would take that composition and change it so that 5 of the members live along those specified waterways. 1 member is appointed by the City of Miami, University of Miami, for a University of Miami specific seat. 1 is a city resident who does not reside along a city waterway or coastal area, and 1 seat is reserved for an individual with expertise in a water-related science.
Okay, so I'll give you a little background on this. I've attended a number of Waterway Advisory Board meetings back when I was a Sustainability Board member, and quorum was always a challenge there. Digging deeper into the underlying problems and speaking with some Waterway Advisory Board members, there's certain areas where it's hard to get a member, and hard to get a member once you get them to show up for the meeting. And it usually is in Deering Bay or Snapper Creek. So what this does is combine certain areas that are close together. So you're combining Gables Estates, Mathis and Hammock, and Snapper Creek together for area number 4. They have similar problems. It's usually trimming the mangroves is one of their main concerns, and signage on the back of the homes, and seawall maintenance. And Gables by the Sea and Deering Bay are combined as well. So it reduces the number of residents needed to hold quorum, but increases the number on the board, because we do need representation from a non-waterway board member in order to be able to have the interest of folks that want to bring in, non-motorized watercraft, such as a kayak or a canoe, and enjoy the waterway. We've talked about boat launches before. And the second is there's lots of discussion before the waterway many times about the University's Miami's impact on the waterway. Is Lake Osceola in the middle of the campus a contributing factor to the pollution? So I think University of Miami needs to have a voice. I think they can contribute. They have a member that's appointed on a sustainability board, and I think that they can appropriately appoint someone here. And on the water quality science, I took a broader approach than what Mr. Fernandez had suggested, so that we, if there is not someone available from Miami Waterkeeper, we're not handcuffed to just that organization. We can look for a water quality scientist somewhere else. my hope is we can have a more productive board. I'll move it. On that, I'll move this item.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Perfect. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. E5?
E5 is an ordinance of the City Commission amending the Code of the City of Coral Gables, Florida, Chapter 62, entitled Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 7, Special Events and Parades, to clarify and improve the city's existing scheme for the regulation and permitting of special events and parades held in public places in the city, providing for severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and providing for an effective date.
Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. This ordinance would amend the city's special events ordinance to essentially clean up a number of areas, primarily just bring it in line with the processes that the city engages in now.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any commentary from the commission?
I think it's a wonderful idea.
I entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Moving on to E6.
E6 is an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables Official Zoning Code, Article 9, Art in Public Places, to amend certain procedures related to the Art in Public Places process, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, codification, enforceability, and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney?
Good afternoon again. Some of you may recall that about a year ago, a version of this ordinance came to you all for first reading. It did not return for second reading as we continue to look at the processes for the Art in Public Places program and how to best address some of the concerns that have arisen from people who pay the fees, who install art, and from staff. So the ordinance before you today on first reading provides for a few changes to the Art in Public Places program. The first ones are ones that we had previously addressed. It removes two of the waiver processes that are currently in the code, which is the purchase designation of historically significant buildings or the purchase of city parks or open space. This has not been a waiver option that has been, that anyone has availed themselves of in the years that we've had those options available. And it was the view of cultural development staff and the boards that those be removed, that they're not necessarily replacements for the Art in Public Places Fund, that they're a little bit out of the bounds of the Art in Public Places Fund. Separately, it creates a process for that, what we're calling private art on certain commercial properties. We didn't have a well-described process for that private art on commercial properties that was not being installed pursuant to the Art in Public Places program. So it creates a process for that, which involves the Board of Architects and city staff from the Historical and Cultural Resources Department. The new provision that has been added since you all last saw this on first reading, and just for the record, it's back on first reading again because there have been some substantive changes and there has been a long period of time that's elapsed since it was last on first reading, is that, as you all know, the Art in Public Places fee has been traditionally due prior to issuance of building permit, as well as the approval for artwork that's being installed as a waiver. We have noticed, and you will have noticed as well, that you oftentimes have projects who appear before you regarding that fee and the timing of when that fee is due, whether or not they're asking for something to be held in bond, to use it with another project, or come to ask that condition to be changed. We've worked with staff, with the city manager's office, and with development services to propose instead that Art in Public Places fee shall be due prior to the issuance of a certificate of completion, or a temporary certificate of completion, or a temporary certificate of occupancy for those non-municipal construction projects. So rather than that fee being due at building permit, it would be due prior to the issuance of either that TCC or TCO. The waiver deadlines remain the same. So if you're getting art approved as a waiver of the Art in Public Places fee, that should still happen prior to building permit, but the fee itself won't be due until that later date. And I don't know if the manager has any thoughts to change, but that is the most substantial new change since this was last before you. I believe staff is planning to take this back to the Arts Advisory Panel and Cultural Development Board prior to second reading.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We are limiting this payment prior to TCO, which means that the building cannot be occupied. If there are condominiums, they cannot be sold. So I think this is a reasonable extension of this because it allows more time to get the art in place, and yet it would not be an issue as far as potentially, if we had a CO issue, this could revert back to the HOA. In this case, having it before TCO means that the project cannot be occupied, the project cannot be sold.
Yeah, and also the important part about this, besides what the manager just mentioned, is also the carrying costs that are associated with this. Certain projects are talking about $1 million in art that is associated, that is you know, at that moment, either attributed to debt on the project that has to be carried over a 3 or 4 year period. So at the end of the day, I think this is an opportunity to show a little leniency. It doesn't compromise the city. We still have control. And I think it's an opportunity to, again, give us a little more time to work on some amazing works of art and not be in such a rush to say this is what we're doing and we're moving forward with this. Maybe we change our mind. Maybe we do a 2-year process where we select something that is, again, a much higher quality. Or maybe we join, or maybe during that time period, there's the building next door gets redeveloped, that we can join 2 projects like we did with the property adjacent to Merrick Park on Ponce de Leon. We joined 2 properties together to put a beautiful sculpture in that park. And I think that worked in our benefit because we were able to get something that's a lot more monumental in that Plensa work, which again is going to be something that is beautiful in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many in this community. So that's why I bring this forward and I ask for your support.
Mayor, one thing I neglected to mention is both for the developers who are using the Art in Public Places waiver and for the city purchase of art pursuant to the Art in Public Places program, we've also now included excessive gallery and commission fees are not part of the calculation of the value of the art, which is, I know, something that has been discussed before.
And I wanted to make sure that was very clear and then make it about the art. I want it to be about the art, not about fees, not about infrastructure, not about commissions. It's about the art.
Correct.
Through the mayor?
Madam Vice Mayor, 1 second, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
This is an excellent update and change. I think this makes sense. And City Manager, you wanted to speak, but I also wanted to move it.
Okay, you can move it. Mr. Manager?
I want to say, Mayor, that everything you said is absolutely correct, and it gives us more time to get better art, to get to join art, and to do all those things, and still protects the city by keeping it prior to TCO.
Need a second?
Second.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any comment, public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. We'll move on to E7, and we'll also hear F5, Madam City Attorney.
So E7 is an ordinance of the City Commission repealing ordinance number 2025-08, which moved the date of the city's elections from April of odd-numbered years to November of even-numbered years, providing for severability, repeal or codification, providing for an effective date. And then F5, Mayor?
Yes,
is
ma'am.
the discussion item.
Okay.
Okay, so
Commissioner Castro.
thank you for acknowledging me. This item is not really only about changing the elections back to April. This commission has been very forceful, saying that, you know, because of the election, everybody wants a November election, and I'm not gonna oppose that. But the correct thing to do here, so this legislation is not about changing elections back to April. This election is about letting the people vote and let's put it on the ballot to have people go ahead and vote on this. If they want November, let them vote. It's not an issue. And if everybody wants November, I will be more than happy to go ahead and support that decision. Number one, I think it's unethical and unconstitutional for us as a body to decide if we want how long we're going to be in office. Number one, we were not the ones who put us in office. It was the voters. It was our residents. So for us to come up here without consent or without voter approval or without going to referendum and make that decision, it's very wrong. Very, very wrong. It is the residents that decide how long we're going to serve a term, not the politicians. Besides the fact, it's against the law. I prepared a presentation for residents out there that do not understand this process so that they could better understand it. Okay. When I'm done, who's going to be clicking the slides, or do I need the little remote control? Okay. So once again, I'm
Thank you,
going to
Mr. Clerk.
thank you. So once again, I'm going to reiterate, this legislation has nothing to do choosing between April and November. This has to do with having voters be able to approve this, letting them decide if this is what they want. Who decides our elections? Why residents, not politicians, must have the final say. Your right to decide was taken away. On May 20th, 2025, the Coral Gables Commission voted to move your city elections from April 2027 to November 2026. This decision shortens the elected officials' terms about 5 months, ending their service sooner than you have voted for. Most importantly, you, the voters, were not given a choice. The commission acted without asking your permission, even though the law requires your vote. There is a ballot question that this body approved. That ballot question is not asking you if you want a November and April election. That ballot question is affirming the fact that we already did it, and it's making sure that no other commission can go ahead and undo that action unless it goes for a referendum. That's hypocrisy at its finest. Attorney General's opinion highlighted. I went ahead and I attached the Attorney General's opinion to City of Miami, and I highlighted the first paragraph where it gives them direction. The first paragraph says, I caution the action contemplated by the City of Miami in this legal opinion to move the date of its municipal elections or to change the terms of office for elected officials without a vote of the electors violates the county charter and the provisions of the Constitution. This state would not tolerate such an unconstitutional deviation. If we could read between the lines, this also applies for us. City of Miami is one of the municipalities for the county, and so is the City of Coral Gables. Key points for residents. Moving elections dates requires vote of the people. The Attorney General's statement makes clear that state will act if municipalities bypass voters. The warning applies to any city in Miami-Dade County, including Coral Gables, this body, this city. Attorney General's opinion highlighted. Now, this is the second page, and I went ahead and I just highlighted not to go through the whole opinion. According to the terms of the county charter, control the method for changing election dates and the terms of office elected officials. As noted above, the county charter requires a vote of the electors to make sure the changes you are contemplating. What this means at bottom is that no statute authorizes or could authorize the proposed ordinance, which could amend provisions of the municipal charter pertaining to election dates and terms of office without vote of the people. Once again, this is like he's talking directly to us. The second two lines, you should immediately cease the process of enacting this ordinance to move the date of municipal elections and change the terms of office of elected officials. If you nevertheless move forward with the proposed ordinance, my office reserves the right to consider all available actions to prevent this violation of law from occurring. Legal implications and risk. So I went ahead and I copied a statement, and I also did speak to Mayor Pinellas over the phone, but I went ahead and I copied the statement from NBC News. This is a quote from Mayor Alex Pinellas. The quote is, "The very clear risk right now for any official who proceeds in voting in favor of this proposal to delay the election is suspension from office, and that may be just enough to prevent this from passing." My intent behind what I'm doing right now is really to help this commission retract and put this on the ballot. If they want a November election, okay, let's have a November election, but let the people vote. I feel like I'm trying to throw a lifeline to some of my colleagues up here. It's really going to be up to you if you decide to vote for this item or not. Mayor, I'm trying to help you, even though you keep on smiling next to me. If you don't want me to help you, that's perfectly fine. That's going to be on you. What the law says about your rights. The Miami-Dade Charter and the Florida Constitution guarantee your right to vote on any changes to municipal election dates, whether it extends, shortens terms, Changing an election date directly affects the officials you elected, and the law requires your approval first. Skipping a referendum violates your right to decide and sets a dangerous precedent where politicians, not residents, control election timing. And I want that to sink in just a tiny bit, because this is a very big deal. If this body, just through an ordinance, is going to decide how long they're going to stay in office or how long not, that is horrific. That is not democracy. And if we're changing to November, are we not fighting because it's more democratic, that we're going to get higher voter approval, but then at the same time, you're not going to let residents vote on this and you're going to make the decision on your own? That to me sounds very unethical, unconstitutional, and entitled from this body. What this means for you. The decision to take away your right to approve or reject a major change to your local government. Without voter approval, the new election day violates the law, risks lawsuits, and undermines trust in your city government. Your right to vote on election timing is a cornerstone of democracy, and it was bypassed. What I have done so far to defend your rights. Number one, I voted no on an ordinance that moved the election dates without your approval. Requested a formal legal opinion from the Florida General Attorney when the City Attorney did not seek for guidance. Shared the Attorney General's City of Miami opinion with residents so you know your rights and what the law requires. Drafted legislation to repeal the ordinance, which is this right here. This is the item we're hearing. To return return election date to April 2027 unless you, the voters, choose otherwise in a referendum. So I just want to make it clear one more time. This is not about choosing April or November. This is about letting the people vote. This is about not taking their right to be able to vote how long they want commissioners or this body to be in office. I made it clear, if you, the residents, want November elections, you can have them, but only if you vote to approve this change as the law requires. The other one and the last one is I kept you informed through newsletters, social media, and meetings because you deserve transparency on decisions affecting your vote. And that was my my last slide. If you want to go ahead and take it off. I want to once again reiterate that this is me throwing a lifeline to some of the commissioners here. It's me trying to help you guys. I really don't want us going against the state. I don't want us going against what the Attorney General is saying. I know that some commissioners or the mayor is going to come up here saying that there was all the legal bounding behind it. I also asked the city attorney from Coral Gables to go ahead and draft an opinion with 3 questions that I asked her. I think if legal battles come in here and somebody says that this is completely legal, I'll go ahead and show that opinion and I'll have a rebuttal for it. If you guys do decide not to vote on changing this election back to April, there would be legal implications or challenges from the state. I don't think that is a position that we want to take at this moment, because if we want to get this done, it's very easy. Just let's put it on the ballot. Let's make it fair and transparent. It's not a big deal. If you are sure that people are going to vote for November, what is the issue with putting it on the ballot? Now, if we decide to have the state challenge us, I just want to put on the record that we spent $244,000 in banning plastic bags and straws. That's how much we spent. Then we also spent $185,000 in legal fees trying to defend the Wawa situation. Now, if the whole purpose of changing the elections to November is to save $200,000, I think you need to think again if this is the road that you want to take, because it really contradicts the fact of saving money. I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to go ahead and engage in a legal battle or terminology with the city attorney. But if it's not my doing. My doing is here to defend the residents and their rights, and that's what I'm intending to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there somebody on, Mr.
About
Clerk?
to check, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
I'm about to check. I'm not sure. I think somebody just pressed the wrong.
All right, well, is there any public comment here before we take it to the rest of the commission?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
First speaker, Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Here we go again. Daddy knows best. We know what's best. We don't care what the people want or do not want. We don't even want to hear, because there was a petition going around, and you know what? They could never get enough signatures to put it through, but yet we know it's best to change it. And you know what? I'm glad that Ms. Castro brought up the financial side. We have spent lots of money in this city paying outside counsel to defend things that we knew couldn't be defended because we wanted it. And we had a temper tantrum, and we had to have it. And guess what? At the end, the outside counsel made a lot of money. We, the residents, we, the taxpayers, lost a lot of money. And guess what? We have plastic bags in Publix while what was not built. Bottom line, stop, do the right thing. You want to put it, I think you should put it up for election. Do it, ask the people what they want. Hopefully, you believe that they will vote your way, it'll go through. No issues whatsoever. Obviously, you're not so sure that it will go through when you want to put it through before they talk. That is the issue. If you know that the people want it, give them the right to vote. You have ways of influencing them. You can get on the radio, the TV, the media, the blogs, ASOP, whatever you want. Convince them that it's good to change, put it to a vote, and get your way. But do it the right way.
Mr. Clerk?
Claudia Miro.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed, Mayor, Commissioners. I just felt compelled to come up here and speak.
Can you please state your
Oh,
name?
yes, thank you. Claudia Miro, residing at 343 Mallorca Avenue, Coral Gables. Thank you. I felt compelled to speak, as I was saying, because I understand the issue. I've been following the issue. I don't think, nor do I like ever, when Coral Gables is compared to anything that the city of Miami does. I think that it's a different issue, first of all, because in our case, it shortens a term. And in the case of the city of Miami, you're lengthening the term for a year, which is not what the voters voted for. In this case, I think that you're given a chance to say, hey, you're taking the temperature of the residents and asking them, hey, do you really want to keep these commissioners here? You know, you could have kept them for 4 more months, but hey, you're taking the temperature. And I think that that's what the fear is. The fear is not, you know, are you afraid to put it on the ballot because you don't have the votes? I think this last election has shown, you know, that the votes are there. And again, you know, what really bothered me, and I'm very straightforward, is for you to say in the presentation, this is the height of hypocrisy, when in this very commission, we talked about putting salaries for the commissions and putting it to an election. And if, hey, we all agree, I agree that the salaries needed to be higher, but let the public decide what that salary need to be. Give it to the residents, we said. The lifelines were thrown, you know, and they weren't given. And again, clearly with this election, we saw that people were highly upset that it didn't go back. So for us to say, hey, now let's put the people first and let's do this, because the reality is there's an election that's going to shorten the term of both Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez, or absentee Commissioner Fernandez, because he's not here. And hey, and I also want to say, I'm one to not believe everything that Political Cortadito puts on there or Aesop's Gables puts on there. I like to ask both sides, and I would have been happy to see Commissioner Fernandez here so that we could ask him questions, or at least have him say, because I think it's important, especially in this political climate that we've been living here in the city for several years, you have to show your face, no matter what the situation is, no matter how hard it is. Everybody, every one of you on here has been the victim of one newspaper or another newspaper, one rumor of another rumor, and you have been here to show your face. As difficult as this last campaign was, and all the videos and the damning things that were said, people show your face. You need to show your face. And again, if we're gonna say one thing, we can't speak of just one side. We have to speak out of both sides. We have to take and say, hey, if this is right and we needed to take this vote to the people now, then it was right to take it then. And, take responsibility and say, you know what? In the past, I should have done this. I didn't do it. I should do that moving forward, or now I see the light. But because you don't say that, it makes it seem like it's very convenient. And I just want to say that I am for moving the elections to November. And also, I'll tell you, previously I wasn't. Previously, I wasn't for moving elections to November. I thought, we need to do this, but I do believe that the majority of people need to come out and speak. And so I hope that you continue to move forward, and that whatever come what may, the state, whoever, come what may, I don't think it's going to be the same situation. Those comments by the AG were made for the city of Miami, not for the city of Coral Gables. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
I will close public comment. Do we have any other comments from the commission?
Yes, through the mayor.
Can I hear from the rest of the commission? We heard from you in the presentation. Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
Just briefly, there were 3 opportunities that the prior commission had to put it on the ballot prior to April. You had the August election, in which we took up an annexation issue, and it was suggested and requested that the November election issue be put on the ballot then. You chose not to. You had November elections that it could have been put on the ballot at a minimal cost to the city. We already had other items on the ballot in August, so it would have been 0 cost to the city. And again, you had April elections, so it would have been at no cost to the city. But there are very many distinctions here that you failed to note. One of the number 1 issues consistent that distinguished the candidates running for election, the ones that won and are sitting up here today, as well as Ms. Barreau, was that we were for moving the elections to November. For the individuals that were confused and didn't know what the distinction was between candidate Laura and candidate Wells, I asked people their opinion on certain issues. How do you feel about November elections or April elections? The box was checked in favor of November elections. How do you feel about the salary choice? There it was a little more nuanced. Well, I think they deserve to earn more, but the way it was done was improper. A lot about the way things were done by this prior commission was improper. So to say that it's hypocrisy for us to put on the ballot for the residents to choose to affirm that our choice to move it to November after we've been elected based upon the fact that we chose to move elections to November. The people have spoken. The percentages are in, the votes are in. It is clear that that was the choice. They chose Mr. Lara because he was willing to move the elections to November. They did not choose Mr. Wells because he was not willing to move the elections to November. That was the most black and white clear issue that we had on the ballot. There's more I could say, but I'll pass it to my colleagues.
Commissioner, you have anything to say?
I'll just be brief. I think that we've been through this in one of the most contentious and well-attended by Coral Gables standards election in 2024. In 2025, this past April. As the Vice Mayor just stated, there are few black and white issues that distinguished me and my opponent, Mr. Wells, in this election. And the previous election included the Vice Mayor's previous vote for moving the elections to November, as well as the mayor. In other words, it feels to me I'm not going to use the word hypocritical, but it just feels very convenient to say that now it's important to adhere to what it feels like, in your view, to be the will of the people, or the adherence to law, or taking the road more ethical than not. But the singular issues that I ran on and spoke with the residents at every single door that I knocked on was led by the issue of moving the elections to November. Both my very strong opinion on the matter and the very clear position that I heard from the residents when I spoke with them, supportive of that point, right? The whole thing about having a charter review committee convened 2 years earlier than it typically would be seemed to me at the time, as a candidate, pretty transparent what the goal behind that was as it pertained to the November elections. But in the end, right, when I hear the statement that we've done this for 100 years and why change it now, would almost undermine why you even would have a charter review committee. Because if you don't look at what we've been doing for a long time and consider that may be a better way to go, or that it reflects the will of the people, that you would make the change, you should make the change. In any event, I was elected, I believe, because my views on these particular issues reflected not just the majority, but a substantial majority of the voters. In the first election, I had a sizable lead going into what was the runoff, where I increased the final percentage. The issues were focused, the issues were clearer, and it remained the leading issue of whether to move the elections to November. This was also the positions taken by the re-elected vice mayor and the re-elected mayor. So it is clear to me that we have the legal authority to do what we're doing. Our city attorney has also confirmed that we have the legal authority to do this. It also is representative of the will of the people who voted us into office to carry out exactly what we promised we would do. For me to take any other position would be a betrayal of the trust that was reposed in me by the people, the residents of the city of Coral Gables, who voted me into office. And I'm glad that the vice mayor brought back for historical context how this previous makeup of the commission had voted on these issues, how they passed on opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to put it to the voters, and then now are claiming otherwise when it, for them, is convenient. A whole comment. Any further?
Thank you. Commissioner, you have additional comments you'd like to add?
Yes, thank you. I want to make it clear, this body, by making this vote, is not going against me. You're going against the Attorney General's opinion. You're going against the governor. You are going against the state. And I think it was very clear, and there was very direct consequences and warnings by making this move. So I don't take this personal. This is something that it was a wrong that I was trying to make right. And I'm not trying to say April's a better day or November's a better day. That's not in the question. So for us to go ahead and bring that up, I think right now it's irrelevant. Right now it's about following the law. Right now it's about, if we want a November election, let the people vote. Moving elections to November because you campaigned on it, it's understandable, but it's irrelevant at this point. If it's not legal, you can't promise something that is not legal, even if you campaigned on it. As if you campaign to lower taxes and you find that it's fiscally irresponsible to do, or you just can't do it, just because you campaigned on it doesn't mean it's in the best interest of the city at this point. So when my colleagues here say that people have spoken, how have they spoken? Let them speak. Let them vote. That's how the people are going to speak. Not just because, okay, they elected me and I was for this. This is the sentiment of the public. No. The sentiment of the public is when we ask a question in a ballot and we put it up for referendum. That's when you let the people speak. That's when the people are going to speak. That's what's really in question. If Billy, can you please put up the city attorney's legal opinion?
I haven't received it yet, ma'am. You have it?
So I think we all got a copy of the legal opinion. It's a public record.
I wanted to go ahead and put it up there because there's some things that the city attorney missed. And I know that there's two attorneys here, well, three, but there's two attorneys here as commissioners, and I think it's important that I bring this up.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Briefly, I'm a little confused, Commissioner, but you said at the beginning of your presentation, you're not an attorney, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to debate the law, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it sounds like that's what you want to do by putting up a legal opinion. If you're not going to speak to it because you're not a lawyer or get into the legalities of it, I don't see how that's prudent. You mentioned earlier, though, that we're going against what the Attorney General says. In a letter that he wrote to the city of Miami, you understand, I wasn't elected by the Attorney General. I don't answer to the Attorney General. The Attorney General gives an opinion. I was elected by the residents of Coral Gables. That is who I represent, and that's who I stand up for. And the will of the people in the vote that I've given, in the vote that they gave me, reflect the same. That's what I'm here to do. But I'm not here to kowtow to what an opinion may come from an individual who is giving nothing more than an opinion, not an order. The governor hasn't given me or any of us on this dais an order. They're giving one opinion to a different body. And I have and remain a practicing attorney and have been so for over 30 years. And I have seen many opinions given. And sometimes they're right, and sometimes they're wrong, and it depends on the reviewing body almost all the time. So I will not get into the legalities of something that you admit you're not qualified to speak on. But I appreciate that you gave us your view on it. I don't think it's prudent for you to, though, however, in my view, invite scrutiny, invite challenge, invite attention. Almost, it appears to me, that you are seeking intervention from the Attorney General of the state of Florida to create the very litigation or legal challenge that you're saying right now we should be trying to avoid. I could be wrong. Many times I am. My gut tells me something different, though. So I hope my points have been clear to you. We have legal ground to support the ordinance that we already passed. I understand there are different viewpoints, and I understand that it isn't what you have voted for in the past. And I understand that despite you saying that you do not have a view one way or another with what you're proposing, I do believe that you are quite against a November election. Certainly everything that you've ever said and done on the subject points to that. So we should put the cards on the table. You are doing what you're doing to undo this because your end game is to not have a November election, not because you're worried about any other of the issues that you bring up. Should that be the case, you would not be writing letters to the Attorney General asking for an opinion on a matter that our city attorneys already said is legal.
Through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I think this item, and there has been no motion, is dead. And with that, I have another matter I'd like to bring up.
Before we get into that, I'd like to just address one item, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to just make my comments on the record.
Sure.
You have anything else you wanted to add, or you're done? I'd like to
Yes.
speak. I haven't spoken once on
Yes.
this issue. Can you?
I mean, I think that's following Robert's rules, right? So yeah, that's great.
What do you mean I'm following Robert's rules? I'm not understanding.
Let me go ahead and continue. Billy, were you able to go ahead and put the opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I requested an opinion from the Attorney General directly for City of Coral Gables. That hasn't been given as of yet. I'm pretty sure we'll be getting it soon, and when that happens, I'll go ahead and I think the city attorney can go ahead and circle that around. Can you put it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is a legal opinion asked for the city attorney, and I'm only going to state what the Attorney General stated because I'm not in the position to come into any legal rebuttal or debate. The city attorney's opinion only addresses state statutes. It doesn't acknowledge or analyze Miami-Dade County Home Rule Charter, specifically Section 6.03, which requires a referendum, which means a voter approval for charter amendments like changing election dates and terms. He also stated the Florida Constitution, Article 8, Section 6E, grants Miami-Dade County's Home Rule Charter authority over municipal matters unless preempted by state law. And none of the cited statutes preempt the county's charter requirement for voter approval. Her opinion, as well, ignores controlling county law. In a charter county like Miami-Dade, state statutes give municipalities general authority to set election dates, don't override the county charter, and if the charter requires voter approval. I think all the facts are laid here. Whatever you guys want to go ahead and do with me providing all the facts that I did provide, and you feel comfortable with that vote, I mean, that's what it's going to be. I think the governor and I think the Attorney General most probably is watching right now, and they know very well where all of us stand.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have some prepared comments that I'd like to read and then speak about a few issues that I think are important. So I was concerned to learn that a member of this commission independently reached out to the Attorney General, suggesting a position that was neither discussed nor adopted by this commission. That position communicated did not reflect the consensus or will of this body, and that is deeply troubling and goes against what I've seen this commission do as a whole over the last 12 years. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but like what Commissioner Lara stated very eloquently, when you're reaching out to the state to enjoin yourself in this process, it sends a horrific message and jeopardizes the city. This situation highlights exactly why I have worked to clarify the role of the mayor, particularly as it relates to our lobbying efforts in Tallahassee. When speaking on behalf of the city or this commission, it is essential that our message is unified, deliberate, and representative of a collective decision. This was not done last year by Commissioner Castro, Commissioner Fernandez, and Commissioner Menendez. That's why we were able to get $0 in appropriations from the state. Multiple state representatives and senators told us it was a result of self-serving actions taken by Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez, like raising your salaries, like not moving elections, like firing competent staff, like hiring a manager without a process. As elected officials, we each have a responsibility to respect protocol and maintain the integrity of our processes. When individual commissioners act without coordination or authorization, it not only undermines our credibility as a governing body, it creates confusion among our state partners and risks damaging important relationships. Case in point, the 2 previous years, we made around $3 million in appropriations, the highest we've ever gotten in the city. And then we went to 0. Rogue actions like this can have far-reaching consequences. It can make our city appear divided and unprofessional. Case in point, hiring Amos Rojas in the middle of a commission meeting without a resume based on a LinkedIn profile. That's insanity. To run a 1,000-employee, almost $300 million business and hire somebody based on their LinkedIn profile without a background check. The intern in my office had to have a background check by the police department. She couldn't come to the work until her fingerprints were taken. Just let that marinate for a second. So rogue actions like this can have far-reaching consequences. They can make our city appear divided and unprofessional, as I stated, and they may jeopardize our ability to secure state funding or support because they suggest a lack of cohesion and clarity in our leadership. It is imperative that we move forward with a shared commitment to communication, transparency, and accountability. We must work as a team, and when we speak on behalf of the city, it must be with one voice, grounded in process, guided by protocol, and reflective of the decisions made by this commission as a whole. Just as a reminder, because Commissioner Castro is well aware of it, she doesn't want to mention it, we're not breaking new ground here. This happened in the city of North Miami. And the governor, under his term, took no action. And now did the AG. They moved their elections. 28 out of 34 cities have their elections in November. We're not extending our terms. And I'm one of the individuals that would lose 5 months from my term. This is the right thing to do. Remember, we have a city attorney opinion that is very clear and concise. I've run polling of this multiple times. Over 75% of the residents, and Claudia Moreau will tell you, and Richard Latta will tell you, and the vice mayor will tell you, you knock on doors and it's overwhelming the question, why don't we move elections to November? In the words of one of our constant guests here, the reason is we want quality over quantity. And what does that mean? That is a dog whistle, where at the end of the day, an April election will result in less voters. You can control the narrative using the likes of the CGNA. You can control the narrative using the likes of the newly created Gazette, which is controlled by the same people as the Gables Insider. You can control it using different platforms. And you can push an agenda, like Commissioner Fernandez did, with those push polls that were exposed, destroying people's reputations. And Commissioner Latta touched on it very well. And he took a little bit of my thunder, but I got to give him credit. This is not about November elections. This is about less voters. Commissioner Castro's well aware, after everything that's happened over the last 2 years, the voters are awake. There was over 10,000 people that voted. The only election that garnered more support was my first mayoral election, which had a few hundred votes more. People came out to vote for change. This was not an election that somebody won by 1% or 100 votes. No, this was an election that was won by 18%, 10%, massive numbers, okay? People want to change. So we can stand in the back and giggle, laugh, and deny the facts. But the truth is in the polls. The truth is in the individuals who went to vote. They wanted a change. I sent out an email to all the residents today. Promises made, promises kept. Change elections. That is part of my platform. No one's being caught off guard. People knew what they were voting for. So thank you for throwing me a lifeline. I appreciate that. But I tried to throw you a lifeline for 2 years. You opposed an inspector general because you didn't want an inspector general, because you preferred the politics. We got an inspector general done. You raised your own salary without public input, hiding it in the budget. I told you and I begged you along with the vice mayor, please, don't do that. Let's have the residents have input on it. Let's do it the right way. No. You raised a car allowance. Again, hiding it in the budget. That's not transparent. You resisted moving elections to November over and over and over again. And you unethically hired a city manager to run a city where the city was paralyzed for 10 months. It was shameful and embarrassing. The city deserves better. Our employees deserve better. Our residents deserve better. So at the end of the day, thank you for the lifeline. But I attempted, along with many people in this community, to throw you a lifeline, and you didn't listen. That's why your polling is where it's at. I have the polls. And that's why people have an opinion, and you don't want to move elections to November. You want to maintain them in April to suppress the vote. It's very clear. The less voter turnout, the better, in your case. But I'm not afraid to go in front of voters. I never have, because at the end of the day, my work speaks for itself. My commitment to the city speaks for itself. And the proof is in the elections. So we have a motion. Is there a second on the body here? So that motion fails. Madam Vice Mayor, you had a comment you wanted to make.
Yes, I do. And it's really an extension of what we've been talking about here. The actions, Commissioner, sending a letter without calling a special meeting to the, sending a letter to the Attorney General without calling a special meeting of this commission, of this board, to get our input, and unilaterally trying to sabotage what this commission, the work it has done, the votes that came out, the people that voted for a change, et cetera, is a censurable item. You asked for an opinion from our city attorney on June the 14th. You asked for an answer by June the 26th, and you've got it. You got it. But what did you do? What did you do before that opinion even came out? You went ahead and you sent a letter on June the 23rd, 2025, unilaterally, without consulting with any member on this commission, asking for an attorney general to take an action that contravened what the voters voted for, what this commission voted for, and to overturn, which he doesn't have authority to do, what this commission had voted for. You omitted a lot of really important information in there for the Attorney General. So even if this commission chose to send a letter to the Attorney General, there were critical facts omitted. But it didn't really matter. Didn't really matter. By the way, the election date that you put in there implied that we extended our terms by more than a year, because you used November 2027 as the election cycle.
Typo, yeah.
Big typo. This is a censurable item. No member of this commission on a downside of a vote should reach out and try to overturn a decision of this commission without the advice and consent of the rest of the members of this commission. You had the ability, if you felt that it was an emergency, to call for a special meeting. You chose not to. You had the ability to put it on the agenda and wait to hear from us. You chose not to. So that in order to make it clear to you that this type of behavior is improper and should not be tolerated in the future, I move for your censure on this item and direct you in all future instances to not be hasty. You can put something on the agenda. If it is an emergency that can't wait a few more days to the meeting, you can ask for a special meeting.
Through the mayor? Okay. And I want to make it extremely clear. I will not stand here while this commission tries to take away resident rights. And I would say it again. Whether this commission agreed to whatever they agreed to, I am not going to agree taking resident rights away. And I will stand up for them, and I will fight once and once again. So no, if I would have to reach out to the Attorney General again, I would do it 1,000 times, because I was trying to undo a wrong this commission made. Now, if you guys want to go ahead and you want to vote with the vice mayor to go ahead and censure me for standing up for my people, for standing up for my residents, go ahead and do it. But you know what? You're going to give me a lot of publicity. Let me just tell you, you know for what? For standing up for the people. So it's up to you.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Right, so I think there's been, unfortunately, so far, too much attention put on you, Commissioner Castro, negative attention in what I believe is also your rogue act in writing unilaterally like that. In this climate, at this moment, under these circumstances, as the Vice Mayor said, on your motion, Vice Mayor, I second.
Okay, so in reference to attention, if you consider Polito Cortadito and I'm sorry. If you consider Polito Cortadito, I didn't interrupt you. So just, again, you said Robert's rules, respect Robert's rules.
Agreed.
So if you consider Polito Cortadito and a pay-for-play scheme like the Gazette and all the cast of characters that are behind that, some sort of publicity, I think that's negative publicity because everybody knows that it's all pay-for-play. And it's a beautiful thing to have a November election because you go in front of more voters. You shouldn't be afraid of that. So we have a motion and a second, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Okay. We don't have a motion to move forward on item E7. We will move on to E8.
E8 is a resolution of the City Commission pursuant
Oh,
to...
wait, if I may, excuse me, Madam City Attorney, I apologize. I'd like for my colleagues here to mull over potentially an amicus brief if we have another city that moves forward, because I'm hearing multiple other cities are considering potentially enjoining themselves if there is a lawsuit in the state in regards to November elections. I would like for my colleagues to consider supporting any of these cities that move forward if there is a lawsuit in the future.
I would move that.
And I will second, assuming, of course,
Yes.
the issues in the law align sufficiently, not just to insert ourselves in another,
100%.
but yes.
And at the end of the day, and a friendly amendment to my own piece of legislation, it will be brought before the commission before we move further. It will just not allow the city attorney or the city manager just to inject themselves.
Okay, so Mayor, typically the city attorney does have authority to file
understand
amicus
that.
briefs, but in this particular case, I'm
Yes.
understanding the direction is if there is such a lawsuit and you would like, and I'll bring it to the attention of the commission, and the commission can decide whether we want to.
Because at the end of the day, we support the governor and the attorney general, and we have the utmost respect for our state leaders. But if you use North Miami as an example, there was never an issue when North Miami did the correct thing and moved elections to November. And I want to make sure, because I'm hearing from other cities, that if they engage in this conversation and potentially supporting if there is a lawsuit, hopefully there is not, and we move forward, that I would like to make sure that we properly show support for this action. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion, a second?
Commissioner Castro,
No.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Madam City Attorney, E8.
E8 is a resolution of the City Commission pursuant to Zoning Code Article 1, General Provisions, Section 1-104, Jurisdiction and Applicability, granting approval of the window replacement for the City Hall complex located at 405 Biltmore Way, legally described as Tracks B and C, Coral Gables, Biltmore Section Revised, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeater provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Clerk, we will have to swear in individuals who will be testifying today on this matter.
Those who will be appearing on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, could we add H10 to that, which is the discussion of City Hall? Update, H10 update regarding City Hall.
Yes.
Thank you.
Billy, if we could go ahead and put the presentation up for H10.
Cable, there you go.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Joe Gomez, Deputy City Manager. I'd like to provide you with a brief update on the City Hall restoration project. So in terms of the project delivery method, after consultation with the manager and with our consultant, we've decided to do a one-phase project delivery, which will be a continuous phase that takes us all the way from assessment all the way through design and construction documents. And this will be broken up into two sub-phases, which we refer to as Phase 1A and 1B. Phase 1A being the building assessment, programming, schematic drawings, and design development. That moves us right into Phase 1B, which would be the construction documents, permitting, and construction administration. Moves us right into construction. So a little bit about Phase 1A, which is the initial design scope. That includes a building assessment and recommendations report. It also allows us to do the space programming for the offices, for the staff and the elected officials to better utilize the space within City Hall to make sure it's consistent with the historical context of the city, Hall. Schematic design level drawings includes a detailed preliminary cost estimate, very important, which will set the tone for exactly what the cost will be for the renovations of City Hall. Design development level drawings, which will take it one step further. We've already negotiated the contract with R.J. Heisenbottle for the Phase 1A, and we're moving into negotiations with Phase 1B directly. Phase 1B is design development drawings. This is more detailed drawings, and then that takes us to the construction documents. This is what will be used to bid the contract. Project specifications, permitting of all construction documents, and includes construction administration. And that fee, as I said, is already being negotiated with R.J. Heisenbottle. Project schedule. So we've developed a very preliminary schedule, which we think is a very achievable schedule. It's tight, but it's achievable. We intend to have all permits complete by the end of June of 2026. That'll move us right into immediately start construction right after the permits are issued. We expect construction to take about 18 months in a complex building such as this. So our substantial completion date, target date will be December of 2027. We were looking at the delivery method for this contract as a construction manager at risk. And the reason for that is because of the extent and the level of uncertainty in terms of the repairs that will have to be done. It provides a much better working relationship between the contractor and the design team. So they'll be working together. It provides constructability reviews. It provides the contractor input during the design phase. It also provides very detailed cost estimates, so we can get very narrowed down on the construction cost. And that will lead us to develop what we call the guaranteed maximum price. So we hone in on that price, so at the end, when we issue the contract for construction, we have a good price. We know what the price is going to be. City Hall Annex window and exteriors. So reviewing the latest HOPE window, we're currently reviewing the latest HOPE proposal, approximately $3.8 million. That also includes the windows for the annex as well as of City Hall. The cost of reinforcing, very important, the cost of reinforcing City Hall, the windows, that'll be part of the construction cost, the overall construction cost, because all of the window frames will have to be reinforced for the new windows. The delivery time for the HOPE windows is pretty long. It's a long lead time of 30 to 34 weeks after the shop drawings are approved. So that's why we have to move quickly on the design schedule. Once the contract is secured, we'll proceed first with the annex buildings. In the annex building, already all the construction hardening for the windows and the doors was already done. So that allows us to move first, essentially as a pilot project. This is just some photographs of the current conditions of the existing doors, both on the Biltmore Way side and the Coral Way side. And this, thanks to our great IT director, Raimundo Rodolfo, he rendered the HOPE window using AI technology so that you can see how the windows will look once the City Hall is completed. So all the windows that you see there, that's the actual HOPE window rendered into City Hall. As you can see, they look beautiful.
Excuse me, Mr. Gomez, is that a before and after, or those are just like?
No, this is the current. This is the current building with the new windows rendered in. AI is amazing. And by the way, also the doors will all be replaced with through HOPE as well.
Raimundo's amazing.
That's it. That's the presentation, Mr. Manager.
Great job, Mr. DCM. Mr. Manager.
To the Mayor, thank you, Mayor. What we've done is we've taken a two-phase project and combined it into one phase to cut out about a year and a half. So instead of doing a very lengthy assessment, we have assessment, programming, schematic design, design development, construction documents, start of construction within one phase to cut out about a year and a half. That's why we feel that because of the delivery of the windows, we can incorporate them instead of doing ahead of time right into the project. We are looking at using the annex building as a pilot program for the windows. We have a mock-up downstairs, which is what we're going to deal with from a quality and color and all the perspectives that we need to match the current windows as much as possible. We worked on the window issue for about a year because we were trying to match historically as close as possible the type of window that we have. They're very small structural elements, and we were trying to have a window that had that could sustain the wind pressures of a hurricane, impact criteria, and also water infiltration, which is a huge issue that's a very big problem with the current windows that we have now. And we can see that around the perimeter of the building is where we've had some of the issues, excessive amount of water infiltration. So looking through different window types, we looked at wood, we looked at wood with steel strengthening, we looked at aluminum, we went to steel because steel is so strong. It's the strongest material that we can use and reduce the elements as much as possible. So steel is substantially stronger than aluminum, and so we can reduce the window elements as small as possible, try to match these elements. We did as-built of the existing windows to try to match them as closely as possible.
Through the mayor, whether to you, Mr. Gomez, or city manager, can you talk briefly about any unique aspect of the exterior of the building that may make it more difficult or have an effect on anchoring?
Yes, I can discuss that from a structural point of view. We have limestone, and so when we add shutters, we really add them just to try to for low event storms, category 1 storms, and so forth, to try to minimize water infiltration into the building, because there are no structural values on anchors into limestone. It's too soft. So our windows really, when we put shutters up, it's really more for water intrusion. Also, we have the building is made out of terracotta block, so it's not concrete block. So you can't really put a fastener into it. So we have to expose the inside very, very carefully without hurting the outside skin, because nobody's going to match that outside skin if we actually hurt it, the limestone skin, and provide reinforced concrete on either side so we could anchor the actual windows too. So what we're doing is increasing the resistance of the building. So we certainly can't get, it's a 1927 building, we're not going to get a new building, but as we increase the strength of the building, then we decrease the vulnerability from a probability side, right? If you can carry a Category 2 hurricane, I'm not saying this is what this is, you're much better off from a probability point of view if you only design for a Category 1 hurricane. So we are increasing by strengthening the building, we're decreasing the probability for damage, right? And so also we deal with the water intrusion issue. These windows, this building was designed without air conditioning. These windows really, the water intrusion issue is huge, and we see deterioration on the perimeter and not on the inside, right? If we look at the outside beam. So it's a difficult building to do because we have the outside skin, which is critical that we don't touch it. We have to work from the inside. And so by taking, I think condensing the schedule a year and a half, and by working it as one project, not as two separate projects, I think we can reduce the schedule by a year and a half. Also, part of our schedule is we are currently working on the Menorca garage. We are working on the west side. On the west side for the commission offices there. We were initially going to be using that entire site, but of course the tax collector, that building was exactly geared for the tax collector, so we leased it to a tax collector. We'll be looking at a building on Ponce, about a block away within walking distance to the public safety building, so we can all be near at that point. The contract for that work in the Menorca garage is coming up under this commission meeting. We'd like to finish it and have it CO'd by the end of the year, so that we can all move out in January and start selective demolition and so forth on the building. So this is a much accelerated schedule, but I think we can accomplish it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Okay. I watched the June meeting for the Historic Preservation Board, and they were asking for an assessment in staff report. I'm going to go ahead and move to defer this item as the recommendation as the Historic Preservation Board until we have an expert assessment on the window project and it's completed and presented.
So there was a motion made though by the Historic Preservation Board at the second time the windows went before them. So there was their recommendation was reduced to a motion.
Commissioner, thank you, Stephanie Throckmorton, Deputy City Attorney. I sit with the Historic Preservation Board, and just for the record, the first time I believe it was in January or February that Mr. Gomez came and presented the windows, there was a request from the Historic Preservation Board for a full assessment. The item returned to the Historic Preservation Board last month, and that item was discussed by the board. I don't know that they renewed that request for an assessment.
Okay,
So,
well, I'm sorry, I haven't finished.
Just give me 1 second. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion. I'd like to see if there's a second on the floor.
Second.
Okay, for discussion. While you were watching it on TV, I was there. I attended. And I was going to say what basically Stephanie just mentioned right now. The board was satisfied. The intent is to stop spending money on assessments and assessments and assessments. I remember that it's always been said in the county commission, we will assess ourselves and study ourselves to death, and there won't be any money left for the budget. This is a project that needs to get moving. It is critical. We're in hurricane season. We need to move forward. We need to harden this building and commence the work that needs to be done here. We will, if we continue to study this, we will kick the can down the curb even further. Mr. Manager.
Yes, Mayor. One of the reasons why I presented to the historical board was for the assessment issue.
Yep.
I mentioned to the historical board multiple times that as a structural engineer, those windows are repairable. If they were the issue was, are they repairable? We can repair the windows, but we're getting the same product that caused the problem again at a very, very high cost. So can the existing windows be repaired? Yes. But do we want that same window has no hurricane resistance, no impact resistance, and minimal water infiltration resistance? And so one of the things that I did present was to take care of the assessment issue. I don't know what happened during that meeting, but to spend a great deal of time, months assessing windows that we know what can be done. It just is not necessary. We need to make a decision. It seems to me, do we repair the existing windows and deal with this issue, or do we, as actually what the historical board said, which was the first item was try to save or protect the building as much as possible. Right. What these windows do is actually protect the building as much as possible. What happens during a hurricane is that as the wind flows into the building, if you lose a window, what happens is the opening is breached. So there's a tremendous amount of internal pressure that creates inside the building, like a balloon effect. And so as the wind goes around the building, on the backside of the building is trying to suck the building, and then you have this balloon effect. So you've got a sucking suction from the wind in the back, and a pushing from the inside. So these two effects are cumulative, and a building that may be barely hanging on will come apart generally at that time, especially a building. This is a well-built building, but it was built under 1927 technology. So by having windows and helping not breach openings, we are actually protecting the historical integrity of the building by protecting the building itself.
Thank you. Madam Vice Mayor.
So I have some questions and some things that we've discussed before that I think we need a little more time for. Issues regarding rust prevention, issues regarding the open extrusion on the end, And we talked about the hinges as well as part of it. And I've also talked to members of the community, and the reality is, you know, if you're repairing an old wood window, and I've done it before, and people don't understand that I put my hands into a lot of different stuff. You're using things like wood putty that are actually plastic. So it's never going to be what it was before. I mean, I can see the windows now completely. The paint is peeled off. The fibers of the wood are deteriorated. It's never going to have the pristine, crisp look that it had before, nor is it going to protect this building. We're not in 1920. We're in an era where the intensity of the storms has not only increased, but the length of time, which is why you see more tree damage. The more you push at something, the more it's going to wear out. So I don't know if, City Manager, you've had a chance to get some answers to those questions.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, what we're doing, that's why we have this mock-up, and we intend to meet with Hope and answer all those questions. I do believe that the hinges should be different. I think they're very, I don't know, they seem to attract attention, and they should not. That's an element of the window that should not. So some of the quality issues we're going to be addressing to make sure that the product that we get is the correct product, and that's why we had that mock-up built. The mock-up was ready in December 23. We just got it, and we're going to use that mock-up to take care of all the issues that you've mentioned.
So how about the galvanizing issue?
And we're going to be looking at galvanizing.
All right.
Some of the problems and some of the problems with galvanizing. So that's one of the. So we will be looking at that. We will be looking at the hinges. We will be looking at certain. We're going to be very picky with these windows. Very, very picky, and as we should be, because of the building and because of the cost, that amount of money.
How much time do you need to get those answers?
We should be. We plan on working them as soon as we decide which way we are going towards those windows, then we will move forward, and we need to move forward quickly because we would like to use them as a pilot program on the annex.
So if I may, if we approve these windows today, can the DCM and yourself and the team put together a refined window with some of the issues that need addressing, let's say by the end of July? So we can move forward. And obviously those will be addressed by the shop drawings that will be submitted for final approval.
We'll have it for the August meeting. We'll be prepared to discuss.
We plan to meet with Hope here and go over every issue on the wind. As you know, Mayor, that's what that mock-up is for.
Okay. You mind if I go to public comment?
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, before public comment, the motion we have right now, it's from Commissioner Castro to defer this item.
Yes. We have a second also from.
Yes.
You want to take a vote? Let's take a vote.
There's public comment.
Okay. First speaker, Ms. Maria Cruz.
This has been Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I know the mayor doesn't like it when I laugh, but let me tell you, this is better than going to a circus. I'm sitting here writing little notes, and some things come to mind. Several years ago, we had money for this building, and we decided to make the project, called the project the City Hall Complex. So we used the money to fix the 427 building. Of course, we didn't fix it well because they're still having problems, but we used the money there. Today, we had an item, D9, where we had to get money for emergency shoring to the amount of almost $85,000. Emergency. I guess something happened between yesterday and today. I mean, it hasn't happened for years. Now it's an emergency. Now we hear that, if we don't put these windows, we're going to have problems with hurricanes. I'm sitting here and saying, from 1961 when they came here, how many hurricanes have we had? And what happened to this building that's still standing? You know, I know that scientific, experts tell me that, this building will not survive a hurricane unless we do the windows that we shouldn't do. We have to do that. So, this building was perfect. There was no issues. We didn't have to be out of this building. Oh, but we're going to be out of this building because the commissioners are going to be moving to some area that's going to be fixed for them. But we didn't have to move before. I mean, I'm telling you, it's like I'm going to sit down and go through all the minutes and all the videos so I can point out every time that we say something and then deja vu, it changes the next time and we forget that we said it. The bottom line is, we do not want to spend money. But we just a few minutes ago decided that we will join any city that will challenge what the state wants, because we have money for that. We have outside council that will be counting already all the money they're going to make. So here we go again. Here we go again, guys. We, the people, should be very, very happy, and we should be very grateful to the powers that be, because this building could have been ready for demolition by neglect, because we chose to neglect it, and now it wasn't an emergency, but it is an emergency now. Please save me from this. It is smoke and mirrors. It is lie over lies. It is trying to convince people that what we did before we didn't do because we
Cruz, if you could please
X, Y,
finish
and
your
Z. I'm
comment.
sorry, other people went way over, so
I'm asking you to
be
please
patient,
finish.
because I had somebody that went over almost 2 minutes. Okay, so
Cruz, I'm asking you to finish.
people listen. People watch. You didn't tell Lawson to sit down.
I did.
He went, no, and he kept talking, and he talked for 2 more minutes.
45
I
seconds
am
over.
over 44 seconds.
You're still going.
44 seconds. He went over almost 2 minutes. So, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Ms. Cruz, I'm asking you to please
All I'm
bring it in for a
saying to
landing.
you is, you say that you listen to the people. That's why you were all elected. You know what? The people will be watching, and they know there's money when you
Cruz,
want
1
to
minute
use
and
the
10
money.
seconds.
But there's no money. I'm still way less than Lawson was.
Clerk, Mr.
There was
Clerk.
not. How much time?
Mr. Clerk, will you please address the clock?
Okay, wait a second.
You're 1 minute and 30 seconds over.
50 more than he was supposed to.
And I
From
told him
3
5 times to stop.
50, I'm very short yet.
And you're 1 minute and 35 seconds over.
No, well,
I'm asking you nicely.
He was here a minute and 50
Ms. Cruz,
seconds.
I'm asking you nicely, please.
Okay?
Bring it in
Yes,
for a landing.
you're
You're 1
asking
minute
me
and
nicely,
45
but
seconds in.
What you do for some, you have to do for all. You
I do
cannot
it for
choose
everybody.
who you allow.
Again, you're 1 minute and 50 seconds.
Carele Carbonell.
Good morning, good afternoon.
For, gosh, I think over 3 years. And I'd be remiss not to speak. And I was listening on, online, and I thought, well, if I have time, I'll go and speak in person. And I did hear something, and of course, I'm here not requesting a big decision. I'm here requesting a deferral to allow, and again, I hear this whole assessment issue as a negative, and with a historic building, it's actually an asset to do
that type of investigation. So, and I did hear that the, about the Historic Preservation Board and also the staff and what their recommendation was. And at the June, sorry, I have to, where am I? At the June meeting, which was the last meeting, there was a recommendation from the Historic Preservation Board. And the first recommendation was to protect the building, right? So that's what we all want. We all want this building to be protected. But the second recommendation was to keep, and that's a big word there, keep the existing 100-year-old windows that are important character, defining element of this landmark. And then 3, for, this consultant architect to explore hurricane protection that will solve the best way to support 1 and 2. So no one's saying one side is wrong and the other's right. We're as far as I'm, representing voices from our historic community is let's have a dialogue with all the information, because I feel like we've only heard one side of the information and not the other. And then the staff report does then ask that an assessment will, they're recommending an assessment. And this is an excerpt right from the staff report, from the historic staff report. And it says, to ensure compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, any modification of original wood windows and doors at City Hall should be carried out in a manner to protect the building. May I have a few more minutes or a few more seconds?
Can you do 30 seconds, please?
Thank you.
And by the way, we are doing an assessment on the entire building. That is being done.
That includes the City Hall windows and how,
Those do not need an assessment.
and if they could be restored or not?
Again, the manager addressed it. They can be
didn't hear
restored.
that.
They can be restored.
Yes.
But there's different options.
Absolutely.
So at the end of the day, I'm
Absolutely.
asking you if you could, Catalina, please.
All right, let me just read
Please,
the
we need to follow the order. I
Well,
know certain people
Mayor-
break it, but at the end of the day, it has to be law and order at the end of the day.
Of
Okay,
course.
please.
And Mayor, I do want to say here in public that you are an advocate for historic preservation.
Thank you.
I say it because you have been there for
I
every
appreciate it.
request that I have
you.
made to you. So I get goosebumps because I am speaking, okay, very honestly. But let me just read the excerpt. It says, to ensure compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, any modification of original wood windows and doors at City Hall should be carried out in a manner to protect the building's historical and architectural integrity. Before replacement is considered, a thorough evaluation of the current windows should be conducted to determine their condition. A visual inspection of the openings completed by staff should.
Ms. Carbonell,
Si-
it's a minute and 30 seconds. I'm asking you, please.
Okay.
Please.
Anyway, you get the idea.
Yes.
The idea is it's come from many sides of the historic preservation community. So please take into consideration that. Thank you.
And by the way, just so you know, I think the entire city says it, we would never do anything to compromise the historic nature of this city, of this building. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk,
Yes, sir.
anyone else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So let's close the public comment. We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Lara?
If I can have clarification on the motion language exactly.
The motion language is to defer the following item.
No.
No,
No,
it was
wait,
broad, it was
wait.
broader than that.
So let's go through the mayor.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, so the motion was to go ahead and defer it until we have the assessment completed and presented.
Okay. Now, let me answer. We're dealing with the windows. We're not dealing with the assessment of the entire building. They're two separate things. Let's not conflate issues. Okay? The assessment will be done for the entire building. If we wait for that, it could be 6 months to another 9 months to have the entire assessment done. So
We've been talking about this for a long time. We need to move forward in one form or another.
Right, so crystal clear. Thank you for that. No,
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara, sorry?
it's no.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Anderson,
No.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
No. Okay, so now we finished that. The item before us is moving forward with the windows, as discussed. There's a little bit of refinement that needs to be done. By the way, just so we're aware, the Biltmore windows, because I know it's going to come up and I want to put it on the record, when they were replaced, the historic gem, they used aluminum cladding on those windows. So if it's good for the Biltmore, again, and they're appropriate for the Biltmore, and they went through the process, we are considering the premier window in the world. I haven't seen anything better than this. I mean, this is an exceptional product that will do justice to this building. We have an option here. We're never going to find perfection. Let's not allow good to be the enemy of perfect. Perfect be the enemy of good, excuse me. And let's move forward with an opportunity here to finally address this issue. Remember, Commissioner Fernandez said, Mayor, this is under your watch. This is your legacy. We will get this done. This commission will be the ones that address the preservation, just like when Carelia came to me and asked me about the white-way lights, we got the white-way lights addressed. Just like when we asked about issues like the gondola building, we got it funded. Just like when we asked issues of historic importance, for example, the Fink Studio, we bought it and we got it corrected. So there's a litany of things that have been addressed here in regards to historic preservation. We're not going to get perfection, but we have to get as close as we can, and I think these windows do it justice. Madam Vice Mayor, you have anything you'd like to add?
My concern is that if the information comes back that we cannot achieve, the protection element of it, we can only protect and keep if they accomplish both. And the existing windows, even if rehabilitated and put in with impact glass, will not protect the building. So, am I correct, City Manager?
Yes, through the mayor. Even if you put impact glass, the impact glass is very thick. It doesn't really fit. In addition to that, the frames are very weak, so any impact would go right through the frame. So there's just we could try to put as good a glass as we can there, but the actual frame is not there to actually support the window. They are quite weak windows, designed in another era for under different conditions. Basically keeping the wind for non-air conditioned space. And this building was done in 1927. It was a great building in 1927 under that technology.
Right, and at that time, they didn't have impact glass to choose from. They didn't have the NOA standards to consider. I mean, those facts just didn't exist.
They didn't know much about hurricanes. They didn't have wind tunnel studies. They didn't have all that knowledge. They did the best they could under those conditions. Remember that a hurricane is something that's just probabilistic. It can happen. It cannot happen. Many structures under Katrina had been there for 100 years and were no longer there the day after. So it's just a matter of how lucky do you feel, and so these type of windows are just not there for water intrusion, wind loading, and impact loading.
Yeah, one of the last hurricanes that came through this area, you could see that a tornado came through down my block because it topped and skipped on which trees it blew out. And the one next to it wasn't affected. So it's a probability, as you indicated. My concern is if it comes back and this is not going to be able to address the hinge issue, the rust issue,
Termites,
all those types of issues, this body may need to take a different course. As that's what I was asking you, how much time you need. Do you need just until the August meeting?
Vice Mayor, and let's not forget, if we use wood windows, they require a lot of continuous work. Any product that we use has to be maintained, and that's something that we have to have a maintenance schedule. And we have to. This is an older building; it's going to require more maintenance. And as the mayor knows, from a construction point of view, the older buildings just it's going to be 100 years old soon in a few years. there's more maintenance involved. So whatever product we use, there's no such thing as maintenance-free. Concrete is not maintenance-free. People think that, and that's why things deteriorate.
Yeah,
So-
no, and metal's not maintenance-free, but it'll be less maintenance if it's galvanized.
Yes, and we're going to be looking into that, and that's one of the issues that you and I talked about, that we're going to be discussing with Hope, along with some of the quality assurance issues and the hinges.
So if we vote today on this and we move forward, we're going to have some shop drawings, or at least some rough shop drawings in the next meeting in August, or preliminary shop drawings, so that we can address the finer details that are still pending, like the hinges and those type of things.
If I may say, Mayor, I would like to get them here before the August meeting, and see if we can wrap that up from all the issues that we've just discussed.
Okay.
So are you making a motion that would require them to bring it back in August?
I can pass the gavel and make the motion, yeah.
Okay.
I pass the gavel and I make the motion. Well, not to bring it back in August. I want to move forward, so we can already engage, and then we can come back with the finer details that are pending, the commission may have. For example, one of the items is the hinges, and just move forward on the path, on the course that we've set forward. It's time to check this box off and move on to the next item.
No, I think.
That's what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
No, I feel we need to move forward, but if they can't check those boxes, we have an opportunity to readdress
Oh, no,
this.
of course, I have no issues with that. I mean, again, having done this for almost 2 decades, the process is really refined through the shop drawing process. And that's where you're able to see dimensions, you're able to see each single window will be showcased in the shop drawing, and you'll be able to see, the hardware, the hinges, different applications, how does the window open, extrusions, a litany of things that, again, that you can really only see once you have the shop drawings in front of you. And
All right, because I was in the favor of deferring so we could do that process, but if that's not going to be necessary, and we're going to get this back here in August to make that final decision, then I'll second it.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yes, we'll bring back shop drawings for various standard window types. We're going to be discussing all those issues with Hope, and we'll can do a presentation in the August meeting. It helps us to move forward, because now I think everybody knows this is a viable project. We can move forward, and if there's any glitch in this, which I don't see, we can discuss that in the August meeting. It sounds like we're going to provide them a contract initially. We have a lot of things to actually take care of during that time. But if we know that this is a viable project, then I think we can all move forward from that perspective. And I think it would be good also for the manufacturer to know that we are negotiating for real.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further conversation? Yes, ma'am.
So you passed the gavel.
Excuse me, yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Madam Vice Mayor, you're running the meeting.
I think no further comment from the commission? I think we're ready for a vote.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
No.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Thank you. I think everybody's hungry. We'll take, how does 20 minutes sound? 30 minutes? We can do 2:45? Is that fine?
Yep, sounds good.
Be back. Thank you. Start off with H4.
H4 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award RFQ 2025-005 for architectural consulting services and negotiate a professional services agreement with Bermeo Hamil and Partners, R.J. Heisenbottom Architects, Guri Matute, M.C. Harry and Associates, Ferguson Glasgow, Schuster Soto, and Allegas Architecture, the 6 highest ranked responsible proposers pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code entitled Contract Award and Florida Statutes 287.0555, known as the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act.
Mayor, these are for architects that we use on an ongoing basis.
Yes.
And for the smaller projects in lieu of going to RFQ. Oh.
I called you out of order, I'm sorry.
Get that blood going.
But I think this is pretty straightforward.
Okay, it is. Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This is a pool of professional architectural that would be used for the public works projects, so.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close the public comment. Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara, Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you very much. H5.
H5 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 annual budget to add 20 full-time positions and recognize a transfer of $1,300,000 from the Building Reserve Fund and to appropriate such funds to the Building Division and the General Fund for the cost of the added positions and the replacement of existing vehicles and equipment.
Mr. Manager.
Excuse me, Mayor, I was just getting
No
a
worries.
text from Ernesto Pino.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I get it.
About the windows. I'm sorry, Madam City Attorney.
It was, Mr. Manager, it's H5, which is the resolution authorizing the 20 full-time positions.
Oh, yes, of course. These are positions that will come through the enterprise fund instead of waiting for October 1st. We would like to get them on the budget now and start soliciting these positions. Some of them will probably be very difficult to hire, so we would like to start now. And this has no impact on the general fund.
Yes. So I'd like to just put a quick comment. This is the effort of revamping the entire permitting process organically from within to provide the gold standard in regards to permitting. I've asked the manager, and I hope my commission will give some input, that the George Duyos study be completed by September 31st, sometime in September. It be completed because I want to, that's why we're moving forward quickly with hiring these individuals now, so we can hopefully by January 1st already have a permitting process that, again, elevates the quality, the standards, and that we're providing the best in Miami-Dade County, and that we have a way of tracking wait times, a process where we understand why someone is taking 3 or 4 reviews. Why is that person taking 3 or 4 reviews? What is the reasoning behind it? Is there a design flaw? Are they following the code? Is there a misunderstanding? What is the reasoning behind it? Something as simple as a painting, as a roofing, something should be moving through the system expeditiously. So at the end of the day, this is part of that revamping process, which I think will make everyone in the commission and the city very, very happy in regards to finally addressing this process from within organically, not depending on any outside consultants, but doing things the right way through our trusted staff and providing this world-class service to everyone, not just a pay service where if you can afford an extra 15 or 20%, you get a fast lane. No, everybody should get exceptional service, world-class service. Yes, Mr. Manager.
May I say this was done in consultation with Mr. Duyos. We've had various meetings on this org chart change, and it will be part of his presentation also. So this was not done without a lot of input from Mr. Duyos.
And I recommend Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Castro, Commissioner Lara, and the Vice Mayor, since we don't speak, they may have already. I've had the pleasure of sitting down with the ACM, I've had the DCM, I've had Mr. Duyos, have conversations, give your input. This is coming forward by September, and we hope that with the leadership of staff and the manager and the DCM and the ACM and all the individuals who are involved, we can really deliver on something world-class, something that we can, hold our head up high and say we're doing something exceptional, that we're the envy of every other city in Miami-Dade County. Okay?
Yes, Mayor.
Perfect. Looking
Mayor,
forward to Yes.
just the comments that I have to add to that is, not only is this critically important for the residents, but it's critically important for the future of Coral Gables. Unfortunately, the route that some developers have chosen to take is to bypass our city and use other means, whether it be, the county going through an RTZ process or the Live Local Act. And the reality is we need to really tighten things down and be able to get people to a site plan much, much quicker. And how Deputy City Manager, unfortunately, was the victim of the walking and knocking that I was doing, because every single time I identified an issue that someone, hadn't felt comfortable, I guess, or hadn't reached out to the city on, I was passing it on. So that was more data in the hopper for making decisions on where we had existing problems and where we need to resolve it. So I'm fully supportive of using the enterprise fund. It's not taxpayer dollars, but this is applying that money to where it needs to improve services. Thank you.
To the mayor?
Commissioner?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Yes, so I think this is a good idea. The only thing with this is that it gives me a little bit of heartburn, because hiring 20, I'm contradicting myself a little bit, but hiring 20, it's a reoccurring expense. These 20 positions, I think it's gonna make a great difference with the type of service that we're giving. But I'm just worried about moving forward with 20 more employees. How many employees does that department have?
We've got probably 20 employees will put us probably at 120, something like that.
120?
110. However, we've looked at how much we have in the enterprise fund, and we've looked at how much what those permit fees are. This was worked out with the input of George Duyos, and so we don't feel that that's going to be an issue as far as maintaining that high level of service.
So we do have a recession, right? And let's say 5-10 years in, you expect for us to have enough revenue to go ahead and cover all these employees?
The way that we establish our permitting fees are not based on large projects. They're based on small projects. Large projects are viewed as additional projects that may or may not come in. So we've already looked at that when we originally did the existing permit fees. So we have a lot of smaller projects, and our permit fees are based on that. They're not based. Larger projects are based provide additional income into the enterprise fund. And in addition to that, if you look at let's say we have a major recession and our permit fees go down to 50%. 1 year of maintenance of the overall cost will provide 2 years that we can sustain the development services. So 2 years of that will provide 4. And if you look at most recessions, by 2 to 3 years, we're out of it and getting back into another boom. If you look at the 2008, 2009 recession, by 2011 we were out of it, and I can tell you that in Miami we were booming. So the idea is we actually with 2 years we're actually dealing with 4 years, because of the fact that even though permits are reduced by 50%, we have 2 years of operating capital. So if our recession is not over in 5 years, we have really big problems.
So given the statement you just told me, and trusting that you said you formulated this and it's well formulated, just in case things don't go as well, I will be a yes vote on this, but just based on the statement you said.
So let's go back for a second. So 1 year is $1.3 million, correct? What is the 1.3, right? There's $30 million in cash in a bank account. I know staff trembles a little bit when I say that. So stop looking for excuses to shoot this down and just say, we found a better option than doing it in the private sector. We're not gonna go single source with a person who wants to control our building department. We're gonna do it in-house with competent staff, and we're gonna get this done. We want world-class service, we're gonna get world-class service. We're finishing a study, it'll be done in September. It's okay to say, hey, we have competent people who are at the helm, who actually studied this, who actually led a building department in the city of Miami, who led a building department in the city of Coral Gables, who know what they're doing. And look at this incredible staff that we have. Look at this, they're amazing. And we're listening to our consultant, George Duyos, who was brought in, not under you, correct? That was brought on before.
Yes, before.
Correct, I wanna be clear. He's a person who lives in this community, has an exceptional reputation. He's done this in other places, in other cities. And at the end of the day, he understands through the meetings that I've had. I recommend that you meet with him and you have a conversation. He knows, like the ACM, which I sat down and we had a conversation. I think it was, a week and a half ago, right in front of the city manager's office with George Duyos, and said, I want excellence. If we're gonna spend this money and we're gonna hire these individuals and we're gonna do the study, I want excellence. I don't want excuses. I want by January 1st to be humming on all cylinders. I'm more than willing to give you the time. Let's get this done. Let's hire people. Let's not wait for the study to be done. The study was supposed to be done in December, correct?
Yes.
I said we're getting it done by September 31st. I want to take October, November, December to roll out. Let's start hiring people. Let's get this done. You don't, excuse me, I'm not done. You don't need to be a permit expediter to figure this out. I'm in this industry. I do this every day. Okay?
Through the mayor.
This is about efficiencies, and this is about getting things done and accountability. Madam Vice Mayor.
I'll move it.
Through the mayor.
Great.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Stop politicizing everything, okay? If you didn't hear me, I said I was gonna be a yes vote.
Then vote yes.
So for you to say, I just said I was gonna be a yes vote. I don't know,
Vote.
you have selective hearing sometimes. It's a yes vote. I am in all my right to ask questions when it comes to fiscal responsibility. That's one of my duties. As I said, I was gonna be a yes vote.
Commissioner, you lost that right when you raised your salary without having the input of a commission or the residents.
Okay, stop interrupting me.
I did it. That's it. It's over. The conversation's over. Nothing more. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor, I have members of the public requesting to speak on this item.
Yes.
Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. Oh my God. So now, not only can you shut the residents down, now you can tell the commissioner she lost her right to ask questions. Wow, what power. All right. I'm looking at H5, and I'm really very concerned because we had a budget meeting, about 2 weeks ago? And we were concerned about spending money because the year 2027 was going to be tough. We needed to hold on to the money. That's what I heard that day. Maybe things have changed. And we were also concerned about adding positions. But today, oh my God, this is the enterprise money. We have $30 million in the enterprise account. I believe that's what it's called. And now we're gonna move money so we can have 20 positions. You know what? Maybe it may be a good idea because I think this enterprise money, this is what Surami Carrera was talking about, money from permits and so forth and so on. And we've been holding to it $30 million, and we have code enforcement officers that knock on doors and they don't have uniforms because we haven't been able to buy them uniforms. You know, it's interesting. We have money when we want to use it. When we don't want it, we don't have it. We say one thing 2 weeks ago, the first budget meeting. Now I'm telling you, I got a text from somebody who said, Maria, get some rubber boots because you're going to be waiting in a lot of stuff. Okay, so today we are going to take money from the Building Reserve Fund to fund 20 full-time positions, even though a few days ago we didn't want to add positions, well, now we do, even though we were worried about what would happen in 2027. I guess we're not worried about 2027 anymore. We're going to have plenty of money.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, quick question. Are you aware that code enforcement officers do not have uniforms?
No.
Can we use enterprise money to buy uniforms?
No, Mayor, it's code enforcement, but we will use our general fund to buy uniforms.
So this is what I tell you constantly. This is the constant misinformation, the efforts to mislead, misguide, statements that are made. It's the same repetitive nature over and over and over and over again. It's an effort to mislead the community, the business community. But again, it didn't work at the election, and it's not working now. Any further statements or any further public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Do we have a motion?
Yes, sir, we do.
Let's move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Wow, unanimous. Beautiful. I love it. Excited about the future for the building department. We're going to get it done together with our wonderful employees. Great work. Moving on to 8.6.
H6 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the city manager to execute a temporary license agreement between the City of Coral Gables and Pedrido Arte with regard to the retail space located at 290 Miracle Mile, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134 for a term of 6 months, August 1st, 2025 through January 31st, 2026.
Good afternoon, everyone. Belkis Perez with the Economic Development Department. This is the property at 290 Miracle Mile. It's being used as a pop-up space. So we had a pop-up tenant that ended up being, oh, if I could pull up the PowerPoint, I'm sorry. There we go, I'm sorry. Okay. So we had a tenant that ended up being in the space for a few years. They vacated the space on March 31st, and this was a great opportunity for us to reestablish that pop-up program. The goal of the program is to activate the vacant storefront to energize the area through creative short-term business installations. You have an enhanced pedestrian experience while the business tests the Coral Gables market. So it's a really, Miracle Mile is definitely the place to have a pop-up. We wanted the business to go through this program to get their name out there, establish some clients, and then move on to a long-term lease in another location in the Central Business District. So we've got the terms here listed. Basically, the program was established in 2019. It is a 6-month pop-up with the option to renew for an additional 6 months at the city's discretion. There's a security deposit due. There's base rent of $2,000 with an estimated 3%. Sales tax, utilities are included. They must meet the city's signage policy, and we do want them to be open at specific hours because we do want to attract more people, and we want our other businesses on Miracle Mile to see that it is okay to open late. We want to have people frequent our downtown after they finish eating and continue shopping there. So Monday through Saturday, 10 to 8 p.m., Sundays, 10 to 5. There are other requirements. We had a total of 4 applicants, of which 2 met the submission requirements and were deemed complete. The Economic Development team coordinated some structured internal evaluation process. They structured an internal evaluation process and then included 4 separate meetings with senior leadership to review the applicant materials and gather some feedback. And in that review process, we focused on program alignment, business concept viability, community impact, and application readiness. And so based on the consensus, feedback, and alignment with the program goals, Pedrido Arte was selected as the top candidate. Alejandro Pedrido is the artist. He is a contemporary Cuban artist proposing a gallery space and art studio. So it won't be uncommon to pass by and see him working on an art piece, which is something that was appealing for us. He plans to have other artists exhibit in the space as well, and plans to include possible ceramics and art workshops, and will also sell a variety of pieces at different price points, which is also good. So Alejandro was a resident artist at a gallery just 2 storefronts from where the Fink Studio is. He is highly motivated and made it a point to be a part of the community. He has hosted groups of seniors, art talks, and community art projects while a resident artist, and he knows how to activate a space in creative ways. Pedrito Arte will participate in gallery night and serve to enhance the cultural offering that is available in the downtown community. And that's our presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close the public comment. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great work, Balkis. Moving on to H7.
H7 is a resolution of the City Commission retroactively authorizing the acceptance of Amendment Number 1 for grant number 24 HSC 900.117 from the State of Florida Department of State, Division of Historical Resources, for a 6-month extension to the agreement from June 30th, 2025 to December 31st, 2025 for the Coral Gables Venetian Structural and Surface Repair and Renovation Grant in the amount of $500,000.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Hermesias, Public Works Director. So this is a grant for the ongoing work at the Venetian Pool. And, unfortunately, these older buildings, you find stuff, you open up a wall, and so the work's taking a little longer than originally expected. So we're working through that. So this is an extension of the grant until the end of the year, by which time we should be absolutely completed for this job.
Okay.
Move it.
Second it.
Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Thank you, sir. H8.
H8 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation of the Chief Procurement Officer to award the purchase and installation of an emergency generator to AGC Electric, Inc., the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in the estimated amount of $574,505 pursuant to Section 2-763 of the Procurement Code, entitled Contract Award and Request for Proposal IFB 2025-003.
Madam Director?
Celeste Walker Harmon, Chief Procurement Officer. This was a solicitation that was issued on behalf of the Public Works Department. We had 5 bidders, and this is the lowest responsive bidder. This particular emergency generator is for the trolley depot that's located on Dixie Highway.
Mr. Manager?
Through the mayor, Mayor, Commissioners, the trolley building has our backup 911 system. So this is key, and that building is also designed as a modern building designed to current code. And so, and with our backup system, I think this is important as far as backup power for 911.
If I may ask a question, Mr. Manager, could this potentially be intertwined in next year's appropriations due to the fact that it has a significant
Lead time.
Yeah, right. It has a significant lead time on the front, and it's also, excuse me, on the back. I apologize, and on the front also. But it also is just so intertwined with public safety, and I know that the state of Florida, really looks positively on appropriations that have to deal with public safety or infrastructure. I just want to maybe, since while we have to wait such a long time for this lead item, maybe we can add this into our appropriations also, because my understanding is, as we've been briefed, this year's House and Senate will be convening early. So there could be an opportunity to maybe slip this in. I don't know. I leave it up to you, Mr. Manager. Just thinking about different ways maybe we can cover half the cost.
We can certainly try, Mayor.
Okay.
We can certainly try. We will do that.
Okay. Let's see. Never know.
So move to defer?
Yeah, no. Move to keep going. That's it. Just, again, but it's going to be such a long time. Maybe we can figure out a way to cover half the cost through an appropriation at the state. Because again, I don't think it gets any more important than when you talk about public safety, about the redundancy that's required, that's going to be brought forward by this machinery. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion, a second?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'll move it.
And I'll second.
All right.
unless you did.
That's okay. It's okay. I need more coffee.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, sir, we do. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, thank you very much. H9.
H9 is a resolution of the City Commission accepting the recommendation to waive the competitive bid process of the Procurement Code and contract with Galarza Inc. for the construction of temporary offices for the mayor and commissioners at the Menorca Garage located at 254 Menorca Avenue, an estimated amount of $636,481, or not to exceed the available budget pursuant to Section 2-691 of the Procurement Code, titled Special Procurement/Bid Waiver.
Mr. Director?
So this is part of the overall plan for the renovation of City Hall, where eventually the mayor's and the commissioner's office will be moved to the Menorca Garage for the duration of the renovation. Even though this is asking to bypass the procurement code, we actually asked for bids and through an informal, quicker process. And Galarrete was by far the cheapest. So we asked your permission to proceed with the recommendation to waive the competitive bid process and award the contract to Galarrete. Otherwise, the process will take significantly longer. But I just want to make sure that we actually went ahead and asked for bids from different vendors. So it's not that we didn't go into this blindly.
Okay.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, we did receive 3 bids. This is the lowest bidder. We have worked with them before. This is part of the process of restoring City Hall, is moving the city commission to the Menorca Garage. And then, of course, at that time, we will, as I mentioned before, because the tax collector has the area just to the west of this area, we will be moving into a building on Ponce. And then that way we can leave the building sometime in January, do any exploratory demo, anything we need, and hopefully wrap up construction documents and start construction with our CMR in June of next year.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Ms. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I'm sorry that I didn't bring my binder with all the minutes because I seem to remember that when the commissioners were moved, when most of the people that were in this building were moved out of here, the commissioners had offices in the police and fire building. And then they were brought back here because there was no reason not to be here. And now we are going to spend over $500,000 to fix offices that they had there, but now they're not going to be there. They're going to be at the garage. You know what? I have enough to look for them in the minutes because we changed, you know. We didn't have to be out of here, now we have to be out of here. Very confusing. And I have, the next one, I'll ask on the next one because I have a question on the next one too. Interesting.
All right, so to clarify that again, in an effort to confuse the public as much as possible, this is another example. You see it here clearly in front of you. Conflate, confuse, and make sure that you just terrorize people here while you sit in the back and you laugh and laugh and laugh. So, and speak under your breath. So the point is that you're only embarrassing yourself, just so you understand that. My office and the vice mayor has never left here. We've been here. There was no need to move to the other building. Let me tell you where the offices were because I went there a few times to visit. The offices were located where we have all our giant TVs when there's a natural disaster. They took offices and they had people sitting in the cubicles in front of the first, the EOC. The EOC, basically, it's a giant room, probably twice the size of this room, and people were just sitting there. For example, the DCM had his office there. He had a corner office. The old manager had an office there. Lena and certain members of the manager's team had their office there. What Maria Cruz is trying to do, again, is saying again, trying to confuse. There was no money spent here on offices. They just sat in cubicles and existing offices. What is gonna be done right now, I'm gonna have the DCM come up, or the manager, depending on how the manager would like to handle it, to explain to you where these offices are, where they're located, so you can understand the money that's being spent. Okay? Mr. Manager, please explain.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is part of the original plan.
Yes.
Part of the original plan, which is to move to the bottom of the Menorca, of the Menorca parking garage.
But let's stop that 1 second. May I? Okay. That is a brand-new parking garage. The current state of that space is called a gray shell, correct?
Yes, Mayor.
What is a gray shell?
There's no interiors and there's no floor.
So it's never been built out. So what you're doing is, over there, how long is the extent of this renovation of this building?
It could be a year and a half.
2 years?
2 years.
Okay. So we're gonna renovate those offices, and when we're done with those offices will be used for other city business, or maybe we'll lease it out, or like what we did with the tax collector, Dariel Fernandez, where now they're offering licensing and a litany of other opportunities. Maybe we do, like, for example, the passport offices, or maybe who knows? Maybe there's so much business we move other employees there. But again, in an effort to confuse, mislead, and act like there's a ton of money being wasted, this was always the plan. Nobody moved into offices over there. They were literally in the EOC, sitting down in tables. That's where they were. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. We also, the community meeting rooms were also designed with the communications and everything necessary to be a commission space, because we knew that when we had to leave City Hall, that we needed a place to function. So the original plan was to use the bottom of the Menorca garage, and then the community meeting rooms, the CMR rooms, were designed, the CMR was designed as a commission space, so we could run commission meetings at that time, because we knew that we had to leave this building for a year, maybe a year and a half, hopefully maybe 2 years. And so part of the planning was always to use the bottom of the Menorca garage for our purposes. Now, we built something for the city clerk, and that we were going to modify for ourselves, but it really is a interior design that works extremely well for the tax collector. So why not rent it to the tax collector for the next 15 years, when we can go ahead and lease space a block away for a couple of years, and then when we finish City Hall, I'll come back to City Hall. So the plan did change because we weren't expecting the tax collector, but actually it was not unexpected, because that space was excellent for that. It's already, the tenant improvements are already done for that. So this was the plan. There was we were in the EOC, Emergency Operations Center, and we moved back to leave the fire chief with entire EOC, which we are now, as a matter of fact, we're running a simulation there in a week. Hurricane simulation.
So remember, again, I have to put on the record, the building is not falling. It never was. That was just a statement to mislead and to create more chaos before an election. That was the only reason why it was done. I'm sorry to be so honest with you, but at the end of the day, that's what was happening as a result of an election that occurred here. So moving forward, we continue to address issues like renovating this building, because like Commissioner Fernandez said, who's not here with us today, this is under my watch, under this commission's watch, and we will address it through the leadership and assistance of all the employees, the amazing employees that we have, because I have faith and confidence in all of you. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
We're done? This item? We need to take a vote?
I do not have a motion on this item, Mr. Mayor.
I'll move it.
Second.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. H11.
H11 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement with State Representative Demi Busada for use of certain office space at the City Hall Annex Building for a 1-year period.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This space is something that we had been discussing for some time with State Representative Demi Busada. I think it's great to have this intergovernmental activity in this building. I think the residents will benefit from easier access to state-level resources and representation. And this is a one-year term. The city attorney and I will look at all the logistical details, and I think it's a great asset to have the state representative here.
Okay. Any further comment from the commission?
Other than it's going to be excellent to have her available nearby. I'll move it.
And I want to thank our governmental affairs director for making this possible. She met with Demi multiple times over the phone and in person and made this happen finally. We've been talking about this for about 4 years now, and it's come to fruition. Also, thank you to all the employees that renovated the facility. They worked hard over the last few months. The representative was ecstatic when I wasn't there, I heard from the director that then she was ecstatic about the location. And it's going to be great to have someone has such a significant role in the appropriations process, literally 10 feet from our front door. It's a great thing. And we welcome her with open arms. We have a motion?
Yes.
Can I get a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. I apologize.
We're ahead of you.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. G3? I don't know if I missed that one.
G3 is a resolution of the City Commission confirming the appointment of Raul Valdesfali, nominated by Commission as a whole, to serve as a member of the Arts Advisory Panel for a 2-year term, which began on June 1st, 2025, and continues through May 31st, 2027.
I'll move it.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor, but I do believe, so the City Commission has two commission as a whole appointments to the Arts Advisory Panel. At this point, would you happen to have another name you would want to nominate for this seat?
I don't, but we'll go over some other stuff. Do I have somebody now?
Yes, you do.
What did I say?
Right there.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I know you told me. Ray Corral. Thank you for reminding me. Everybody knows Ray.
Yes.
Doing great things here in the city.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
When can I go over the final appointments that I have also that I want to bring up some? Can I do it now?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. We have some openings also here. For example, on Firefighter Pension Trust, we also have an opening in Historic Preservation Board. I'd like to nominate for the Historic Preservation Board Ruben Rodriguez to be appointed to the board.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I would like to bring you that appointment at the next commission meeting, because there's certain positions that have to be checked for that board, and I want to make sure Mr. Rodriguez meets that requirement.
Perfect. I have two people that I wanted to appoint. Does anybody have any other boards that they would like to fill? I have a Cultural Development Board, which is not empty, but obviously I have some emergency. Did I tell you that Commissioner Keon wanted to be appointed? Can I appoint him to my Emergency Management Board? Emergency Management Division?
Okay.
Does anybody have anybody that wanted?
You had cultural opening, you said?
I do.
Yes, and I do have somebody.
You do? Okay.
Yeah. So
let's put him at the next meeting because I got to tell my appointment that I've got to remove, that he's being termed out basically.
Through the mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
there was 3 items that just came up and I was in the bathroom. My vote for those 3 items is yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Does anybody have any other appointments?
I'm working on it.
Okay. So for the mayor to appoint former Commissioner Patricia Keon to the Emergency Management Division, may I have a motion, please?
Motion?
Move it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
I'd also like to, like I said before, consider Ruben Rodriguez for the board.
I will bring it at the next commission
Okay,
meeting.
perfect. Thank you. I have nothing else. No other appointments. Okay. Now let's start with commission items. F1.
F1 is a resolution of the City Commission directing city staff to extend the resident parking rate pilot program through the date of the first City Commission meeting in January 2026 to collect additional data in order to better determine the long-term feasibility of a resident parking rate. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm excited to have our legal intern present this item.
Oh, wonderful.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Juliet Borges, and I'm an intern for the City Attorney's Office.
Where do you go to school?
University of Miami.
What year are you in?
1L. I'm going into 2L year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How long have you been here in the city?
I would say about a month. Yeah,
When?
about a month.
How are you liking it?
I love it. Yeah.
Good. Well, we're blessed to have you
I
here.
loved working, meeting everybody. I've learned so much already, so really grateful.
Well, it's a blessing to have you here.
Thank you. Thank
Do
you.
the mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question, Juliet. So,
Yes.
2 questions. One, what was your favorite subject? Year 1.
Oh, I would say property.
Least favorite subject? Wow.
Future zoning attorney.
I'm trying to calibrate this. Least favorite?
Ooh, that's a hard question. I would say maybe torts, just because that wasn't my favorite thing, but
Not feeling litigator in the future.
in the future, yeah.
Thank you and
No,
welcome.
thank you. Okay, so as you may remember, on February 11th, 2025, the City Commission adopted a resolution 2025-28, which directed staff to implement a pilot program offering registered city residents a 25% discount for hourly rate street parking, municipal lots, and certain city-owned parking garages. The program is scheduled to end on July 6th, but this resolution proposes extending the pilot through the date of the first commission meeting on January 2026. This would allow staff to further collect additional data and analyze the impact of reduced parking rates for the city.
Thank you for presenting it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Yeah. Monica, do you have anything to add to this item, to this resolution?
Monica Beltran, Director for Parking, Sustainability, and Mobility Services. So I'm happy to report that the program continues to grow. The waived revenue is very manageable. We now have 1,400 tags registered, and I've received positive comments about the program.
How much is it costing the city?
It's less than 1%. It's about 85 cents per transaction. It's a very minimal waiving of revenue.
And having changed the way that we accept funds in the credit card funds,
So,
how does
yes,
that
we have-
does this become a net neutral when you reduce the 25% and you add the credit card fund, the credit card fee on top of it? What does that equal to the resident?
Actually, because we now waive transaction fees for credit card transactions through mobile payments, such as Pay by Phone and soon Park Mobile. With the new contract, we waive the transaction fee, which is 35 cents. And the credit card fee is 25. So actually, that more than neutralizes, it actually helps residents. So this is separate and apart from the credit card fee.
So there's no credit card fee anymore, zero.
The credit card fee exists, but it's 25 cents. And the transaction fee, when you use a mobile system, like Pay by Phone, which is 35 cents, is being waived for all residents. That's just part of the contract that we negotiated.
All right. Anything else for the good of the order?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have a member of the public requesting to speak on the item. Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. I guess I'm going to surprise the mayor because I think this is very good what I hear. I do not, I haven't registered my car because usually my daughter drives and she doesn't live in the city, and I didn't want to commit fraud and have her drive my car. So when she drives, she pays the parking. But I have heard from so many people that said that they used to avoid coming downtown, coming to Miracle Mile and to restaurants here, and this is an incentive. They are so happy that this is in place. As a matter of fact, the other day we had a meeting at church, and there were 3 ladies that asked me, how do I go about it? I said, I don't know. You go online or call Monica, and she'll tell you what to do. It is one of the things that we have done that people are very happy with.
Okay. Anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. We have a motion? We have a
Yes, sir,
second?
we do.
We have a second?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. All right, moving on. F2.
This one's yours, Mayor.
So, after years of discussion with the manager, I laugh because this is an item that we have not agreed on.
You're both laughing.
We have not agreed on, but I think that I finally beat him down. I think I got him. This is a $200,000 a year cost, am I correct? The budget was around that, correct? Just tell me, what is it, Hermes? Mr. Diaz, excuse me.
It varies. It's not even, but you're not wrong.
Okay,
Thereabouts.
around there. I want to give credit where credit's due. The manager's tried everything, okay? To not throw in the white towel, excuse me. We've tried a 12-inch slab to try to hold up the pavers. We've tried different setting systems. I've been there with him. I was there when the manager and I started the project when we basically started removing the asphalt. I think this was 10 years ago, I think, right? 8 years ago, I can't remember the exact date. It looks beautiful, but it doesn't make sense. The amount of maintenance, the amount of work to make sure that these crosswalks maintain, it's not economically feasible. And not only that, when you have to maintain them, you literally are in the middle of construction on Miracle Mile. And it pains me to say it, but when I see something like this, that we're just throwing money, good money at bad, there's no way. We've tried everything to engineer a way where those pavers can handle the load. There's no way. There's no way. When you're talking about trucks, garbage trucks, construction, when you're talking about heavy-duty vehicles, it pains me to say it. We have to remove these pavers, and we've got to just go to some sort of elastomeric paint, asphalt, concrete. I leave that up to the manager. There's just no way. It's unfeasible financially to continue doing this. Sorry, but I think we lost this battle. Madam Vice Mayor, anything you'd like to add?
I concur.
We tried.
People with women's heels getting stuck between the grooves.
People falling.
The trip hazards, it's continuous. So, yes, when it comes around to crosswalks, no pavers, please, ever,
And
ever.
I think sorry, I thought you were done. And I think the city attorney will be very happy because it limits our liability. And I've been there where I've seen multiple people fall. Just, the pavers are a mess. The pavers are a mess.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I myself have fallen. One of my heels got stuck in one of the pavers crossing Miracle Mile. I'm just not completely satisfied with this. This is the heart of our downtown, these crosswalks. I'm not satisfied with the alternative that we are probably exploring. I don't think it's very eye-appealing, especially given it's the center of our downtown. I do think something needs to be done. I don't know if there's any way to consider something else than just putting asphalt.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Commissioner, the manager and I have been discussing this for years. We brought this up. I think the DCM will tell you, because I copy him on text messages every day, that deal with all issues facing the community, how many times we've talked about this. We have done everything we possibly can, from a 12-inch slab that was installed below. We have tried to find every solution possible. Do you have a solution? I'm open for anybody to come forward with a solution. I've asked. And with all due respect, if Peter and the DCM cannot figure out a solution, I don't know of anybody that can. Because it's not the infrastructure, it's the paver. The paver cannot handle the load. It's a stress on the paver. And, again, I have all faith in Mr. Diaz. We've been working together for a long time. He's a straight shooter. Do you see anything that will actually work? And we've been talking about this for a while. Do you see any option that we could, that we haven't exhausted already to address this issue?
Nothing that will mimic those pavers. I mean, there are plethora of other products you can put out there, but mimicking those pavers, you know, and the manner I have that discussion, the pavers are very brittle. And on top of that, because they're not really construction pavers, so they're not interlocking, so they move.
They're floating.
So it's a combination of both of those things. So, I mean, there are other things, but they're not gonna match the look of those pavers. I mean,
The reason why I bring that up is because just like the windows here, we have to eventually take action. We have to stop. We have to move on. Someone's gonna get hurt. We talk about want to avoid liability. Someone has to move forward. If you're in a wheelchair, if you're a person with a cane, if you're an elderly person, this is a nightmare. So again, I don't want to do this. Trust me. It's not going to be the most, to remove the pavers, again, it goes against the aesthetic of the project, but we got to do something.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
May I suggest that there's other things we can do to beautify the mile other than pavers? Because most people walk looking straight up, not looking straight down, because you need to look at where you're going. You can do lighting, you can do decorations, we can activate more things, lots of different considerations. I will hand that over to our esteemed staff to make suggestions, put it through the boards if necessary as to what would be the best solution that will both attract shoppers and make the mile beautiful.
So one of the things that I wanted to add on to this, because we're going to bring it back to the commission with the directive in August, is I'm not taking this money, this $200,000 a year away from the Miracle Mile. I want to inject that money back into the mile, in line with what the vice mayor was saying. We were talking about that. I was talking about that with the manager and the team and the pre-agenda. I don't want to take the money away from that. Let's use that money. Let's do something beautiful with landscaping, which Dina has done an amazing job with landscaping. By the way, the clock is back. We fixed the rust. Can we make sure that when they're watering the plants, they're not overwatering and the tree and the clock gets even more water on top of it? Thank you. So my point is that if staff by the next commission meeting can come back with ideas on what to spend the money on, we don't have to spend it all. We can spend the money on back to the general fund. But if you tell me, hey Vince, we want to hang some planters, we want to do some this, we want to do some that, we want to try to maybe beautify some electrical, some electrical that's there. For example, on Ponce, if you see there's some exposed electrical that we've been removing slowly, maybe we can spend the money to get that all taken care of. If you look in front of, by the way, Sushi Maki, there's some planters there that are awful. They're covered with asphalt. Maybe we cut that section out and redo it and make it look beautiful. It's in front of the salad place. I've sent you photos of that many, many times. So, Mr. Clerk, I'd like to put this on the agenda for the next commission meeting with action, and for the manager's team to put together, something to spend that money on, and we can have it reoccurring for projects like, hey, let's address this sidewalk which is broken. Let's do this planter. Let's put these trees. Something that, again, continues to beautify, since we're taking away from these crosswalks. If you told me in August when we come back, Vince, I have an idea for the crosswalks, we can save them, I'm willing to listen, but you're not going to find a paver that matches that, that's stronger. These are brittle pavers. It's impossible. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They are very brittle. Brittle materials like that, I'm not surprised, have a cyclic load issue where they're continuously pounded. And whereas that problem is not a problem on the sidewalk or on the parking areas. So what we can do is in August is bring back various, let's look at what alternatives we have other than those pavers, and we can present to the commission so that we can see. We're going to look at all options there and see, but I do think it's a material issue. Yeah. We've tried everything. We've tried to minimize stress on them. But it's a brittle material, and brittle materials tend to be subject to cyclic load, which is that continuous pounding as trucks and cars and everything move through it. So.
And if we could work.
It pains me to say that, as you know.
If we could work with the manager, your team, the commission, speak with my colleagues, speak with Belkis, the ACM, the DCM, Ms. Bell, whoever has any input in regards to Miracle Mile in downtown and say, what can we do with this $200,000? Put together a little budget. I just gave you an example in front of the salad place. That sidewalk looks horrible. Looks horrible. The alleyway behind Hillstones. You could do something with that money. You could attack 2 or 3 nice projects a year, to really address issues. And I think over a few years, you can really address some issues that I think are affecting, that we've kind of not addressed because we have bigger fish to fry, Is that fine? Do you need action?
We will bring it back in August, and we'll look at different alternatives and different things that we could do at that crosswalk, and we'll do a presentation to the commission.
Okay.
To make a decision.
Mr. Clerk, please put it on the agenda. Item F3, Commissioner Fernandez is not here, so we'll defer the item. F4.
F4 is mine. There we go. I was waiting for you, Chief De La Rosa. I have, this discussion is the CFAI deferred reaccreditation for the Coral Gables Fire Department. There was a news article, and then I started getting, I don't know how many calls regarding this, and I think it's good to clear the air and to put the facts on the table. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. So, if you bear with me, the sole mission of the Coral Gables Fire Department is the safety and security of our residents. And that mission is accomplished, and the public trust that this community places on us is relied on by the men and women of the Coral Gables Fire Department. Their dedication, their professionalism, their effectiveness is the cornerstone of what we refer to as the Coral Gables brand. That brand that is emblematic with the service that we provide. So it is unfortunate that the very process that we use to push ourselves to be the best, to self-analyze ourselves and our effectiveness, is misrepresented with a political rhetoric of unsubstantiated allegations that have been presented time and again in various venues that call into question the effectiveness of our firefighters, of our department, and that of our position in this community. So to be clear, Coral Gables Fire Department remains an accredited agency. In this reaccreditation process, we were afforded an administrative deferral, which gave us more time to meet some of the documentation requirements that were asked of us, specifically an internal department strategic plan and an enhanced community risk assessment. As stated by the CFAI accreditation manager that I forwarded to all of you and the lead evaluator, this administrative deferral refers to documentation and that we were a high-performing organization. To address some of the allegations that were made in the post that frankly were made to create community concern and outcry. CFAI accreditation process impacts ISO. That is not factual. ISO is an independent evaluation tool that we use to evaluate the effectiveness of our fire suppression program. We were evaluated in August of 2024 by ISO. At that time, we were awarded a score of 101.5 out of 105 possible points. Incidentally, a department needs 90 or better to be a Class 1. The CFAI process, another allegation that was made, is that the CFAI process could possibly impact insurance rates of our businesses and our residents. That is not factual. Only ISO classification has that impact, and we are a Class 1, which is the highest or best classification that you can achieve through ISO. That the CFAI process could impact our ability to obtain grants. That is not factual. An ISO or CFAI accreditation does not preclude a department from applying or being awarded any grants. That the issue was due to staffing shortages. We have 155 budgeted sworn positions. Currently, our department has 153. That includes the 6 that are in our 8-week academy, and they graduate at the end of July. One of our current vacancy is a result of one individual that was hired and could not meet the requirements of the academy. So that was the 7th position that was hired. One vacancy occurred this past week from a firefighter that has resigned and is moving on. To be clear, between the end of July and October, we will have 3 vacancies as a result of retirement. We're already in the process with the Human Resources Department to open for applications and continue the hiring process to fill those vacancies and any other subsequent vacancy as a result. Allegations were made that the current reaccreditation process was a result of lack of internal planning or succession plans. So I'd like to highlight some of the accomplishments of my command staff and our firefighters in the last 5 years. First and foremost, the department led in the response and recovery of COVID, including testing, vaccination, elderly support, providing direction for the reopening of our businesses, and internal policies. We have processed and hired a total of 66 firefighters. We have equipped, trained, and implemented a technical response team that already has had 2 significant victim rescues in complex incidents. Staff has coordinated the building of 2 fire stations, Fire Station 2 and Fire Station 1, which includes our EOC and our headquarters. We have provided a risk analysis and justification and have led to the approval and the current building of Firehouse 4. That firehouse results also in 15 new firefighters and an additional 5th rescue added to the response. This is the greatest service enhancement since 1993. We were the first in the nation in 2020 to beta test a then remote accreditation process to meet COVID restrictions of the time. We developed the Community Risk Reduction Division that consolidated all fire prevention and fire plans review and new construction processes into one division. That has streamlined our construction inspection and plans review process, where no plan sits for more than 5 days, with the average being 2 to 3 days of being processed. These are just some of the handful of accomplishments that have a direct impact on our community that were accomplished by our firefighters and my command staff in the last 5 years. Throughout my tenure as fire chief, I've remained committed to work with past and present managers, mayor, and commissioners to achieve our sole mission of protecting our residents and our visitors. Concurrent with that, I have worked with everyone involved to make sure that my firefighters are the best trained, equipped, and supported. They are the cornerstone of our effectiveness of what we call the Coral Gables brand. So it is unfortunate that in our process of self-improvement, that gets mischaracterized and placed on posts as what we saw this week. Professionally and personally, I tell you that our firefighters, our brand, and our community deserves better than that.
Thank you, Chief, and I think this is why it's so important that you came up here and spoke the truth, put the facts out there.
Thank you.
And I appreciate each and every one in your department.
Appreciate that.
So, Chief, quick question. Where was this article? Or where was this post?
This was posted on the Gables Gazette.
Okay. So, I want people to remember, this is what you call politics. Politics at its finest. This is David Paris, the head of the union, the same guy who goes out there and goes scorched earth on people, on their family. He went home by home, spreading rumors about me, handing out ridiculous flyers with the help of many other people in this community, some that are here sitting in this room. And they failed miserably. They lost by almost 20%. Remember, we have amazing firefighters in this community. They're not represented by David Paris. David Paris is a disservice to the city. He's not a professional. He's a service to the fire union. He's a service to the fire brand. And all he does is hurt himself and hurt this community. He thinks that by attacking and attacking and attacking and attacking, he's going to achieve some sort of goal for the fire department. All he does is embarrass the fire department and himself. So at the end of the day, what you see before you, Chief, is a commission that supports the firemen and women. While we may not always agree, there may be union contracts, maybe issues, but at the end of the day, there has to be respect. And a person like David Paris, who's willing to do whatever it takes to achieve a goal, hiding in the shadows, in my opinion, it is what it is. He's shown time and time again that he's nothing but a mere pathetic individual who is desperate for attention and who'll never be taken seriously. So I want to commend you on your leadership. I want to commend these two gentlemen here who work day and night to uphold the brand that is the City of Coral Gables Fire Department. I want to say thank you to the men and women that I run into when I was getting ice cream this weekend on their break after having 4 calls in the middle of the night. And we spent a good 15 minutes having a conversation. We can be professional in disagreement. You don't have to destroy people. You don't have to even potentially destroy your own department. Think about that. You're out there mischaracterizing and hurting your own brand, which we spend so much time and effort building up. So, don't take this personally. I know you don't. I know you're very serious about your job. You've been doing this for almost, 35 years, 40 years? You spent your entire life, professional life, being a firefighter, helping people, saving people, along with these gentlemen who are here. So, I hate to say it, but after 12 years of public service, this is the cost of doing business. But we have to know who's behind all this, and that's why I call it out the way I call it out. And we can't be afraid to do that. Because this individual does not represent the fire union, does not represent the City of Coral Gables. So I want to thank the firefighters, the men and women of your department, for always shining and always being true leaders and putting the politics aside and never mixing it with their day-to-day job. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Through the mayor, maybe I missed this part, and maybe I just read through it. I barely even understood what they were talking about in the article. But is David Perez quoted in there, or was he the one? How is there a relationship to that?
Commissioner, if you're gonna try to hide and you're gonna play the games that's not David Perez, then you're being, as you've always been, disingenuous with this community. This is David Perez through and through. It's been David Perez in every election. He fails over and over and over again to sow a rhetoric and all these lies. This is David in his own efforts to try to push forward a narrative at all costs. So if you want to sit here and say, I don't know, David Perez, you want to stick up for your friend, that's perfectly fine. I don't have any allegiance to David Perez. The allegiance that I have is to the men and women of the fire department and to the employees of the city. Even in disagreement, I respect them. So I'm not gonna hear pull punches here, whether it was David Perez or not, when everybody knows that the union should wise up and get rid of David Perez and move on and be smart and conduct themselves like professionals instead of going out there and doing things in the shadows and, you know, destroying people's reputations and spreading false lies and all the kind of things they do. So
Yeah,
that's up to you. That's your decision if you want to do that. I won't play that game.
Through the mayor, yeah. I mean, I find it very hard to believe that it's him, because he loves this department as much as you do. Now, again, I can attest for him. I have no idea anything that the mayor's talking about, but I would find it heartbreaking to even think that he has something to do with this.
Here, I'll fix it. I'll deal for one. Look, I'll address the issue real quick. Ready? Mr. Parrish, show up at the next commission meeting and show me that it wasn't you. Okay? And we'll address it there.
Through the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just want to address two people. So, Commissioner, I agree with you, right? Do you agree with me that if David Perez was associated in any way with any of these disparaging remarks, that it's reprehensible? You agree?
Of course.
Do you agree that if he promulgates, pushes out falsehoods regarding our bravest, it is dishonorable?
No, I agree.
And if that's the case, you should resign from the force, right? And not ever be associated with the firemen and the firewomen of Coral Gables in any way. You agree with me, right?
That is not, that wouldn't be up to me. That's a very hard decision to make. I don't even know what the legal boundaries is behind that.
It'd be really easy for me to say that, yes, he should resign.
Should.
If it's tough for you, that's your opinion, right? But I want to direct it out to the chief. You've worked a lifetime on your professional and your personal reputation. And I commend you for steadfast adherence to the highest standard as it reflects on you personally, professionally, and the men and women that you lead in the greatest fire department that I have ever seen. You cannot undo decades of your commitment to excellence with one false story or someone's attempt to divert through misinformation. I know you know that. I'm speaking to the residents as well. So we wouldn't want anyone to give another moment's thought to that story or to any of those false allegations, because all we'd be doing is just adding energy and sort of, as they say, giving some importance to something that deserves none of our attention. And we just keep carrying on and doing the very best that you do and that we do every single day. So I thank you for all that you do. And thank you for coming today and amplifying and reiterating the excellence of the team.
So one final comment on this. Chief, we've seen this time and time again. It's the fear-mongering tactics to try to create a problem that doesn't exist, to try to move an agenda to cause certain people to get elected that will listen to you or encourage them, you know, give them the idea that they're going to be supported in their next election. I was approached as well to take certain positions, you know, and will support you in your election. I'm not about to do that. I know you're not about to do stuff like that either. You're going to stand by your values, and I commend you for doing so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you being here. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving on. F6.
Discussion regarding traffic safety measures at Old Cutler Road and Cartagena Plaza, Coco Plum Circle. Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager and Hermes Diaz, for coming up to present this. I think my major concern here was some residents have reached out to me and there is a lot of traffic. And I know that the Deputy City Manager reached back to me with a very detailed response saying basically that there's really nothing we can do. So I decided to bring it up to the commission anyway because 5 heads think better than one. Do you want to present it?
Thank you, Commissioner, through the mayor. So as I articulated in my response to, and I think all of you got copies of my response regarding, so Cartagena Circle, also known as Coco Plum Circle, is a county facility. 3 of the 4 roads that connect to that circle are all county roads: Lejeune Road, Sunset, and Old Cutler Road. All of these roads take a tremendous amount of traffic because, again, Old Cutler Road is a 2-lane road with a tremendous amount of traffic that comes from the south. Sunset brings in traffic as well as Lejeune. The circle right now processes this traffic. The county has 2 projects that are going to be let at the same time, February of 2027. One is to replace the bridge on Lejeune Road, which has been deemed deficient, and the county has a project for it. And then they're also going to be doing improvements to the circle itself. And part of those improvements, I've looked at the plans, is to channelize the traffic better through the use of separators to be able to route the traffic through. Now, the circle operates in lieu of a traffic signal. And the reason that it's so successful is because when you have roads coming in at different angles, it's very difficult to be able to have a traffic signal process all that without substantial delays. The purpose of the circle is to be able to move the traffic through. That's the ultimate purpose of the circle. So I understand the concerns from the residents, but the alternative will be far greater. What I mean by that is if you were to put a traffic signal in lieu of the circle, or if you were to institute traffic calming on these major collector roads, what will happen is the spillover will start going into the neighborhoods. So before you know it, the cure becomes worse than the problem. So in this particular case, what I'm saying is that let's give the chance, the county's plan a chance. Both the bridge project, which is going to improve the Lejeune Road Bridge, as well as the improvement on Cartagena Circle. Thank you. Let that work, and I think there will be improvements to traffic. But it's a reality. All these roads it's a confluence of roads that are coming in together in a traffic circle, and they do carry a lot of traffic.
So in conclusion, let's let the county do their thing to see if that would be a better fit.
And if I may add, one of the benefits of a traffic circle that as opposed to an intersection where you have the potential of a T-bone crash, when let's say somebody takes a red light, accidents in a traffic circle have a tendency of being milder because you're more likely getting side swipes. So you're looking at a reduced severity of accidents when you're dealing with a circle as opposed to a traffic signal. It doesn't eliminate them, obviously.
In fact, studies that have been done, the 30 to 40% less accidents happen at traffic circles and roundabouts than with traffic signals because you don't have that stop condition, or somebody will hit you from behind, or you get T-boned.
Mr. DCM, I know that you weren't here. Mr. Diaz, how many times have I brought up this item on the agenda? Have we talked about Cartagena Circle?
I believe several times.
Okay. And what is the outcome? What is
the county is doing a project.
Okay. So this is simple. When residents write you an email and they call you and they say there's an issue, what I would do is I would write to the manager and say, Mr. Manager, I know we've talked about Cartagena Circle many times. It's not under our jurisdiction. Can you please provide us an update in regards to where we are in the current process? Mr. Diaz, the manager will pass it on to Mr. Diaz, and Mr. Diaz will verbatim provide you with an update where we are in regards to the issue. This is nothing new. This has been brought up many, many times. We've discussed this issue. We have to wait for the county to finish the work. We're pushing the county. Talk to the DCM about this, the ACM, the manager. Again, this is a very complex intersection. And by the way, it's only gonna get more complicated now with the bridge.
Okay.
And there's issues there where we have traffic issues in front of the park. So at the end of the day, I know that the residents want action, but again, this is under the auspice of the county.
Right.
And there's limited jurisdiction, and we have to work with Commissioner Regalado, who sees this as an important issue, and it's very complicated, very complicated. We've talked about lights. We've talked about, you know, 1 lane versus 2 lanes, 2 lanes versus 1 lane. We've been discussing this for years. But at the end of the day, it's under the county's jurisdiction.
To the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
One other thing I'm going to add to that, because I know Commissioner Castro wasn't here during that era, and I remember watching the meetings. The bridge issue has been going on for over 6 years that I can recall. And replacing that bridge is very, very complicated, because where is all that traffic going to go now? So the dance that the county has to do is dealing with all this traffic, rerouting all this traffic, and finding the perfect time to try to do this project as efficiently and quickly as possible. For every traffic issue, calming, et cetera, that I've encountered, I direct it to staff to get a response back. And Mr. Diaz, Mr. Gomez, I'm sorry, you are the recipient of a lot of these emails, but it's not something that needs to be on the agenda, because the answers we can get from our staff. Please give us an update. So, I mean, periodically we can do updates on major things, and we have one coming up here so that everybody's abreast of what the current timing is and what's been done and what is planned. But that'll be coming later on the agenda here. Thank you for your time.
Anything else for the good of the order on this item?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Through the mayor, the bridge is operation obsolete and has been downrated from a load perspective, because it does have structural issues. So it makes sense to do the bridge and the circular intersection at the same time, because that way one diversion works.
Kill the pain one time, you get rid of it, finish the construction.
Mr. DCM, same situation. Alhambra, the same point at Alhambra. We've been ready. Alhambra looks like a war zone. I mean, it's horrific, the asphalt there. And we don't want to spend money twice on that issue.
Right.
So we're literally ready to go, sidewalk, traffic calming, fixing whatever needs necessary in the bridge, and then the asphalt.
Yeah, we
Same
actually
situation.
relocated a force main from the old bridge to the
Force main,
new
yes.
one,
I completely-
precisely ahead of the county's project. So we've been working on this for a while.
Yep, no, I know you have. I know you have, trust me. Okay. Do you want to take item F7, and thank you, gentlemen. Do you want to take items F7 and F8 together?
I would be okay with it.
That's
Madam
fine.
Vice Mayor, you want to take the lead on this?
Yes, I will. I asked staff because, I've been in conversation with them for many years, even since before I was elected, on ADA transition issues, ADA issues, period, and the need to move this forward. That's why it's also been added to the capital improvement budget, so that we can track things and move things forward. It's why, I had requested, and it was included as part of our state appropriations request. It wasn't one of the ones that the governor chose to keep in. We can address those later, but I'm going to let you do the presentation, and thank you for your patience with me every time I send you a picture or a request, because I think we're actually making some improvements here now, and I'll catch anything that I think that you have omitted. Okay?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Raquel Elejabarrieta, HR Director and ADA Coordinator. So as the Vice Mayor said, we have been working diligently for the past couple of years with the Vice Mayor, and prior to that, to update our transition plan. So the city has a Title II ADA transition plan. That transition plan is just a guide. It's a guide that we use. It's a living document, and it's what we use to make sure that all our facilities, garages, parking spaces, right-of-ways, become ADA accessible, right? So in order to develop that plan, we did a comprehensive evaluation of all of our buildings. And in that, we evaluated 14 of our buildings, 33 city-owned and operated parking garages and parking lots, 42 city parks and recreational facilities, 55 stops for our city trolley services, and all of our public right-of-way sidewalks and parking spaces within the city central business district. So we have all the barriers that we need now to remove. Our target date is 2033. So we want to remove all our barriers and be completely ADA compliant by 2033, and we have been making significant progress. The good thing is we have renovated many of our main buildings. So as we renovate our buildings, we make sure that they're ADA compliant. We're just beginning to make our youth center ADA compliant when it comes to accessibility, the restrooms, access to the gym. So I believe that's in the design phases, so that should be coming up within the next 6 months to a year. And so we do believe that we're on target to have everything completed by 2033. We have money set aside, and every year budget sets aside monies so that we have enough monies to make those repairs or update those facilities. In addition to that, we have been working with our intersections and our audible push signals, and that's something that the Vice Mayor started a couple of years ago, and also with our Disability Affairs Board. I think you attended a couple of our Disability Affairs Board meetings, and they were making a big push for audible push signals. As a result of that, if you can, Billy, if you can put up the presentation. Perfect.
Through the mayor, one moment.
Yes.
Should we take advantage of this, that Raquel's speaking on audible traffic signals to include item F8?
Yeah, we are together. Okay.
So the first slide is just what I spoke about, an update on the transition plan. The second slide is our audible push signal. So a couple of years ago, at the request of the Vice Mayor, we identified several locations that we felt it was important for us to have audible push signals. And we looked at Lejeune. Lejeune is a very highly trafficked street with a lot of cars going at very fast rates of speed. So that is an FDOT road. So we contacted the FDOT about 1.5 to 2 years ago and requested audible push signals at Minorca, Andalusia, Valencia, and Bird Road. The FDOT went ahead and approved those audible push signals. They are currently in design for 2025. I think construction does not start till 2028. That is an FDOT project. We have another audible push signal that has been approved at Coral Way and Granada Boulevard. That is a county road. However, because the city has undertaken some improvements in that intersection, we have decided to go ahead and place the audible push signals. So that's something that we're excited and should be coming up. Addition to that, we want to add to that same FDOT project, which is down Lejeune, we want to add Lejeune and Alhambra and Lejeune and Coral Way or Miracle Mile. We want to make it part of that same project, so we have requested the FDOT to add those two intersections as audible push signals approval locations. We have not heard back from them. They usually take about 90 to 120 days to evaluate and get back to us. We anticipate that they're going to approve them just because we have that big project down Lejeune, so they'll just go ahead and add those two.
So I'm just going to interject there. I mean, I've done 100, 200 ADA cases, and some cases were in bankruptcy, and you always prioritize what needs to get done first and plan it out. Some of these intersections identified, you have bus stops at.
Oops.
And you need audible signals where people can't drive because you can't see, or you have diminished capacity to see. So that is why I pointed out some of them, because you do have bus stops on those locations, and you do need to get across a very busy intersection.
Something interesting that I want to remind the commission that we have is, because this takes some time, and as we get these audible push signals, the city has an app. The city provides free of service an app called IRA. IRA is an app, if you're visually impaired, you connect to that app, and that person connects to that person's camera, and they act as a visual interpreter. So as that blind person or visually impaired person is walking down Miracle Mile, they connect to that app. The camera opens up to that visual interpreter, and that visual interpreter is detailing for them exactly what that person or the caller is seeing, so they're able to cross Miracle Mile. They're able to go into a store and ask that interpreter to maybe read the menu or a price on a shirt, on a tag. And we offer that free of charge, provided they're within the City of Coral Gables geofence. So if you're visually impaired or you're blind and you have that app, it'll let you know as soon as you enter our geofence that it's available and it's free of charge while they remain in that app. So that's something that was, again, by the Vice Mayor and the Disability Affairs Board. We've had that for a couple of years now.
That's excellent. I just want to mention, I was trying to push you to get it done by 2030, and you said, oh, that's impossible.
Yep.
And because it is a lot, and you sent me, as soon as I was elected, the Excel sheets
Massive.
of items that we need to take care of, so thank you for taking the lead on this.
So we do have some proposed locations that we would like to add to our audible push signals throughout the city. We have 2 on Miracle Mile, so they would be the one on, I believe, 37th and Miracle Mile, and Ponce and Douglas Road on Miracle Mile. We would also like to add 2 additional ones on Alhambra Circle and Ponce, Alhambra Plaza and Douglas Road, and then 2 on Ponce, 1 on 8th Street and 1 on Bird Road. So they're color-coded because the process is a little bit different depending on who manages the road. So the 2 on Miracle Mile, the one on 37th and on Ponce, they're city roadways, so that is something that we can phase in and we can do ourselves. It's a cost item. We anticipate each intersection can be anywhere between $50,000 to $150,000, but we will be budgeting for them in the next 0 to 2 years or 0 to 5 years to implement them. The ones that are blue are county roadways. Now, there's 2 things. The county will take 2 positions. If there is an ADA complaint, or if there's someone that's visually impaired who makes a complaint to the county, they will take it upon themselves, if they have the funding, to update those push signals and make them audible. If not, the city can undertake that project and do it themselves, but it would be fully funded by the city. And so we do anticipate putting those 4 intersections, the 2 that are on the city roadways and the 2 that are on the county roadways, we do want to place those in our transition plan to update them to audible push signals.
So is this presentation been given to the Disability Board, so they're aware of the criteria?
Yes, absolutely. So we had a Disability Affairs Board meeting last month, and this is actually one of the items that was discussed, and this was one of the goals of the Disability Affairs Board, was for these audible push signals to be installed throughout the city. And that's what they wanted, so they will be very happy and pleased with this presentation and where we're going with this.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to have some additional requests on Ponce and Coral Way, but I'd like them to take the lead on those requests.
Absolutely.
Through the mayor. So regarding F8, I'll go ahead and I'll move it, and I would want to see if you would be willing to co-sponsor it with me, since you've been working on this for so long.
I think you might need to wait and understand a little more about the legalities of an ADA transition plan, and understand that there needs to be a prioritization of issues, because there's more to accessibility than audible signals. There's a lot more. You need to have curb cuts, you need to have bathrooms, you need to have many different things. And when I've handled cases, and we're dealing with even companies, businesses in bankruptcy, you need to prioritize what needs to be done first. First, you need to get someone in the door. Next thing is, perhaps they're driving along and they need to use a bathroom. So which bathroom do you do first? Do you do one in the guest room, or do you do one in the main area that everybody can use? You have to do priorities. So if you jumpstart and push as the priority of ADA issues, audible signals on all these intersections as you have requested, they won't be able to get across the street if there's not a curb cut where it needs to be, where there's not a detectable warning. Detectable warning is that bumpy stuff that informs the individual with a sight issue that you're transitioning from a safe area, such as a sidewalk, to an intersection. And if this type of prioritization hasn't been done, and instead it's being directed by individuals that are not experts in the area, mistakes are going to be made. So I'm going to ask you to defer your item, and let's use our board, let's use our expert that we've hired it's going to help staff direct the funds to what needs to be done first. Mentioned the intersection of Ponce and Coral Way. I didn't direct it. I've asked the board to do the consideration. I've asked the expert to do the consideration as to when it should be done.
Through the mayor.
And if I may, I want to just add something very quickly. As you heard from Raquel, I think you probably mentioned 6 or 7 times during this presentation of the work that the vice mayor has done over the last 4 years. I don't think it's in your position, Commissioner Castro, to be inviting the vice mayor to co-sponsor. If anybody should be inviting, it should be the vice mayor. She's been working on this for 4 years. We have to have respect for the hard work that people have done, especially when they've been working on issues. It's not about sponsoring things and taking credit for as many pieces of legislation. The idea here is to produce impactful pieces of legislation that are transformational. I would never dare step on the vice mayor's toes in regards to issues that I know she's been working on. Just like I wouldn't step on your toes. I'm not going to go out there and say, hey, can I co-sponsor? We've been through this back and forth over the last 2 years about co-sponsoring issues. I don't have a problem if somebody co-sponsors something with me if we start working on it together and we take steps forward that take years to bring that piece of legislation to fruition. But to come in at the 11th hour and say, hey, I'm going to co-sponsor on this, so you can send out a video or an email, to me, I think is just disingenuous.
Through the mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor,
I'm just going to dovetail on that. I think your parking program is great.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I'm not asking to co-sponsor. I'll vote for it. Okay?
Through the mayor, I really don't care if I'm the sponsor or not. I could completely give it to you. I put this on the agenda because a resident reached out to me, and maybe it's good to reach back out to her because she might be one of the people who reaches out to the county. This is.
But if I can add something, this is why I tell you, you don't have to put everything on the agenda to look like you're doing work. What you can do is very simply speak to the manager, like I do, or the DCM or the ACM, and say, hi, I just received this email from a resident. How can we move forward to address the concern? The manager, the DCM, will say, hey, Raquel, can you please help us out with this? I know you've been working on this with the vice mayor. Oh, okay, perfect. You can respond accordingly, explain the situation. Not everything has to come here to the commission. This is an item that, again, as you can see, the amount of work that the vice mayor has done on this project is huge. It's significant in nature. She's been advocating for this in Tallahassee. She's been working at the federal level. She's been really, this is one of her pet projects. It's just an issue about respecting, like I would never, you've done 2 major things that I'm aware of. Number 1, door hangers, and number 2, reducing parking by 25%. I don't have a need to sponsor it. Those are your items. You want to move forward on that. I would never step in at the last moment on second reading or first reading and say, hey, I'd like to co-sponsor this. There's no need for that. I have more respect for the work that you've done on those projects.
So I'm just going to explain. Issue of prioritizing expansion of audible traffic signals within the city to promote accessibility, inclusivity, and safety. It's already been done. If something's already been done, there's no need to have a resolution on it. Our staff is on this issue. The reason it's been brought up in front of the Disability Board is because we've been working on it. And our director has done an amazing job. And I'd like her to continue to lead the way and help us get through this, because this was stagnant. This was literally stagnant when I took office. Okay, it wasn't even on the capital improvement budget. We had money set aside, but it wasn't in there saying, okay, we got a 5-year plan, what are we gonna get done first? It was being done as we renovated facilities like Salvador Park. Those were ADA things that were taken care of. But as far as going through the downtown and putting in the audible signals and getting the curb cuts, additional curb cuts in areas where we're not doing improvements, that hadn't been looked at yet. We need curb cuts in where there's doctor's offices. We need more handicap parking spaces available for people to park in. All that I've asked staff to include that in the DRC process, to be looking at those things, because there will be opportunities that we'll miss unless it's looked at every step of the way. Because in the DRC process, they can say, oh, there's a medical facility there. How many street available parking spaces do we have? Is your parking in that garage that you're going to be going in, is it van accessible? Does it meet the height requirements? You know, where is the curb cut? Is it?
Madam Vice Mayor, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not even gonna delve into those waters because I'm not a professional like the Vice Mayor is legally, and in regards to issues of ADA, she's tried cases on this. This is her bread and butter, her forte, and she's a professional when it comes to this. So I wanna, you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you on that front. I apologize.
So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say, that us directing what gets done first as a direction, as opposed to the other pieces of the puzzle that have to be taken care of cohesively in order to really make our city accessible, needs to be done in a comprehensive manner with a prioritization as to what needs to be done first. And I think our staff has done an excellent job. Believe me, they'll hear from me if I think that something's missing.
Next item?
That's it. Are you done?
Moving on to F9. Commissioner Castro.
F9 is a resolution of the City Commission directing the city manager to display the United States flag and the City of Coral Gables flag on their own pole at City Hall. I think it was probably a year back, we went ahead and we spoke about it, and I think we approved a different flagpole. This is just moving forward and honoring and respecting the United States flag and the Coral Gables flag. No other flag should really be flown with it. If we want to go ahead and celebrate anything else, then we're going to have a separate pole for it. And I believe the commission had agreed on that already.
Commissioner Castro, if I may. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I wrote this piece of legislation a year ago. It was brought before the commission. Do you have that legislation, the number of that legislation?
I can pull it up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, you could pull it up. This is the same thing I was talking about before about the ADA. The intent of the legislation that I wrote was for us to buy a flagpole. Mr. Manager, is it included in this year's budget?
Mayor, we'll be putting the flagpole on the other side, on the Biltmore side of the building, because historically,
Yes.
they would not like us to put it where the two flagpoles are right now.
So we've already had meetings with Historic. It's already budgeted for. Things take time. I brought this legislation forward about an additional flagpole. It's the same thing as we discussed. This already has been addressed. It has already been legislated. If you want to vote on it again, we can vote on it again.
It's different.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. Like I said, if you play back, if you play back the tape, it says that flag will serve as one, that flag will serve as one purpose, honoring whatever we're going to honor. If it's a centennial, if it's Pride Month, if it's our friends from Crystal Academy in regards to autism, that was the intent of my legislation. It's the same thing over and over again.
Mr. Mayor? Approximately exactly 1 year ago, July 9th of last year, the commission adopted a resolution of the City Commission authorizing the placement of an additional flagpole on the Biltmore Way side of City Hall. Yeah. And it was Resolution 2024-155.
Who was the sponsor?
You were, sir.
I was a sponsor. Okay. So it just goes, but I'm not done yet. It just goes back to the same thing as we're talking about over and over and over again. You don't have to put everything on the agenda. What you can do is you can ask the manager and you can say, Mr. Manager, can you give us an update in regards to what's happening to the flagpole? What's going on with that? He'll tell you. We've just met with Historic. We are now in the issue of the budget season. We're putting it into the budget, and we're moving forward to deliver on the flagpole. But if you'd like to do it, we can vote on it again.
Through the mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you didn't understand this resolution, so let me go ahead and explain it, okay? This resolution is so that moving forward, we do not place any other flag under the United States flag and the Coral Gables flag. This is different. I know it correlates, but this is different from your legislation, okay? The only flag that's allowed to stay there for now, because it's already there, and if you would read the resolution, you would, learn a little bit, is the centennial flag. And that's because it's already there. It's not an exception. So this resolution is basically saying that moving forward, no more flags under the United States flag or the Coral Gables flag. That's the difference. Now, I would like to move.
Commissioner, hold on, not moving it. No, we're not done yet. Commissioner, again, a year ago, the intent, what do you think I asked for? Why do you think I proffered the legislation to put another flagpole? Was it just to leave the flagpole empty? No, the intent was to use that flagpole to fly, like I said, the autism awareness flag, the centennial flag, other things that would not conflict in one form or another with the American flag or the city or the state of Florida flag. That was the intent. I didn't just put another flagpole there because I wanted to put another flagpole there. But I mean, this common sense. If you would read my legislation from a year ago, you would realize that was the intent. And if you would look back at the conversation, it was to have the flag used for ancillary things outside of the American flag and the state flag. I don't want to argue with you because every one of you argue. It's already been written. The legislation is already written. You don't need to propose the same legislation.
Mayor, this is not the same legislation. Once again, we have not followed protocol. If that's what you intended, we haven't followed it. We have put other flags under the American flag, okay? Moving forward, this legislation resolution says we should not do that until we have a new flagpole. Do you agree with that?
Commissioner.
If this is your legislation, do you agree with it? Yes or no?
Commissioner, the reason why the legislation has not taken effect is because the flagpole is not up yet. We're waiting for the budget season to be able to buy the flagpole and install the flagpole and then go through the process of speaking with Historic to make sure it was appropriate, the location of the flagpole. Stop trying to confuse people. At the end of the day, the intent of the flagpole is to honor the American flag and the state of Florida flag without having any other flags underneath it. That's why we're adding an additional flagpole. We've already addressed the issues of location. It's in the budget and it'll be coming. Yes, sir.
You know, as the newest commissioner, I'm learning a lot. So my question to anyone on the commission or through the mayor is, before a resolution is brought before this commission for discussion or ratification, right? Is there a process to make sure that you're not sort of covering ground that's already been tread? Because I would not want to be, and I feel like I might be, in the unenviable position of having to say, after hearing this for the first time, I'm not in favor of this because something else might have been, but then it might be misconstrued as I'm not pro the United States flag, right? Or I don't want to be caught in that kind of situation. So is there a process to ensure that the public's not subjected to this conversation before we convene?
You want to know why? That was never needed. It was never needed. It was never needed because it's called personal consideration. Because when you worked on something, staff would say, hey, but that already exists. Staff, that would already exist, and you would not step on anybody else's toes. In 10 years of being in public office, that never happened. If Raul Valdesfali was working on something, if Slesnik was working on something, if Keon was working on something, if Frank, Mana, any of the people that I had the privilege of serving was working on something, you took consideration. You took consideration of the hard work that person was doing. That was never an issue. But since Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Francis, this has been an ongoing issue for 2 years. We battled this for 2 years. An issue of, for example, well, you weren't here, but we had issues of co-sponsoring. We had battles up here on the commission floor about, I did not want anybody to co-sponsor an issue after working on something for a long time. I never had to do that before. I never had to stick my flag on the ground, no pun intended, and say, this is what I'm working on. Because there was just personal respect and there was consideration. That went out by the wayside as quickly as they came in. A lack of professionalism and a lack of dignity. And it's just shown right here because, again, at the end of the day, if you want to pass the legislation, we'll pass it again. We'll do it again. It'll be the same thing again, and you can send to all.
Can the city attorney tell us the difference between the two resolutions?
May I, before that, because I just want to stay on this thread before we go on. I'd like to ask the question directly to the city attorney and then reserve one moment to respond depending on what you say.
So Commissioner, if you propose an idea, an initiative, we will work with you. Many of us in my office have been with the city many years, and so we have a good institutional knowledge. Plus, we always search, items in the history, and we'll, it's also helpful to talk to staff and loop in staff when you have ideas and initiatives. Whenever you all are ready, I can answer the Commissioner Castro's question as well.
Well, I would say that that's really great to hear, because it doesn't seem to me that you need a deep well of institutional knowledge, because if something was in fact years ago, decades ago, sponsored, or the germ of the idea came from another commissioner and nothing had been acted on for years, then that may be an appropriate time for someone else to take up the cause, right? But if it's within recent history, at least, I would think that this would save us this sort of time.
Madam City Attorney, will you please educate me on my legislation, please?
So Mayor, the proposed resolution that's this item right now does acknowledge and it does reference that resolution from last year. It's referenced in there. I think that the difference with this one is really in the meantime direction.
In the meantime.
Until the additional pole is installed, this is the direction regarding the display.
It's writing a legislation to a legislation. So it's in the meantime, we're not gonna put any flags. So you're not gonna put the autism flag, you're not gonna put the pride flag, you're not gonna put the centennial, the centennial, yes, but you're not gonna put any flags until we put up the new flagpole.
That would be a decision for the
That's
commission.
a legislation.
Why don't you make a motion?
Okay, I will move it, and this is different. And I'm acknowledging your work in the resolution.
Please make a motion.
I'm moving it.
Is there a second? Fails.
It's so crazy.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I don't know exactly the process, but I would like to sit down with the city attorney and maybe the city manager ultimately and see if we can perhaps formalize a process that before we bring a resolution before the commission, right, that we run through a reasonable process. If we can't seem to do this collegially, we must then move to something more formal.
Yes.
And I'd like to be the guy behind that, if you want to
I
say.
love it. And you know what? When you put it together, I'll come right behind you and steal it. That's a joke.
Withdraw that.
Madam City Attorney, will you do me a favor and please work with Commissioner Lara to formalize the process?
Absolutely.
We've been dealing with this for 2 years.
Okay,
so
then I'm gonna try
happy
and
you're
solve
bringing
it.
that up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to F10.
Vice Mayor, this is yours.
Okay.
So
this
F10 is a resolution of the City Commission amending Resolution 2005-125 regarding board membership composition to add a member to the city's advisory board on disability affairs.
This is one of the boards where we have an even number of members. We typically have odd number of members.
It's a great idea.
Okay. It happened to be one where there was overlooked, where the city manager didn't have an appointee. It's an important board, Disability Affairs. I think the more input that we can have from more members of our community that are individuals with disabilities, the better off we are. We'll be able to identify more barriers in the city and come up with the prioritization of projects in a proper manner. So based upon that, I'll move to have this this resolution adopted, so the city manager will have an appointee.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Clerk, do you have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Can I have we have a motion and a second?
We do, sir.
Yes.
All right. Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. F11. A resolution of City Commission directing that the rent report for city-owned properties be made available on the city's website and requiring a 4/5 vote of the City Commission to approve grants to tenants for improvements of city-owned properties that are obligation of the tenants under the applicable lease agreements. Madam City Attorney, will you please provide clarity in regards to this legislation that I'm sponsoring?
So this is a two-part resolution. The first part is directing that the rent report for the city-owned properties that are leased be made available on the city's website. It's my understanding that the manager has already directed that and it's already been done once he was made aware of this resolution on the agenda. And then the second part would require a 4/5 vote if the city commission wants to approve a grant or reimbursement to one of our tenants to make improvements to the leased property that under the lease agreement are the obligation of the tenant, not the city.
Yeah. So two reasons why I've done this, and I'll use the Miracle Theater as an example. I think that everyone should be able to see how much rent is paid on the Miracle Theater, on the cinema, on any city-owned property. The Starbucks, you should be able to see what is the rent that's being paid, front and center. That's transparency. You're knowing what it is, what the escalations are, how much the rent is going. I think that is appropriate. It's taxpayer money, and I think that you should be able to know. Number two, I think the commission should not arbitrarily break the lease. I don't do it to any properties that I own and just give away money like we did to the theater in regards to $40,000+. I think that, to me, again, is in poor taste, poor judgment, and sets a bad precedent and shows a lack of true understanding of how to run a business. I hate to say this, but the city is a business. It's not welfare. If you run it like welfare, we will go broke. That's what happens when you hand out $20 million COLAs and you raise your salaries and you give out, $40,000 here, $40,000. Every business that rents from us believes that they can come and ask for money. Well, you gave it to the theater. I deserve the same thing. It's a bad precedent. And the same thing, all these things happen during election season in an effort to sway support. It doesn't work. It only sets a bad precedent. Okay? So that is why I'm requiring a 4/5 vote, and we are protecting these assets and protecting the city budget.
I'll move.
Second.
Any comment from the commission?
I have a comment,
Yes, sir.
if I may.
Of course.
So, very interesting you bringing this up, and I think it's very much a needed piece of legislation. I remember, and those who were here in 2024 know that I came during public comment, and I was absolutely outraged at what I witnessed, which was a request and by a former commissioner to award $41,000, calling it a reimbursement to the tenant of the Miracle Theater, the Actors Playhouse, for the construction of a ramp. There was very little, if any, basis for granting what would be a gift when there was a lease which had an obligation for the tenant to pay if there was any ADA required improvement or repair or upgrade needed to the rented space. In fact, there was no evidence given, nothing proffered to show that there was a problem with ADA compliance, and if there was, the solution was one that was expensive, not backed up. There wasn't multiple bids truly given in a way that could be backed up. It wasn't compliant with the city's procurement process because it wasn't, in fact, a city procurement scenario. So it was a unique one where a simple majority of the commission, in my view, parted with $41,000 in what appeared to be at the time a play for political pandering. I'm not besmirching the tenant. If the commission gave that money away under what was the scenario back then and there, they were the recipient and the beneficiary of it. I would, if I can be given one more moment, Mr. Mayor, to say that at the time I went through a very difficult period of being accused of being against the disabled rights, which I took personal offense to, but of course it was a political season. I had spirited conversation with Commissioner Castro during that time, and all I was asking for was an explanation for why that was being done, and I wanted nothing more than transparency and accountability, not ever attacking anybody. In the end, I just want everybody here to know that personally, I'm an advocate for the disabled rights. I sit as, and for years have sat as the chair of development for Easter Seal, South Florida. And with respect to the Miracle Theater, the company that I serve as Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Counsel to is amongst the diamond sponsors for years of the Actors Playhouse. So this was further political theater to try and besmirch my name. And I'm very pleased that we are considering right now a safeguard against this ever happening again by moving to a 4/5 composition to grant such a departure from lease requirements.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I'm pleased as well. I mean, I went and looked at the facility. As Commissioner, I know you did as well. We're only talking about a ramp of a few steps. This was not a significant ramp. It screamed at me because the cost was so exorbitant. There was no evidence of competitive bidding. And I know plywood was expensive, but it wasn't that expensive. And there were other alternatives. There definitely were other alternatives on how to handle this matter, as opposed to something that appeared to be political pandering. people that I know that were donors to the Miracle Theater shared that they never received a call to action to make the donations, and they would have been happy to do so for that ramp. So, wonderful piece of legislation. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. You know, this is the type of legislation that, you know what I'd love to have, is the entire commission to co-sponsor it with me. Would anybody like to co-sponsor this?
I'll co-sponsor it with you.
Great.
I'll co-sponsor it with you.
Love it.
And I'll
Madam Vice
co-sponsor it.
Mayor, here we go. So after giving away $40,000, we now have complete consensus from the commission, how the wind turns, which is beautiful. Mr. Clerk,
Through the mayor? Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Yes,
fact that I'm co-sponsoring this is because I think it's good legislation, but I am not agreeing with my colleagues' remarks regarding the Actors Playhouse. Just wanted to put that on the record.
Through the mayor.
Yes.
I'll be very brief, but the transcript is clear, the video is clear. If anybody wants to review it concerning our colloquy, when I asked you if you had spoken to the tenant regarding your vote in support of this gift to the Actors Playhouse, I believe your response was, I don't want to refer to facts that may not in fact be facts. And I think I did you a much better recitation than the one you gave, but I don't mean to insult. I'm just saying that we gave, or I should say I gave you an opportunity to provide the basis for why you voted, and you diverted and didn't respond. So I haven't made any accusations that aren't in fact supported by the facts. And again, I applaud you for joining in the co-sponsoring of this resolution.
And if I may, it's not an insult, Commissioner, it's just the facts. It's the facts. It's $40,000 that used to be in the coffers of the city that were just given away. That anybody who knows how to run a business would never in their right mind do that when you have a portfolio of businesses that could come and ask you with their hand out and say, hey, I want to do the following, give me money. And if we have one of our employees here for the city who has run properties for a long time, and I actually have had conversations with the previous individual, and if you'd like, I can bring her up here and ask her if this is commonplace where cities just break leases and give away money based on the commission's need. It sends a deadly precedent, and it shows a real lack of an understanding of real estate and how to run a business. Because at the end of the day, the problem that we have here in the city is every year we have a reset, and there's another $250 million that comes in property taxes. And we just kind of lose sight of the fact that it's not our money. And just because there's a reset every year, we just can't spend it. So, Madam Vice Mayor.
Here's one more fact, just to make the record complete. Those funds came out of the ADA transition line item for the budget. That's where it came from, the capital improvement budget.
And that's painful.
$41,000 less to be able to apply to all the many things that we need to do in our city.
Yep. All right, so can I have a motion?
I think we're already there.
Oh, we do? We have a motion in a second? Perfect.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Commissioner Lara?
For the reasons stated, yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then what we're going to do is we're going to tackle F12, which is a big item, and everyone can have a water break and do as they please. Thank you. Perfect, yeah. Let's do it.
Recording in progress.
I got it. Mr. Clerk, you ready to go? Let's go.
Doesn't mean I'm going to do anything wrong.
All right.
Properly and correctly.
Mr. Clerk, ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Madam City Attorney,
Yes.
item F12, please. Discussion regarding youth center property.
Yes, Mayor. So would you like me to go through some of the history?
Yes.
Okay, so Mayor, so in the 1940s, the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Center Association operated a youth center at the property where the Publix is currently located. And the city, my understanding is the city would fund that operation or budget and provide funding for that operation. There was a reverter clause on the property that if it ceased to be used as a youth center, it would revert to the city of Coral Gables. At some point in the 1950s, that association approached the city and requested that that reverter be released so that the property could be sold and the proceeds from that sale could be used to purchase the property where the youth center is currently located, and then the balance of that to be also used for funding the operation or for constructing the youth center, actually. And so in 1950, I think it was 1955, the city did acquire what's known as like lots 117 and 118, where the youth center is located and part of the field, from the University of Miami. A couple of other lots were owned by individual owners, and there was a couple other little lots that were acquired by eminent domain, and that is where the youth center was constructed. In 1958, the city, by ordinance, directed that the property be deeded to the Coral Gables War Memorial Youth Association so that it could be deeded back with the reverter clause that we are familiar with or that we've heard about. And that reverter clause provides that should the property, the property must be used for the recreation and benefit of the youth of Coral Gables, with limited use allowed for adult recreation and certain and civic uses. And so, failing which, it would revert to the association. And then the other part of the field was acquired later, I believe it was 1968, from the University of Miami, and there was also a right-of-way that was vacated. So the reverter clause applies to those initial conveyances. So it's not the entire property, but it's certainly the property on which the building and part of the field are located.
Okay. The reason why I put this on the agenda is because I've received many phone calls from residents who are very concerned about what they saw during the elections. This is, to me, a big concern as a result of our cherished youth center. Should not have any cloud on title. Should be clean. And when you talk about the 501c3 that is associated with the youth center, you've had a multitude of issues with that 501c3. It's actually expired on multiple occasions. I haven't seen the filings. The board hasn't met in years because I know several individuals that are on that board. And I think that it lacks a transparency that the youth center or any property associated with the city of Coral Gables should have. Case in point, if you have the mayor's council or if you have a board here in the city, there's notes that are taken, there's a member of staff that's there, it's televised. None of that exists for this board. And in the odd case, this board is dealing with over $100,000 in cash and bank accounts and has power over the youth center if something were to occur. That to me is a problem, especially when you talk about potentially, which was already discussed, and I thank God that we were able to stop it, $160 million be spent on a bond referendum in regards to our parks and youth center, where 80 million of that 160 was going to go to the youth center. Think about spending $80 million worth of taxpayer money, which is not really 80 million, by the way, because when you spend the 80 million, you got to pay interest on that. So it's potentially 140, 160 million over the 20, 30-year lifespan of that bond. Imagine spending all that money on a property that we could potentially lose one day on a reverter clause. So what I'm asking today, with your help, and I hope the commission joins me on this, is to clear title. I'm asking for there to be a formal investigation in regards to this organization. I want to see all documents. I know that staff has recently been provided a bunch of different documents that they found in storage. I'd like for staff to come back in August with a plan of action to contact the board, ask for bank records, and for a plan to dissolve the cloud on title. The city will never, in my opinion, the opinion of many, I don't think there's any, would knock down the youth center and build housing there. The intent of the youth center is for the members of this community, the young people in this community, to have a place where they can call home and enjoy themselves. So the idea that, this board has to exist and there has to be a reverter clause because, we need to protect the youth center. That's not the case. The case is simple. We need to clear this up, and it's an asset that belongs to the city, and we need to move forward and give it a very clean slate and clear up these issues that, in my opinion, are clouding not only title, but are clouding the good name of the youth center and people associated with the youth center. Madam City Attorney, what do you recommend moving forward that we do to bring this back in August with a plan of action?
From here to August, Mayor, we can explore the possibility of if that reverter can somehow be released. Obviously, one way is to request that it be released.
Yep.
And we can also review any documents that have been located by staff, and we can look into the history of whatever those documents might shed light on in terms of the reverter clause or anything else. And we can come back in August and report back and provide the commission with any options.
And I also want to, recently there was a rush to reactivate the board, reconstitute the board. I'd like to see up to the minute finances, not just a spreadsheet. I'd like to see an actual audited financials. I'd like to see audited. We're not talking about $5,000. We're talking about a lot of money. I'd like to see audited financials. I'd like to see minutes. I need to see minutes. This is a board that has power over the youth center, a rather significant property here in the city of Coral Gables that has a reverter clause. So I'd like to see if what are we facing before us? I'm not an attorney, but at the end of the day, we're in a position where we have to put the city in the best solid footing moving forward. And I think having something out there that's ambiguous and potentially clouds our ability to control the youth center is not in the best interest of the city.
So Mayor, in August, we can come back and perhaps, it could be a resolution directing that we, maybe my office reaches out to the organization and requests this information and requests that the reverter be released. It could be something like that in August.
But I think that we should make those requests now in preparation,
Okay,
for August.
Okay.
I'd like to see bank records, up-to-date bank records, going back 5 years. I'd like to see meeting minutes going back 5 years. I'd like to understand why was a 501c3 extinguished? Why was it for so many years not active?
So we can make that, we can send a request and we can make that ask.
And I hope my colleagues will provide their own guidance as attorneys in regards to how we can clarify this issue and put the city in the best position moving forward.
Did you want to speak, Commissioner? I mean, I'm fully supportive of, you need something from us to help, to authorize you to make those requests.
I think a direction would be, I've got the direction here, so I don't need a formal motion. I think I'm hearing there's consensus with that direction.
Well, you certainly have my support. During the campaign, when this sort of came out to light, some of the concerns that reached the public regarding, for me, perhaps the most concerning was the change in designation from not-for-profit to profit, if that's the case, right? Because if that were the case, then it sounds or appears to me that it would have been done through inaction, nonfeasance, some failure to do what was expected to be done. That is the first red flag, or perhaps some form of mismanagement at the highest level of that board. And there's just simply too much attached to the board, namely, as the mayor said, the youth center itself. And so we not only recognize every day how important the youth center is to the residents of the city, but we also debate endlessly about how many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars are going to go to the upkeep, the improvement of that property. So we must ensure that we protect it. And so these are very basic, no-brainer type requests that we would need. They would look very much like what you would serve with a subpoena, or if we were in litigation, and just basically request for production, interrogatories and so forth. It's very important that we're comprehensive and that we're kept up to speed on what response, if any, we get, which will help inform us and dictate, what next steps would be. But I would hope and trust and expect that your request for transparency and a comprehensive production of information will be complied with forthwith, and it won't be delayed unnecessarily. But I could be wrong.
On that point, make sure we get corporate documents, any insurance that they may have, any emails, financials, nonprofit records, all their filings, and I'd like to make sure these are audited financials. I think it's critically important, and I think that moving forward, it allows us to,
We'll make the request.
part the ways to finally put this to rest.
We'll make the request.
All right, and then the obvious annual meeting minutes of the regular corporation, continual filings, the voting history, stock issuance, all those type of documents. We can always chat after the meeting. So
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, but we will make the request and see what is provided.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I believe that we may be well served. I know that it appears that we have consensus here on the dais, but I would love, to either have through a formal motion or other vote of conformity, coming from with that, I'd like to move that we do so.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second to provide the requested documents that we've spoken about over the last 10 minutes in the August commission meeting through the manager's office and through the city attorney.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro.
I have a quick question before I vote. What is legality or jurisdiction? Are they obligated to give us these documents?
So right now, it would be a request. We would be asking them to provide the documents as of right now.
Are they obligated to give them to us?
So we can explore that further, but as of right now, what I'm hearing the direction is make the request, and then depending on, what else we find in whatever documents and the history that we can see here, but it's not an organization that we currently have, oversight over, but we can make the request and see what they provide.
Okay.
Or what response we receive.
So the motion is to make the request. My vote is yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes, and I'd like to also add something. If they don't provide the documents, I have no issues going legal to make sure that we, again, protect the youth center, especially when there's already a history of not properly filing your documents as required by the state of Florida in regards to non-for-profit. And we're talking about a significant amount of money that is associated with the youth center. And to be clear, and I've said this 3 times and I'll say it for a 4th time, the youth center should be crystal clear when it comes to title. We should not be beholden to any organization because nobody will protect the youth center better than this commission and the employees. Thank you very much. Moving on to item F13.
F13 is a resolution of the City Commission authorizing city manager and city attorney to negotiate and prepare all necessary documentation, including certain key terms, to authorize operators of the Biltmore Hotel to charge for parking at the west parking lot.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Through the mayor?
Yes.
This item is something that we've been looking at for some time. It's parking on the west parking lot. It's free parking now. A hotel like the Biltmore normally does not have free parking, and it's being abused by a lot of people, a lot of non-residents. So we view this as a large potential source of income for restoration of the parking lot and restoration of the Biltmore Hotel. So, we've have some prior discussions so that all the money generated by the parking lot will be initially to redo the parking lot, and after that, 100% for restoration of the Biltmore Hotel. What we need to do is come up with the final percentages and so forth as far as where the monies are going. However, that's from a percentage point of view. However, not for where they're actually going to go, which is a restoration of the Biltmore Hotel and the parking. So we have some rates to negotiate. A number of contractual issues to negotiate, and we would like to bring this back in August with the final document.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Thank you for being here with us. It's a long time coming.
Since 2022, Mr. Mayor.
A long time coming. One of the issues that I've been facing, and I know that my colleagues in the commission have also, is the amount of people that are, again, are illegally parking on the facility. And you notice it really at night when it's the same cars that are parked in a location where they shouldn't be parked. And there's certain things that, again, are infuriating that we won't speak about here, but that shouldn't be occurring on that parking lot, and they do. So at the end of the day, we need to put certain parameters, in my opinion, to make sure that we safeguard this city asset. While you run it, again, at the end of the day, it's a city asset, and we need to do everything in our power to make sure it's run the right way. And also, I think to be able to draw financially from it, I think is a benefit, because all that money through the leadership of the commission will be used to be reinvested into the asset. I think one of the biggest things that the asset needs is a refresh of the parking lot. I know it's costly, but there's a lot of things that, again, it needs to be refreshed. I think it will benefit the asset significantly. So moving forward, we're bringing this forward today because I want to hear a little bit what you need and how we can be of assistance and a good partner, because it's been too long since we brought this forward.
Well, I thank you, but I think the manager and yourself summed it up best. I know that I've had discussions with everybody for several years on this matter. There's not much more that I can add to that. Unfortunately, last night when we were actually sold out, which is a good thing at the hotel, we actually had to give back credits and discounts and refunds due to the fact that some people that drove actually were unable to do so because there's a number of cars that are in there that we've been working with the city to try to identify. So everything you said I couldn't really expand on that any further. I agree that the investment needs to be done. We have actually, as the Biltmore itself, independent of the city, continued to try to do so, and we'll continue to do that. But working in partnership with the city, that is what we absolutely hope to do.
Okay. Madam Vice Mayor?
How can we expedite this? Need a motion? Need a resolution?
Yeah, it's a resolution directing us, so it's a motion.
So I'll move it.
Second.
So, Mr. Manager, we'll have this in August?
August.
We ready to go? Okay. Perfect. And then you're going to designate where we're going to, obviously, the investment and the breakdown?
Yes, and the breakdown, all the investment, to be clear, is going to the Biltmore restoration. Initially to the parking lot restoration. Once that is paid, it goes to the Biltmore restoration, 100%. That's not an issue. We're just working out the parameters of that.
One of the things that we also need there is, and I know it'll be your benefit, is cameras. There's a lot more kind of visual presence. Because again, at night, it gets dark there. There's a lot of events. There's a lot of people coming in and out. And I want to make sure that
We have a number of PTZs, but we've also talked with Chief Hudak about, other cameras as well for the purposes that you're citing. We improved the lighting.
It looks much better.
But more to do, so we don't have a problem with that.
And that's also, by the way, the lighting is a catchy, I get
Sure.
It's a touchy, not catchy, it's a touchy issue because you have to find a balancing act. The residents want more lighting, but then too much lighting bothers the neighborhood. So I get it, and I understand it. Yes,
Through the mayor. But you raise a very important point, right? So I've been seeing this trend lately. Private businesses, if patrons, invited guests are injured or worse, one of the number one plans of attack when litigation ensues is to go through the negligent security theory. And what they have is a playbook of, did you request a crime grid? Have you done a study regarding the lighting? Have you listened to anybody from, police regarding adequate video or guard presence? So free advice, I know you said that you spoke with Chief Hudak, but make sure, that you take this opportunity to kind of have a conversation with him once again to ensure that your plan is comprehensive and that it's backed by them, because it's an ounce of prevention scenario.
And
I concur. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, the ounce of prevention could include cameras to prevent false claims.
Thankfully, it's not a joint torts feature situation,
Huh?
but I understand. It's not a joint torts feature situation, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunately necessary.
Yeah, it's on us.
And
It's a different world, I understand.
it's a different world, and we have to protect ourselves.
So we have a motion and a second?
I have a member of the public requesting to speak on this item, Mr.
Perfect.
Mayor. Mrs. Maria Cruz.
Mrs. Maria Cruz, 1447 Miller Road. This item goes back several years, but I find it very interesting to begin with that we just talked about, I guess it was item, I forget, the medical theater. We talked about, they asked for money. We shouldn't have given them the money because they had a contract to take care of the facility. And we all agreed on that. But now we're going to officially give the Biltmore the way to do this. There's a problem. This was discussed many years ago. Many years ago when the Biltmore put signs up and was charging without getting permission to do so. That's how it all began. And then there was an argument that the U.S. Parks Department, I think, whoever gave us the Biltmore, there is an issue that could not be done. Okay, so I suggest, and I've already requested the minutes involving the discussion because we had a long discussion and the end result was that the city could take over the parking. When Mr. Kinney was here, he offered to run that as a city parking lot. Okay, that was the decision at that point. He could do that. But that parking lot didn't belong to the Biltmore. It was a separate thing. That's okay. By the time you all think about it, I'll have the minutes because I know it was a long, very long discussion because it came about from the fact that the Biltmore was charging and signs were up. And then when the city said, no, you cannot do it, they would cover them and then they will remove them to be able to collect. Peter must remember that. It was a big discussion on that. So I have requested the minutes, everything that was discussed, because I think there were some legal issues about it.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. Close the public comment. So in an effort to once again clarify the record, because we have no choice, because the whole thing is to confuse as much as possible. We don't need to wait for public records. If you'd like to see the public records, ask for Billy, he can get them for you. Madam City Attorney, will you address the legality of our ability to
So Mayor, we've been going through the process with the National Park Service to convert that designation from parks to the historic monument, and we believe that'll be done by the time the documentation is all finalized.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So again, there's no reason to conflate, there's no reason to mislead, there's no reason to scare, there's no reason to continued effort, the continued effort to stall, hinder, stop, there's no need. We've been working on things for a long time. It's already been in the works. And by the way, the issue of the Miracle Theater, like I was just mentioning right now, we gave them this, we give them that. Yes, but the Miracle Theater does not give us $1. We give them, Mr. Manager, how much do we charge for rent there?
Minimal amount.
$1 a year?
Yeah. It's Mayor, considering the property is a token amount.
Okay. Mr. Prescott, how much do you pay in rent?
Over $2 million a year.
Okay. And if we charge for parking here, which by the way, I think I'm gonna go on a limb here, okay? 99.9% of hotels charge for parking, correct?
There's no place we found that doesn't charge for parking in some way, shape, or form.
So there has to be law and order. It cannot be a free-for-all where people are parking in a parking lot and then catching an Uber to the airport so they can save $50 a day at the airport from saving. I see this happen all day, and you know who tells me this all the time? Willie Bermeo, who lives in front of the building, which we all know, and we all heard from Willie saying, Vince, the amount of people parking in this and driving with an Uber to the airport to save a few $100s in parking is absurd, and it's an insult to the city. It's the same situation we're dealing with our trash pits in regards to their green matter. Everybody in town dumps in the city of Coral Gables, and it costs us millions of dollars a year, but we don't want to face it. It's the same situation we're having with you. But guess what? We're facing it today. We're dealing with the issue. So, for the record, because you've heard back to back issues to try to confuse, stop processes, moving forward, laughing, giggling, the whole 9 yards in the back. How much are we gonna make from the parking? Not a number, a breakdown.
Well, I personally think that it will make a sizable amount just in the period that it was charging, which went back immediately to the lighting that enhanced, of course, the parking lot. You're looking at potentially millions of dollars, to tell you the truth, if you look at it over the course of period. I have another property on the west coast of Florida where we charge for parking, and we average about $85,000 to $90,000 a month that goes directly back into restoration purposes.
And what is the breakdown in regards to the percentage that the city would receive, which wouldn't come to the city, it would go into the restoration of the asset that we own?
100%.
Okay, so we're leaving over $1 million, we're leaving a lot of money on the table, correct? Just to give people free parking.
Yes, sir.
Another question, because we don't want to scare people laughing and giggling and, you know, taking photos and doing all the things that are happening in the back. Okay, do you think the parking lot and that area will be safer by controlling parking?
Yes.
Okay, so if the city asset is going to benefit and then we're going to reinvest that into the facility, it's going to be safer. I can't find a reason why not to support this.
Thank you. I agree, as you know, for several years.
All right. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the Miracle Theater, the token amount is $0.
So the Miracle Theater pays $0, and we're giving them $41,000. How do you argue with that? I'd like to know how you argue with that.
You would
know how many
like,
times-
you would
you know-
like that, Luis, right?
You know how many times I've gone there to receive a plaque, or the last time I was there, I paid $10,000 for a table for the centennial for June Morris's event. Personally paid for it. I don't go there for free. I don't go there for photo ops to post. And you're telling me, hold on right now, that we gave them $41,000 and they, by the way, just so you know, they sublease that property to churches, to other entities, so they make money on our free lease. And now we don't want to give you the opportunity to charge, and 100% of it comes to us. By the way, Madam City Attorney, would this process be handled audited? Would these be audited financials?
The process with the,
I'm proving a point.
we can negotiate all those points, and it's one of the things that we'll need to, the details of the accountability, we can negotiate.
No, but my point is everything we do with the Biltmore is already
Correct.
audited
Everything is
financials.
audited on an annual basis, so you will see that every single year.
My point is, this is
each line item.
standard operating
Yes.
procedure, just like
Any
the
business.
entity attached to the youth center should be audited financials. Okay, so you're seeing a trend here. Let's not charge the Miracle Theater. Let's not follow through on entities that are attached to the city. They go inactive. Who cares? We'll deal with it later. Doesn't matter. If it has money, it doesn't matter. But at the end of the day, let's give you a hard time when you're telling me it's going to be safer and we're going to get and the asset's going to benefit. Sorry about the diatribe. It's just extremely frustrating dealing with some of the stuff we have to deal with. Mr. Clerk, we have a motion, a second.
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. By the way, the point of me asking that $0 is because I want people to see online every single rent. I want people to see what Starbucks is paying. I want people to see everything transparently, every single dollar. I think it's incredibly important. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, it's online right now.
Okay, perfect.
Commissioner Lara?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Castro?
Yes.
Mayor Lago?
Yes.
Thank you for your
Hey,
time.
we have the ball rolling. We are unanimous. 2 votes in a row. 2 votes in a row. This is amazing. God is good. God is good. God is good. I dealt with this for 2 years, man. I got my butt kicked in for 2 years here.
If I may, just one thing on an earlier subject, I was going to mention it to the
have some
manager
fun with
about
this, right?
pavers that
Oh,
you
no, I was
mentioned.
going to ask you
I
what
don't
you
know
had
if it's
for
something
lunch.
of enhanced stamped concrete with the thermoplastic covering or things that people are looking at, I've noticed recently. I'm not saying that's the solution, but it's something I had heard recently by a couple of others. So if it helps, just like I offered to Mr. Gomez to go to Carmel, Indiana and see the roundabouts. I have 150 there. I think it's the most in the US.
And I know what you're talking about. The problem with stamped concrete, it just doesn't.
No. I'm just saying I've heard about it more. We don't deal with that, but I'm just saying it was just something.
But it's a great idea, but it just doesn't look
I understand.
up to snuff for quality.
It wears very,
Sure. That was
Mr. Clerk, what other items do
Thank
we
you
have?
very much.
No, thank you. Yeah. What other items do we have?
You have F14, Mr. Mayor?
F14.
F14 is a resolution of the City Commission prioritizing residential reviews by establishing an order of business for Board of Architects meetings.
Oh, this is a long time coming. Madam Vice Mayor.
I noticed the smile on our
this is
city
a long time
architect's
coming.
face.
This is years in the making.
Sometimes people don't like change, but we really need to become more efficient. So, in an effort to be able to have residents first and being taken care of first and not waiting around for large projects to be reviewed, while it might be interesting and educational, we're going to be indeed put residents first here. So we're going to restructure the order of business before the Board of Architects. Time certain presentations will be based on project types. The goal is to prioritize residents with the intent of expediting the process for all. You have the presentation up there. I should just let you do the presentation, but you know the idea. Go ahead. You take the floor. I've talked enough today.
You guys can do it that way, or I can walk you through it. So good afternoon, and Mayor, I think we're gonna get 3 for 3
I think so.
regarding your
scoring.
unanimous votes. I'm hoping so. Good afternoon, gentlemen, and ladies and gentlemen. Juan Riesco, City Architect. As a City Architect, I am also the Secretary for the Board of Architects and the liaison to our residents. As you know, the board is responsible for the reviewing of all projects in the city of Coral Gables and upholding the high standards of design that this city expects. Our BOA meetings are unique in that we have weekly meetings instead of monthly meetings, and it's different from all the other boards in this city. Our meetings are held every Thursday at 8:30 in the morning and typically run till 1:30 p.m. due to the high volume of submittals that we review. Our meetings are very intense and rigorous, where many projects are reviewed in a limited time frame. They range from a simple fence project to a very complex and large project. We typically review 25 to 30 submittals on a weekly basis. We currently have 9 registered architects on board with an average of 20 to 30 years experience behind their belt. Each of them has vast knowledge and of ranges of small-scale projects to large, complex developments. And based on the inputs of the residents and the concerns of the commission, we are here to adjust our order of business at the Board of Architects meeting. 2 quick slides. The first slide is, again, as the Vice Mayor stated, we're restructuring the order of business. The goal is to prioritize the residents with the intent of expediting the process for everybody. We are now initiating time-certain presentations based on project types and complexity, and we are also soliciting additional architects to the board to help expedite further reviews. If you can put up the second slide. I hope you can, yeah, it's readable, okay. I wasn't sure, this is my first presentation, I wasn't sure about the text size. So what we've done to address the concerns is separate the meeting into 3 tiers. Okay, the first tier is what we call panels, which are going to be initiated. Our meeting starts at 8:30, roughly. It's an hour-long session for panels because these are the simple projects. In our mind, they're the simple projects. They're the fences, the windows, the decks, the docks, roofs, tiles, signage, all of the miscellaneous ancillary components of a structure, whether it be commercial or residential. And so they go relatively quickly. What we do is we subdivide into 4 teams, 2 to 3 people per team, and then we concurrently review projects and try to keep a handle on what's getting approved, what's getting deferred, what's getting rejected. The second tier of the meeting is what we call the board, and that's where we review additions, renovations, alterations, new construction, and solar panels. And what we do at that point of the meeting, which usually starts about 9:30 and will end probably by 11, we're hoping an hour-and-a-half session. And this is the core reviews that we do where we have the most volume of work. These are the new houses that sometimes become cumbersome. And so we split up into 2 teams of 4 architects, anywhere from 3 to 5, depending on the attendance of the meetings, because now we're into the summer session and a lot of the team is traveling, whether it be business or personal, they're not available. So it can range from 3 to 5 people per team. And then the final tier of the board meeting is going to be the full boards, where we do the large-scale and complicated residential projects. We have some residential projects, we just reviewed one last week that was 30,000 square feet. One of the biggest residential projects in the South Gables, right off of Old Cutler Road, in Gables by the Sea or Gables Estates, I'm not sure where it was. So in the full board sessions, this is also the portion of the meeting where we review projects that are requesting med bonus. This is where projects are requesting conceptual reviews. So this is delegated to the complex projects that are the most time consuming and require the most attention in terms of detail. We also review historic properties. We also allocate time for product presentations. So in this city, we try to vet products that are new, that are coming online. We try to stay on top of the materials that come into the market, because a lot of developers, a lot of owners, a lot of builders want cutting edge, new technology, new materials. There's a strong push for composites versus natural materials because of course degradation due to, water infiltration, termites, whatever. So we got to watch what people use in the project. So we ask them to come in and do product presentations so the board can vet the materials, look at the guarantees, the materiality, the connections, how it's attached, how it's connected. So that's something that we do on a full board level. And then the last thing we do at the full board level is based on the mandate from the commission, we review the metal roofs. And that's a full board requirement. And so that's kind of in a nutshell, what we're doing. Our full boards can run up to a couple of hours. Sometimes we go past 1 o'clock, which I don't think is productive because the board is tired after 4 or 5 hours of reviewing projects and everybody's hungry by 1 o'clock. So I try really hard to get the agenda complete before 1 o'clock. But again, we're at the mercy of the project and the complexity and the exchange between the applicants and the board. And again, a full board session is anywhere from 5 board members to 9 board members. I need 5 to create a quorum for the full board session. So in a nutshell, that's what we're doing. We think this is going to solve a lot of the concerns and a lot of the requests of the residents and also the commission. And I think it's a great situation for us at the board level. I was on the board for 11 years, and this ability to break up the board into 2 components is going to help us tremendously with the time, because now I can have 2 concurrent boards running at one time. So hopefully people will get in quicker and get out quicker, and hopefully lessen the complaining about waiting for 5 hours, which I understand, but up to now, that's been the MO for the board meetings. And so I'm glad the vice mayor brought it to our attention, and I'm also glad that some of the residents have talked about it at the meetings, that, why should I wait for 4 hours? And my answer was always, it's based on the agenda. It's based on when you submit the project, you get put on the agenda, and we got to deal with it. My promise to everybody is that we'll get you done on this board meeting, that it's not going to get shelved to another subsequent meeting. So that's it in a nutshell, guys.
Right, I mean, I had talked to board members about 2 years ago about doing this. There was some pushback at the time, but I think the appetite is there now, so now is a good time to do this. And, it gives you the opportunity to bring in some additional people, so it's not as much as a strain on the existing board members that we have. Yeah, and you can still get projects processed here. This is a resolution. It's a minor tweak to our code. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Can I just state, just for the record, a few things? First of all, I want to commend you for working on this. This is something that we've been talking about for a long time. I've heard from a lot of architects. Something that we had talked with the manager on multiple occasions. And I think it's the right thing to do. I think it really offers different, not only opinions, but I think skill sets. And it really opens it up. It really opens it up so that people can get a better understanding and really delve into residential versus, high-rise construction, commercial construction. And I think it's been a long time coming, And are there any other ways that you think that we could potentially do a better job, that maybe you think, there's constraints financially, staff, what can we do? Because one of the things, the only thing that I see, Mr. City Architect, which is, I don't know how to answer these individuals when they come to me. I bring them to you. You know, there's how many times? Dozens of times I brought them to you. Every week. Every week. Hey, my project was denied for a fourth time. For a fourth time at the Board of Architecture. And usually they're residences. You know, I think some of those, again, I'm not an architect. I look at them and I say, oh, that's a beautiful design. And they say, well, I don't want to make the windows smaller. I want to leave the windows the way they are. And there's that back and forth. That's just giving you one example. What do you think that we can do? Is it just that people sometimes use architects that are not local or architects that don't have the experience with the standards here in the city? And I think sometimes it's very frustrating for staff because staff wants to tell them, listen, your architect is just not a person who understands our standards here or doesn't understand that you're in a historically designated neighborhood and you can't build an ice cube in the middle of a neighborhood. No, but this is what I want. So what can we do to make your life easier and staff's life easier? Because it's really hard when you have to deal with somebody and they say, I want this, but you're like, no, you can't have that.
So let me answer the first
And
question.
I know that's a loaded question, and I apologize, but
I'm ready to answer that. The first component is the staffing. We are short one staff member now in my department. We lost somebody in January. And so it would be great to pick up another employee that will help us with the internal reviews at staff level, not at BOA level. This is purely what we do in-house, where we review what we call the miscellaneous projects, the small projects. So that would be helpful on that level. The second issue or the second response to the broader question about people getting deferred or rejected at the board level, I hate to say it, but the majority of the architects that I deal with on a weekly basis that get rejected are, I think, exactly what you mentioned, that they're not well-versed in perhaps Mediterranean design. They're not well-versed in traditional Coral Gables architecture. They're modernists. I'm a hardcore modernist. I graduated from college loving Richard Meyer, which is a white box guy. But I understand now that I am an employee of the city of Coral Gables and I have to adhere to the standards of the city. And so I put that away and I focus on what I need to be doing here. And so I try to meet with the applicants, Mayor, to respond to your query about people getting upset. I do it on a weekly basis. I probably meet with 3 or 4 people every week regarding rejections from the board. That's a big part of my job here as a liaison, as an ambassador of the city, is to try to get these guys in line so they understand what we expect. And you're absolutely correct about what you said, that some of these modern houses cannot be built in our traditional neighborhoods. It's just not something that we can accept. Because again, our marching orders are very clear. We have to protect the integrity of the neighborhood and the context. If there's a position or a part of the town that's a little bit more open-ended, maybe an annexed area that we took over from Miami-Dade County that has a little bit of variation, then we open up the doors a little more and we allow the more modern vocabulary in those areas. But unfortunately, many of the architects that come to the board, some are first-timers, then they have no clue what they're getting into. Some don't come prepared, some don't understand the requirements of, whenever they're doing renovation work, existing versus new, and how we read the plans and how we try to understand. I mean, you got to keep in mind, we're looking at a project for sometimes 15 minutes. And we have to be able to determine what the scope of work is, understand what they're trying to do, and make sure that it's all complete so we can give them an approval so they can move on to the next tier. And so a lot of guys just, and I'm working on that also. We're trying to create some design standards. We're trying to generate typical permit comments that we look for on the projects that we're doing. So there's a lot of things. We're trying to put stuff online. We're trying to publish the product standards. We're trying to do a lot of things that weren't available when we were in the hard copy days. Now that we're in the digital world, we have a lot more flexibility. I have a lot more ammunition that I can use to do that. And so we're working on all these things, and we're trying to give the community and the architectural community in particular what they need to be successful in this city. And it's just, unfortunately, some guys just don't have it. I hate to say that. And some guys we can work with, and some guys are stellar, and they do great work. And we appreciate that, and we love that. I've got guys complaining to me, hey, I've been there 4 times and I got deferred, rejected. And then I saw a guy get approved on the first shot. Well, yeah, that guy, unfortunately, probably did his homework, did his research, did his context study, looked at the requirements that the board expects, put together a package that's complete, put notes on the plans. I mean, I can't tell you how many times we stop presentations because the product isn't complete.
And also,
not enough information for the board to make an assessment. So,
can I ask you a question also, and maybe there's also a question directed at your staff. Don't you think a lot of it has to do with also not only an experience in regards to the city and our objectives, but it also has to do with the fact that the times that we're living in right now, where everybody wants to maximize every last square inch of the property to get the highest dollar amount. So it's like they're going setback to setback. They're trying to build, and for example, you look at my house, for example, on a 12,000 square foot lot, they built 3,000 square feet. You could probably build another 1,000 something on that lot. But 50 years ago, when they built that ranch style home, it wasn't a necessity. Now they would take that lot, knock the house down, build to the last square inch. Let's say it's 4,500 square feet, so they can sell it for X times 45 and make the most bang for your buck. And then again, that you see these massively packed lots where Coral Gables was never like that. You never had that many 2-story houses. You always had, sprawling 1-story houses that, they have a lot more green space. Now it's real setbacks. Do you think that has a lot to do with it also?
No, I think it has everything to do with it. I think that's a viable discussion point. And again, that's an argument we have on a weekly basis at the board level, where an applicant says, hey, you guys are not allowing me to do a second floor. And the answer is always no. We are allowing you to do a second floor. We are trying to address the concept of mass and how you distribute the mass on the second floor so that it's not imposing on the street, so that it's not imposing on the neighbors. And again, I can't tell you how many meetings I have with owners and applicants on a weekly basis having that same discussion. Why won't you let me do my second floor? I said, sir, that's not the point here. We want you to do a second floor. We welcome the second floor, but it's got to be done properly. It's got to be integrated. Sometimes it's an existing renovation where they're adding a second floor to a single story in a neighborhood that's full of single-story homes. And so this is the first impact that neighborhood receives. So we want to treat it really sensitively and make sure that the addition is going to be compatible with the house and that particular house is compatible with the neighborhood. And it's a big contentious point that we deal with weekly. And that's, I understand, you're paying a lot of money for the dirt and you want to maximize your dollar and you want to maximize your square footage, and exactly what you said. We get into discussions with people about lot coverage. Their chart says that they're off the lot coverage requirement by 1 square foot. I said, are you kidding me? You're not giving yourself a little room for error? Don't do that, because eventually you're going to have a problem somewhere. You miscalculated, you missed the drawing, wasn't to scale, and all of a sudden, your back's up against a wall, and what happens now? You got to remove a portion of the structure, which is absurd. But that's kind of the mindset. The mindset is to maximize, and we're the opposite. We're like, hey, another discussion that comes up a lot is the 2-story volumes on a lot of these modernist homes where they want double door entrance and a foyer that's 30 feet tall and a living room that's 30 feet tall. That increases mass. That volume, that second-story volume that's part of the ground floor, increases the mass of the project. So if you take that out and you put that mass somewhere else, you can bring it down. And so, again, it's an argument. We deal with this daily. I mean, it's the individual property rights versus the city requirements. That's kind of the fine line that we walk every day. And it's a tough pill to swallow. Most people don't like to hear that. Hey, you're rejected. I mean, I've been an architect for almost 40 years, and I can't imagine somebody telling me that I'm rejected because I work hard at what I do. And some of these guys just come into the meetings and they're not prepared, they don't understand, and it's a rude awakening. But I'm there moderating the meetings, trying to be fair to both the applicant and the board members. Some people get hostile, some people get upset. And, you know, I'm there to make sure that doesn't get out of hand. And I try really hard to appease applicants, and I meet with them after. It's not a requirement, it's not part of my job description, but I do it because I think it's a good thing for the city. It's customer service, and so I try to meet with them. I try to steer them in a direction where I feel the board might have an opening where they can, you know, approve the project, and I give them the input that I have gained and the knowledge that I hear every week in and week out, and try to move them forward. And sometimes I'm successful, sometimes I'm not. You know, it's always the typical scenario. You get to a fork in the road and you make a left or a right. One of those two is the right way, the other one is the wrong way. And sometimes we have collateral damage. You know, you make design changes thinking, hey, this is what I'm gonna do to address the board, and the project actually gets worse, gets further away from what the board is expecting. And so it's a tough business, but I think we work really hard at it on a weekly basis. I think the board tries really hard to get the projects approved. That's what everybody wants. It's the least path of resistance. It's the easiest way out of this. But unfortunately, it's not an easy path to get to. And I think that's kind of, I think that's what the city is about, is a high standard. We don't want the regular everyday stuff that you see everywhere else around our cities. I think there's a level of expectation, there's a standard of quality that we want to adhere to, and I think that's our job and that's our charge. So I don't know if I answered your question, but if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
No? Perfect.
That's it. We have a motion, we have a second.
All right.
We're ready.
Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes?
Commissioner Castro,
This is very good. Yes.
Commissioner Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Final item, correct?
Yes, sir, H3.
H3, 3 for 3. Let's see if we can get 4 for 4. H3.
You must have had a really good lunch.
Just tired. Mundo, how are you, sir?
How are you,
Thank you
sir?
for being so patient. I apologize for skipping you over.
No, sir. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. So I will go really quick about these slides. What I'm going to do, I'm going to skip some of them, and you're going to maybe get a copy. I'm going to upload this later. So this is an update on an important project that we started in 2022 to expand our broadband corridors. So build 4 additional corridors and install a lot of infrastructure in the smart districts for public safety, for mobility, for public Wi-Fi, for connectivity, and many other benefits. So at that time, I did 3 presentations with my team here to the Commission, 2022. The first one to present the scope of the project, to get feedback from the Commission. The second one to present the design we were doing for the smart poles, because we wanted to build the poles in a way that they were aesthetically pleasing, that they, were aligned with the Mediterranean revival architecture of the city. So we presented that design that we did with Pininfarina and with Aiken, and the City Commission selected 2 or 3 designs that liked the most. And the final presentation in 2022 was to get approval for the award of the solicitation for the construction of the fiber corridors. And we accomplished the goals that the main goals. So basically we built the 4 corridors, and we connected them. We connected all the city buildings and facilities that we needed to connect. And when you connect city buildings with outsourced fiber or connectivity, you have the risk that that fiber has a combination of overhead utilities and aerial fiber with underground. And we know when we have high-speed winds, hurricanes, so we lose those connectivities, that can affect critical services, for public safety facilities, for city services. So we know how important it is to have a resilient underground facility, utility, that we can rely that is not going to go away when we have a hurricane or a storm. So we were able to connect those critical city facilities with city fiber, which is private, by the way, also has higher levels of security, which is important in today's world where we live. And also, we were able to connect the corridors, and we were able to install some of the poles. The big majority of the most critical poles that we agreed with Chief Hudak when we designed the better locations for those poles. So that was 25 additional fiber optic corridor segments. Before 2023, we had 20 segments. So we expanded that with 25 more segments. We also connected those buildings that I mentioned there: Youth Center, Adult Activity Center, Museum, 4 parking garages, 1, 4, 2, and 6. Think Studio, which is also Economic Development Office. And we got to the Pond Circle, where after the renovation, we will also be able to install a pole there. And those 4 corridors, we call it the financial corridor in Alhambra Circle. And we call it also that big corridor that is the spine of Coral Gables, the Ponce de Leon and also University corridor that connects to Youth Center. The mobility corridor, that's how we call it in Andalusia. And the one that we call the Arts and Culture corridor on Aragon, that we have the art cinema, we have books and books, and we have the museum and the historic preservation office. And so the funding came from funds that were allocated for broadband, and we had 4 phases. And I can say that we completed the project under budget and ahead of time. Basically, we were able to leverage a lot of the capacity in my team. So we did design, engineering, planning, connectivity, integration, security. So we did turnkey. We only outsourced the construction or the undergrounding of the conduits of the fiber, and also the directional boring and the boxes with the handhold for the fiber. So the project, when I presented this project, was 42 months. And I think that I heard from the mayor and the commission, can it be done quicker? So those 3.5 years, we completed it ahead of time, so we reduced it to 2.5 years. So we completed the construction of the 4 corridors in 2.5 years, in 30 months. And also under budget, because we were able to maximize the ROI, the efficiencies of doing a lot of the work in-house by my team. So I have to big kudos to my team. They work very, very hard completing this on time and crunch time in project management as well, with high quality, because we install high-grade quality fiber. So benefits, I'm not going to go about this, but a lot of benefits in economic growth, attracting business, attracting also customers and residents, providing free Wi-Fi has a lot of benefits. Also public safety, big benefits, expanding the public safety infrastructure, for crime prevention, and also for traffic management, traffic engineering, a lot of benefits that we find in all those corridors. So this is a big view of what we had before. So before 2023, we had corridors in Miracle Mile, we had Giralda Plaza, we had Salcero, we had segments of Sevilla, and we had 20 segments. And we had a lot of buildings already connected. So we already had built a smart city infrastructure, very robust, with a lot of district capacity. But we needed to continue growing and expand. And this is zooming to those corridors that existed before 2023. So these are the new phases. So financial corridor, Alhambra Circle, we completed those new segments. We connected the entire corridor. We connected 3 new smart city poles. We already had 1 pole at Alhambra and Ponce de Leon, and we completed those. These are photos of the 3 new poles. These 2 poles that you see at the top, they are the new design that was completed with Pininfarina. They are the only poles of their kind in North America. They were designed by aerospace engineers in Germany, and they pretty much incorporate all the technology in 1 single pole. No attachments, no external cables or wiring, so very aesthetically pleasing and very smart. They have intelligent, built-in intelligence powered by AI. And the pole on the bottom is a pole that we install at the pump station there. So basically allows to connect for telemetry. So we can connect also for public works and telemetry. That's a photo of some of the public Wi-Fi service points that we installed. In this one is Pittman Park, I think. And second corridor, Ponce de Leon, so we completed all the segments that we wanted to complete. We connected Film Studio, we connected the Pond Circle area, we connected the Youth Center, very important there. So now we can say that all those sites are connected with underground private resilient fiber. And those poles that we planned for that segment, 5 poles, we're going to wait for the renovation at Pond Circle, because the way we're going to save a lot of money if we wait for the renovation, we synchronize work, and we don't do work twice. Photos of those boxes. So those boxes, they were done very professionally. We have all the as-builds for the fiber, the locates, which is very important. So we also share this with the industry, make sure that those fiber corridors are not disrupted by other work. So it's very, very important to do this up to code. And so these are the photos of those. And the SEC corridor and the Lucia, so we had there those segments that they connect to the Adult Activity Center. We connected the Adult Activity Center now with city private fiber. And also we had one pole there planned that next to the City Hall here at Merrick Park. That's going to be important for security for city events. Sorry, Maria.
Just so that the commission, through the mayor?
Of course, she's standing up.
Thank you. I just want to let the commission know the poles are German poles, but we designed them for hurricanes here. There's no hurricanes in Germany. So we actually worked with the Germans. Mayor, I just want to say that the poles were designed in Germany, but there are no hurricanes in Germany. So we did the hurricane design here to make sure that they were compatible with our.
I appreciate that. And my puppy also appreciates the fact that you didn't use metal lids, because when she steps on them and they make noise, she gets scared. And it's
They're
hot.
phenomenal poles. They're segmental. You can add different things to them, 5G, et cetera. And and they're also the designs you recall were designed by Pininfarina. So the idea was to have a 5G pole that was commensurate with the design standards of Coral Gables, instead of just a concrete pole with a box at the bottom and some antennas on top.
Yeah, I remember that presentation. It was far better than
IT went to they were fantastic. They found a pole at one of their conferences from a German manufacturer, and we designed them for hurricanes here, and now we have probably the best poles in the country.
Perfect. Okay.
So the final corridor, Arts and Culture corridor, we completed the fiber optic. We connected the museum building and historic preservation, the parking garage 2 and parking garage 6. And also we built that segment at Merrick Way. And these are photos. You cannot see it, but there's technology there that is now backhauled by this fiber, including previous emergency communication poles that we had there. Now they can connect to the fiber directly, and also cameras for security. These are the poles that the city manager was mentioning. The first one, pilot, was the first one in North America in 2021. This is still the only of the kind in North America. And the first one with the design that the city manager had to redesign for Florida code. Though that design later was improved, version 2. And the last 2 are the new design, version 3, done with Pininfarina, and also in collaboration with University of Miami School of Architecture. Dean Rodolfo Alcuri, he provided feedback also for the aesthetics and the Mediterranean revival design. This is what we presented at that time, how Pininfarina helped to get inspiration from the city's architecture, from the city's historic buildings, and also from nature. The design in the center was the one that we used at Alhambra. The design to the right is the one that is inspired by nature too. Is the one that we're going to do at city parks, because it makes sense to have it together with trees and those. And a lot of new Wi-Fi access points we have installed. So we expanded the city free public Wi-Fi coverage. A lot of these sites that you see here in this long list were done through those new phases. So that was one of the main drivers also when we hear from the community, is that they want this project also to help expand free public Wi-Fi coverage. So we have done throughout all these corridors, and we will continue as we build others. So now that we were able to complete this behind schedule and also under budget, we have some remaining funds on the CIP that we can use to start these new phases. So phase 5 would be a phase to help us extend the fiber corridor to the underline. So now we will have the opportunity to connect the underlying parts, to collaborate with the underline, because they also have a fiber corridor, So we have had conversations with the leaders of the underline on that. And recently one with Chief Hudak too, because there's a public safety component there as well. That will allow us to connect four very important facilities: the backup PSAP, the 911 backup PSAP, connect the passport office, connect the trolley depot, and connect the another one. No, those are the main ones. And the fire station too, of course, that is part of the complex of the 911 and the backup 911. So fire station 2, backup 911, and trolley depot, and also the passport office. And phase 6, depending on how we can stretch those dollars that we still have, we can maybe do it now or request additional CIP for phase 6 to connect the northern Gables district and get to the Flagler corridor. Potentially having the opportunity to collaborate with the county. I have had conversations with Miami-Dade County, because if they build the corridor in Flagler, then we will be able to realize a little bit of this dream, of this vision of creating a triangle for resiliency, that we can back each other up throughout the cities and the county, a regional vision, but also we can have more collaboration, digital literacy, community innovation centers, economic development, but also public safety collaboration. So we can do more if we get the county to collaborate with us and help us create this triangle, in certain way building that triangle for innovation as well. And this is it. The only thing I wanted to mention that we also have all this infrastructure connected to the public in the Smart City Hub, coragables.com/Smart City Hub, that has continued to evolve with artificial intelligence and transparency portals. And also the digital twin, coragables.com/digital twin. If you go today to the digital twin, has evolved a lot since the last time that I presented it to the commission. Today you see the trolleys moving in real time. You click on the trolley and you can see how many passengers are driving on that exactly time. The infrastructure is connected. The sensors are connected. Traffic sensors, environmental sensors. So this is a state-of-the-art platform that was engineered by my team. So thank you so much. If you don't have any more questions, and sorry for the late presentation.
That all was incredible. Wow, thank you so much. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, I think you can see why we're the #2 smart city in the country.
Yeah,
Pretty impressive.
exactly.
An amazing team.
So Mayor, related to some of the issues that have come up today, I have a couple of issues to bring up.
Okay.
One is, there has been a call out for essentially an investigation related to the allegations that it came out in a particular article. We've had internal investigations before. There was one years and years and years ago involving Chief Hudak. It was internal affairs investigation that was handled by FDLE, I believe it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. You've been here longer than I have, City Manager.
We generally do the internal, if it's internal.
There was an outside counsel and an outside investigator that was hired through the city attorney's office per the direction of the commission.
Right, and more recently there was, Mayor, you were the subject of an internal affairs investigation, which, cleared you of any wrongdoing. And there's been allegations of wrongdoing here against Commissioner Fernandez, and I think it would be incumbent upon us not to just sit silently here and have this matter addressed in an appropriate manner. Some people asked for resignation, some people asked for an inspector general. I'm going to open this up for discussion because perhaps an internal affairs investigation where FDLE takes it up would be the least costly way to assure the public that this matter is not being just kicked like a can to the side of the road. So do you have any thoughts and ideas on how we should proceed so the public knows that we're not ignoring these allegations?
I've gotten a lot of calls from residents after reading the article on Aesop's Gables. It was pretty well detailed. To me, I think it's very concerning. Very concerning. You're concerned about that, correct?
I haven't read the article. It's an anonymous blog. I mean, I wouldn't put any credibility to something that nobody puts their name on it. So I don't read it. So I'm not sure what is it that it's saying.
So I'm just
The mayor?
going to
Yes.
add to that, there's confidential informants and people don't reveal their information, but police departments do utilize informants on cases, and the fact that their identity remains undisclosed is not a factor because there's corroboration that occurs. So anonymous or not, that's not a factor for me. I see that there's credible allegations that need to be addressed. I've received many reach outs from residents saying that this needs to be addressed. The question is how to address it.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question after I gave the courtesy to speak with Commissioner Castro because she was giggling during the issue. So I wanted to make sure that obviously we address what was so funny in the room. First and foremost, whether it's anonymous or not, it doesn't really matter. The facts are there. It's very clear what happened. I was, along with Commissioner Lara and the Vice Mayor, were targeted on these push polls. Very clear. The intent was to tarnish reputations, just like what happens every day in Político Cortadito. It's a pay-for-play blog, just like the Gazette, just like the fire union, Billy Corbin. All these individuals are all intertwined here, and there's a whole host of people in the background who are residents, who are engaged in all this type of activity. But the people spoke at the last election. You know, I thought about truly just leaving it there, but when I saw this article and I read how damning the evidence was and the extent that people were willing to go to ruin someone, you know, to me, I think there has to be some sort of action. I don't know if it is through, for example, through FDLE, which I went through. I went through the FDLE process when your city manager stated very clearly that I assaulted him, and that was leaked to the Herald, and they wrote an article about it without actually having any facts. Again, another effort and a whole host of efforts to try to ruin my reputation, which failed miserably because people saw right through it. And the interesting thing is that none of this stuff showed up. It was never like this in the commission for 10 years, never. We had battles on issues, but it only started happening when Commissioner Castro and Commissioner Fernandez showed up here. That type of dirty, nasty politics, you know, drag out, destroy someone's reputation, only started happening. And, you know, I've gotten on the backside of my political career, I become more vocal. I'm not going to allow that to happen to me. Just the nastiness, the lies. So to me, when I went through the FDLE process, I met with 2 FDLE officers, with my attorneys. We had a conversation. I was deposed, and other people that are in the room, including then ACM, or DCM, excuse me, Parhus was in the room also, and they corroborated my story, which was I was nowhere near the city manager. Yeah, was it a heated conversation? Yes, it was. Very heated. But at the end of the day, it wasn't physical. In this case, I would have to defer to the city attorney, whether it should be FDLE or it should be referred to Kathy Fernandez-Rundle. But something needs to happen here because this is the constant shadow attacks, you know, destructive, reputational efforts that at the end of the day need to be addressed. And just like I had to go in front of the FDLE, and I had that hanging over me for 6 months until it came out. And by the way, when the Herald cleared the air after they wrote that article, I think they put it back in the cooking section, the article, or the comic section. It wasn't addressed front and center like the article that stated the allegations was front and center. But that's the Herald. That's what they do. It's all clickbait at the end of the day. So I'd have to defer back to the city attorney but I would like to see some sort of action taken on this matter because I think it's embarrassing. And at the end of the day, you know, it's our reputation.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so in the course of when this article came out, through and including the start of this meeting during the public comments and through my lunch hour, I've also been approached by residents expecting something to be done by this commission because the allegations, while they're allegations at this stage, are serious. And so looking at it from a different perspective, right, we as the commission should not allow our own reputation as the professional body that we are, the ethical elected officials that we strive to be besmirched or diluted at best when allegations that are serious like this go unaddressed. You know, Mayor, I remember when allegations were being made by a former commissioner that the city was adrift in a cesspool of corruption and that he was going to lead our beloved city out of the muck without providing, in that instance, any specifics. But that formed the basis, I think, in prepared remarks for why we hired, or I should say this commission hired, a city manager that had never been interviewed by anybody, offered a position by some unknown, unnamed individual without the commission having any prior knowledge. But the point is, you wanted to access an inspector general because you cared, in my view, enough about this commission and its reputation to clear your name, to clear the commission's name in the most difficult and unenviable way, because you have to prove a negative, right? That you didn't do something.
You had to chase a ghost.
But in this instance, right, we have a very fresh, and I regret to say, very serious, and it appears to be very well supported, series of alleged ethical breaches, misuse of the public trust, misuse of the public office for personal gain, for political gain. And in any event, if Commissioner Fernandez were here, I would venture to guess that he would want to have these allegations dispelled. Not hidden, I would assume, only because I would assume if I was in his shoes, that's what I would do. So, you know, I could be wrong, but I would think that he would want his name cleared, because this is not something that, you know, is bathroom, you know, water cooler type talk, but it is something that it seems to have caught the widespread and serious attention of our residents. So how we go about it, there's any one of a number of ways, but that something should be done and quickly, I think is crystal clear. Inaction, if I can say, inaction on our part would be at best indifference and at worst ratifying that kind of alleged behavior. And I can't have and won't stand for either one of those. So, City Attorney, I think I'd like to know if there's an internal mechanism to start, perhaps in the least intrusive way, but in a way that affords an opportunity for the individual, you know, at the receiving end of these allegations, to respond to questions that we may have, because I would assume that we, the commission, have an obligation to self-regulate ourselves, you know, the way the bar regulates attorneys, right? If we receive credible concerns from the residents concerning how one of us is discharging our duty, well, I would expect that the commission would respond by giving level 1 inquiry to that individual, you know, to produce, if needed, some answers to questions that could resolve this. If that individual would resort to, you know, counsel instead of providing us the answers, I understand. I mean, people have a right to assert the Fifth Amendment. I'm not there yet, but I'm just saying these are things that could be coming down the pike. I would like to keep the cost to a minimum, so perhaps we can decide as a body to have conversations opened with the appropriate local and state law enforcement to see if they can offer us some solutions and interest to help clear what is a very material and serious allegation. There's no good time for this kind of allegation, but, you know, it seems to me this is the kind of thing that will resonate not only with our residents, but potentially resonates all the way to Tallahassee because we seem to be fighting, and I've heard this directly from certain elected officials statewide, that we've got to climb out of a hole. I don't know how else to put it. That we don't go in when we're looking for appropriations with the best reputation over the last couple of years, and we're taking steps to rectify and right the ship. But this feels like it could be potentially a massive step backwards if we don't step up and take care of our own house. Just some initial thoughts I have, but this is regrettably a very serious situation that we're dealing with. And I'll just echo one other thing that the mayor said. I would be personally affected by what these allegations involve, because I was then a part of a target. If any of these allegations are true, I'm one of the targets of this alleged surveillance, intimidation tactics utilized to gain information from residents regarding a political campaign. I'm not saying any of it is true. What I'm saying is that it's been brought to my attention by several residents expecting me to do something about it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. As you know, I got called away.
Yep.
If I can make a suggestion through your office, having some experience on this side.
Yep.
The city attorney's office obviously represents the board and everybody on it. Through our charter, if the board wants the manager to have the police department initiate an investigation with outside entities, that would probably be the course of action, even though I'll defer to her final opinion on that. The way it would go down is similar to what we have done before. The manager can instruct me. Internal Affairs could initiate what, in fact, we would be looking at. We would then bring in immediately the outside entities, whether it be the sheriff's office, who has a public corruption unit, the state attorney's office, who has a public corruption unit, the state of Florida, which we use, which is FDLE out of Tallahassee. We've used them before to look at that. And then if there's an ethics violation, we would bring in the ethics violation. When I say we would bring in, we would essentially turn over these investigations through to them for their final conclusion. My recommendation to you all is that it has to be looked at criminally before we look at the ethics side of it, or if there's something that this body would want to take action on, which is really limited in scope. You don't want to have those conversations, and then if there is in fact a criminal violation, it could impede a criminal filing of charges, if you will. Again, I'm not familiar with all the allegations, nor would I be. I would assign our commander of internal affairs to coordinate with the outside entities, and I would contact the heads of those entities saying what the will of the commission is by resolution. That gets enacted by a resolution or a direction to the manager, and then his direction to me, at which point we would be hands off, and another entity would handle all of the interviews, any possible charges, and then a final conclusion. Once that's done, that would get presented by that entity to the board, and then the city attorney could opine on what the options are or actions could be taken if nothing else came of that. If it's an ethics violation, obviously that would come from ethics. If it's a state attorney getting charges, that would come from the public corruption unit. And if it's something on a larger scale or a bigger area, the FDLE could use the statewide prosecutor on that. And they have specific units that handle this all the time. I'll just remind everybody, when we had the door-to-door signing of petitions, that was immediately handed over to Tallahassee. They did the investigation. We had no further involvement in that until it was either closed out. And my recommendation for guidance, and I would defer to the city attorney, instead of having somebody who is either a constitutional officer or an employee of this body doing an investigation into a current or past person on the commission.
So,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, based upon my background and experience, that is the usual course of action, that you don't do the internal investigation on folks within, you have it directed out, and I'm going to make a motion to direct the city manager to address this matter with an internal affairs investigation in the manner that the chief just indicated, and they can send it out to the appropriate agency to do it from outside rather than inside. And that also would be the least costly way to address this matter and put it to rest, one way or another.
Yes, sir.
I second, but I want to also comment that I wish that we would have Commissioner Fernandez here, but I don't know why he's not here. But the circumstances are such that we can't wait, in my view. This is why I second, and I would urge that we carry the motion when we take the vote.
Any further comments?
Yeah, so I don't know what the facts are. I don't know what you're saying that he did. Is he following, recording people? What are the charges, or what are the facts? Or I have no idea. Nobody's reached out to me, which is funny enough, because if this seems to be such a big deal, it's from what you guys are saying, it seems to be pretty substantial. But I'm still a little lost to what would be the charges, or what is it that we're blaming him of doing, or I mean, I know that you guys want to take action, but we're talking about a person that's not even here, and we're talking about something that I don't even know what we're talking about. We're accusing him of what exactly?
If I may, through the mayor?
Yeah.
If I may, but you decide.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. And I'll repeat, I have read an article with substantial and serious allegations that appear to be supported by competent facts that the commissioner may have engaged, allegedly engaged in a conduct which constitutes surveillance on residents through his position as a sitting commissioner, through a very complicated scheme of using fake email accounts, sending out emails with purported surveys without disclosing that he's the one behind it, which also, for those who actually conducted the survey and participated in it, involved embedded tracking software in it. So I understand you're saying you have no idea about any of these allegations. And I know what I've read. I know what some residents have told me seems to match up with what's been alleged. But all of this is an allegation. Where I'm coming from is that the public trust appears to already be broken if we don't act. And act means to investigate. You know, when you heard one of your fellow commissioners say that the city was adrift in a cesspool of corruption, if I were sitting here, I would have said, what are you talking about? Because that's quite a serious allegation, right? But that wasn't what I heard from the dais. I know that the mayor wanted to have an inspector general look into a serious allegation like that, and he was blocked.
If I may, Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I've been quiet during this whole time. Commissioner Castro, I requested an inspector general. You voted against it. And the whole intent was to clear my name as I was battered over and over and accused of being corrupt. And I asked you to please vote in favor of an inspector general. I then attempted, Madam City Attorney, and please clarify if I am not being factual. We said that we could even do it for cheaper, speaking with the county and getting another entity to piggyback off. Is that correct?
We did speak with the county. We did
Yes, we
speak
did
with the
speak with
county,
the
but
county.
it was
I know,
practically challenging.
But we tried. We tried. So at the end of the day, we brought it back to the commission in an effort, and I said, please, I implore you, let's start with my office. We will start with my office to ensure that there were not adrift in a cesspool of corruption. You unequivocally voted against it. You voted against it while you called me corrupt. So I apologize for interruption.
No, that's fine. So the point is, through inaction, under these circumstances, when allegations of this nature are being made, and the public is reaching out for us to look into it, in good conscience, I don't know how we can't pursue an inquiry to see if there's any truth to this, at a minimum to clear this commission's name. Because inaction, in my view, at this point, would be, as I said before, indifference at best, or ratifying this type of behavior, if true, but we won't know unless we ask. By the way, I think you mentioned earlier about anonymous, and you don't read or give credence to things that are anonymous. A couple of commission meetings ago, I received anonymous letters from people complaining that there were some issues, I suppose, that touched upon HR here, and I believe that you directed me or to this the commissioners to give credence to that. So I'm not sure which way that the target is moving when you say we should look at things that are anonymous or not. But that being said, I hope I've answered your question that we should be taking seriously. If you didn't know, I direct you, and I can send you a copy of the article with the allegations that are contained in it, and we're advising you of that now.
Through the mayor. And thank you for, you have really good memory, a lot better than mine. But I do also remember that the mayor gave no credit to those letters of employees because they were anonymous. Yes, it's on the record. You can go back to the minutes. So that would be a little more contradicting as well, unless you know exactly who is writing Aesop Gables. I mean, then if you believe them, it's a different story. If you have a different relationship with them.
May I respond to you?
Absolutely.
First and foremost, I know that you're connected with Political Cortadito because when I leave a building and something happens or something doesn't happen, she calls me immediately because I know you call her. So everybody knows that you leak everything to Political Cortadito and to the Gazette and to Robert Ruano because you've been caught here taking pictures on the dais and then leaking it to them and both Maria Cruz. But hold on.
That's not true.
I have it here. I have
okay,
it.
but that's
Yes,
not true. I
it
don't
was a-
leak
it was
things.
a-
I
it
don't
was a-
leak things to Political Cortadito.
It was a
I
public,
don't- okay.
you're correct, they don't. You use a conduit, which is Maria Cruz and Robert Ruano. But you do leak things to them and then they send it to her immediately. That's how it gets on the internet. But hold on a minute. I don't remember saying that I don't believe those letters at the end of the day. If they're employees, I believe them, whatever they're feeling, and I'm here for them. But if you read the article, there's a difference between somebody telling you, hey, I wanna have a work from home opportunity, from reading an article that has such ironclad evidence that for a person who's not technologically savvy for myself, it's undeniable, especially when you look at it. That's the difference between somebody saying, hey, I'd like to work from home, please consider that, than an article that breaks down step by step by step how a cover-up occurred, and then they show you screenshots of how a person got rid of public records and removed items from their LinkedIn, as you're so familiar with. It's amazing and it's undeniable unless it's doctored. So again, I don't know if anybody has done anything wrong here, but I was hammered, and so was the vice mayor, and so was Commissioner Lara with these push-pulls. And I know you don't want to admit it, and I get it, but at the end of the day, I've said it here and I'll say it again. When I send something out, it says Vince Lago or it says Coral Gables first. I don't hide behind Ladra like you do. I don't hide behind the Gazette. I don't hide behind those kind of, Billy Corbins of the world where, again, they go out there and they destroy people's reputations no matter what, just to get to an end goal. I put my face on it. I give my name. I'm front and center. I've always done that. My name is attached to it. I don't hide. Madam Vice Mayor.
So with regard to corroborating information, take the opportunity, you might want to read the article, because it's going to point you to documentation that identifies that it's reliable and it's credible. Law enforcement uses anonymous sources all the time, but the underlying principle is that they have to always have corroborating information. Supreme Court of the United States has authorized this type of information to be used to get search warrants to search people's premises. If it's good enough to issue a search warrant on to establish probable cause that there's a crime somewhere, it would be incumbent upon us not to ignore this evidence that appears to be very credible. We're not making an accusation. No. We're going to either rule it in or rule it out by handing it off to a third party, essentially, not us. I'm not making the decision. You're not making the decision. None of us are. But we cannot ignore it. For the sake of the reputation of the mayor, it should have been done then. For the sake of the reputation of Commissioner Fernandez, I would think that he would want this either, ruled out if it's false and information. But if it's true, it's true. We can't deny the facts. Hand it off to a proper investigative agency. They handle it. We're not going to steer the investigation. We're not going to influence the investigation. It just needs to happen.
Through the mayor, I mean, if this is something illegal, isn't this something that automatically the police would get a hold of?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer that if you want.
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, if I witness a violation, because I'm in most of these meetings, and it's a violation of law, Commissioner Castro, then we could initiate a criminal investigation, but we would do it the same process. What I recommend at this point is, and I can be very clear, once I have a conversation with the manager, the commander of internal affairs will take initial statements, and then he will then provide them to me about what we believe would be the appropriate investigative agency outside of the city of Coral Gables. I just need to tell everybody, and I know the city attorney understands this, is these continued conversations will also have to be addressed individually to you all by the investigators. So the longer we talk in public about this, if there's any other kind of allegations or secondhand information, this would just prolong what the investigation, what the investigators would have to look at. In other words, we'd have to look at all of these videos, all of the issues that were out there, all of the posts that were put up there, and put them in a very concise file that the investigators can then come to a final conclusion of, did it violate the law? Did it violate ethics? Did it violate our charter? And so I know we were under discussion on whether to direct the manager to meet with me, but I wanted to be very clear what would happen. The internal affairs people would take the recorded statements. I'm not going to be part of that. Then he would present it to me about who we should talk to, not what is said, what is truthful, or what is hearsay versus what can be proven. That decision would be then what department's going to do the investigation. So I know there's a lot that we're talking about right now, but if it was a clear criminal violation that somebody stood up and said, hey, this person took money, then I would be obligated under my oath to make sure I initiated somebody from outside. I have not heard that yet, and I haven't seen a lot of these things that we're talking about, but I do understand the character assassination, and that would be something that we would have another entity look at. As far as an IG conversation, an IG will work for this same body. These kind of accusations would be and should be referred to, in my professional opinion, to an outside entity that has jurisdiction over everybody that's involved. If there's subpoenas due or something like that, that would be an outside entity, not your police department, not an IG. So I believe this is the safest course of action for this body to take, to Commissioner Lara's point, to run down these issues on both sides of what has been put forward.
All right.
I think we have a motion. We have a second.
Through the mayor, city attorney, were you aware of this? Are you up to date with any of this?
I had heard about this article. I haven't read it. I'm not familiar with all of the allegations.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Castro,
Because I don't have the facts in front of me and I have not read the article, my vote's gonna be no. Maybe in the future, if you guys do give me the facts or defer this item, I can vote on this a different way. But right now, this is too new to me. So no.
Commissioner Lara,
And it's precisely because we don't have all the facts and what we have are allegations, it's an emphatic yes.
Mayor Lago.
Yes. Madam Vice Mayor, anything else for the good of the order?
Yes. For tomorrow, because there's some questions about how much ADA funds we have left and what they're being applied to. Received an inquiry from someone who writes, and we won't mention names, I'm just going to ask for it to be brought forward during the budget meeting. Second, wait for our illustrious, hopefully impact glass where we decrease the noise. City Manager, I'm going to ask you to give a brief update on our appropriations wins. I mean, I know the boat I addressed with Senator Garcia back in November, along with the chief. You know, this is the interdiction boat. We had some, I met what I call preseason meeting with our representatives between basically September and December before campaign season. I met with them as well. And my understanding is we got the Granada Basin money. So if you could just give us a quick update on our legislative
The only
appropriations.
two items that we received was the boat for the police and the sanitary sewer issue to reduce infiltration.
Okay. And let's see if I'm forgetting something else here. Okay, so the ADA fund issue, we'll just bring it tomorrow during the budget. So that someone is inquiring of me of what we have and what we've spent and what we're planning on spending, we'll address tomorrow.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor, the ADA issue,
I think the Vice Mayor is asking for the ADA funds, the fund that we have for ADA improvements. She wants to know the amount of funding in there, right?
Amount of funding, I've received an inquiry about the amount of funding and how we're spending it, what's our plan. Perhaps we can cover it tomorrow during the budget meeting.
yes.
So, and last is, I hope you all have a wonderful 4th of July. Remind the residents that they can get the trolley from City Hall and avoid the chaos over at the Biltmore Hotel getting there.
Commissioner Castro.
Yeah. So today, this body has decided to censure me. This body sitting right here, the mayor, the vice mayor, and Commissioner Richard Lara, for the reason of me reaching out to the Attorney General and defending the right to vote of my constituents, of the people. After I presented all the facts, this body decided to act against the Attorney General, against the state constitution, and the county charter. And they went ahead and they still censured me. It was unethical, unconstitutional, illegal, because I was here to defend your right to vote. This wasn't a matter of April or November. If this would have been put on the ballot, that was my request, put it on the ballot. This body has taken your right to vote. And I was here defending it. And for that reason, I got censured. And I want every resident out there to know that even if I get censured, you're not gonna silence me. Because I'm gonna continue to fight for you and for your rights. Everybody, happy 4th of July.
So I'll briefly respond to that. You're quite right, Commissioner. You know, we voted today to censure you. I would say that hypothetically using this very last topic that we were just talking about, if these allegations regarding conduct that was committed by Commissioner Fernandez resulted in me deciding to hold a press conference or, take to social media and ask for somebody's head on a pike, let's say, right? I would expect to be censured, because the proper way to handle something like that would be to do exactly what we did right now, which was to have a conversation, a dialogue amongst and between the other colleagues on the commission, with the input from, in this case, the police chief, city manager, as well as city attorney. So under no means, by no means, and under no possible stretch of the imagination was the censure that I voted for an attempt to silence the voters or to silence any of your rights. We just believe, for the reasons stated on the record, that rather than help the situation, we believe that you were attempting to worsen the situation and invite harm to the city, frankly. And with that being said, I want to wish everybody also a very happy 4th of July. I hope to see everybody at the Biltmore. I'll be there witnessing what I know will be yet again another spectacular fireworks event with additional surprise entertainment for all to see. I haven't seen any of it, of the new stuff, but I'm looking forward to it. And as a reminder, I may have abbreviated office hours on Monday, as I have a dental appointment that I have to take care of. So,
Priorities.
well, I know the vice mayor knows what I'm talking about, So, thank you.
I have a few items for the record. Commissioner Castro mentioned 2 items, one in this commission meeting and the one past. So she had me do some homework. And when I mean me, worked with staff to address the hybrid work policy. So she emphatically, enthusiastically said that there's 4 cities that have hybrid work. We should be able to do it. I said, okay, perfect. So you got to take her word for it.
It was a letter.
But
I was reading a letter. Remember?
But you stated it for the record. So I went and did the homework with staff's help. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you to staff. First and foremost, City of Miami-Dade County, I apologize. Mayor Daniela Lincava requested a plan of action by March 21st, 2025, ensuring the return of county employees back to office no later than April 15, 2025. Number 2, Fort Lauderdale does not have a specific hybrid work policy. The availability of work from home option is determined on a position-by-position basis by the manager. City of Miami Beach, the city permits telework as an alternative working arrangement. Telework will be approved by the city manager. The city manager reserves the right to require employees to return to in-office work at any time for any reason or no reason at all. City of Doral, no specific citywide work from home policy exists. I spoke to the manager myself. Facts matter. Can't just say things in an effort to build your argument and make your argument sound more accurate or more appropriate. Next item, the censure. Don't feel bad about the censure. I was censured also. I was censured by Melissa Castro for stating comments about Commissioner Menendez and Commissioner Fernandez's work, employment. That's what I was censured for on a radio station. So at the end of the day, you censured me over something I said on a radio show, not even on this dais. So
That sounds like retaliation, right?
you've been no at all.
No, that's
I'm
exactly what it sounds like.
Commissioner, what I'm doing is clearing the air.
Okay.
I don't need to retaliate. There's no need. I just give you enough rope. Third thing, I'd like for my colleagues to consider, since we have so many protocol items in the beginning of a commission, maybe we start at 8:30. And we handle the protocol items from 8:30 to 9, if it makes sense. You don't have to decide today, something that maybe we can talk with the manager, and if it makes sense for you, we'll do it. I used to do that with Mayor Valdez-Fowley. It worked out well. But at the end of the day, if you don't want it, I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm just bringing it to your attention. I also want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July. This is going to be a special moment. I won't be there. But I also want to, for the first time, I'll be missing 4th of July. But we've invited many state representatives and senators to join us. So it's going to be a great opportunity to thank them for their leadership at the state and to continue building on a bright future. I want to congratulate the Vice Mayor. I always like to make sure that, you know, the appropriate respect is given to somebody who works hard on something. The Vice Mayor has been working on the drone show for several years now, and you brought it to fruition. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I think it will be, like Commissioner Lara said, a special evening to celebrate our great country. The fact that it is an honor and it's a privilege to live in this country is not a right. And as a son of immigrants, I'm reminded to that every single day. So in closing, I want to thank you, the staff, to our city manager, city attorney, city clerk, to all the residents that were here today. We made many decisions today. We passed a lot of legislation. We moved forward on infrastructure. While we're never going to get 100% consensus, I think we got close. And I foresee a bright future in this commission. Hopefully one day we'll come together. Please don't forget, Commissioner Castro, for 2 years I was sitting in your seat. And I went to FDLE as a result of a manager who said that I assaulted him. I was not even allowed to stand up at one point in the commission meeting because the meeting will be adjourned if I stand up to go to the bathroom. My intent and our intent is not to punish. Our intent is to lead the city without making the massive mistakes that were made by the previous commission. So I want to say thank you to everyone who's here. God bless everyone. Happy 4th of July. And thank you for your helps. We're going now to move. You want to say something, Madam Vice Mayor?
Just one last thing, because I sense that you don't understand the censure. You failed to seek the advice and consent of this board. A single member cannot act opposite to the direction of the board. Just like we put together this legislative agenda together, we have to act together. If you have concerns, wait to the next agenda, put it on, before you send a letter to the Attorney General. You might be surprised. Maybe we will approve it. But it's all about doing things the right way. You were censored to dissuade you from doing the same thing again. Okay? That's why.
Madam City Attorney, should we adjourn or do we go to the?
Yes, we adjourn and then.
So we'll be adjourning this meeting and opening up the next one?
Yes.
To address the Giralda Garage Condominium Association.
Okay, so we're opening Giralda Garage Condominium Association. There's one resolution. It's item A1, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as a Giralda Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Closing now, moving on to the 250 Aragon Condominium Association.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one item. It's A1, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as a 250 Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Closing and now opening the Andalusia Garage Condominium Association.
We have one item. It's A1, a resolution of the City Commission sitting in its capacity as the Andalusia Garage Condominium Association, ratifying all previous actions taken by the Board of Directors and by the city, approving the use of operating expenses through the city budget, and electing a Board of Directors.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy 4th. God bless. Thank you.
I know we're saying happy 4th.